Yeah. Until it comes to a roundabout. Rand, did you hear that? Claudia just said she loves roundabouts. No. She lives over by the school.
Huh? You probably need to. Yeah. Because there's Greenhurst and Midland, there's like 8 lanes trying to go out.
I can't wait. I can't wait. Because then we'll be a highway district probably, and wherever we go, we'll get one. City's okay to me too. No, I love him. Randy hates him. Randy likes him.
She was going to be on Teams. I don't see her on Teams. She sent a message 8 this afternoon.
I love him. I love the one out by the airport. I would hug him all day. The one out by the airport with the airplane. It's so pretty.
I love all of them. The
Joe.
car one, the train one. Yeah,
And Joe is on Meridian City. Just as Barcelona, but they have it everywhere, and they don't eat dinner till 9. We can just pick the car up. Claudia knows everybody.
now I'm officially a resident again.
Okay, I think we're ready to get started. And as we typically, and welcome to the Nampa City Council member. For those that are here, thank you for joining us this evening. And for those that are joining online, thank you for joining us online. So we have a tradition, which is to open our city council meetings in prayer. David Harris, thank you for opening us in prayer tonight. We appreciate it. So let's stand. And then we'll have you lead us in the pledge.
God Almighty, we thank you for your love for us. We thank you for this great city and this council and this governing body. Lord, we just pray as we meet tonight that your wisdom would be invested and infused into our minds. May our hearts be ones of compassion and love and mercy. And Lord, we pray especially for Ukraine. We pray, Father, that you would answer our prayers there and protect those people. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Join me in the pledge. I
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. David, thank you so much. And thank you and Sharon for being so faithful as citizens to join these meetings. Thank you for your commitment. Thank you. Okay, let's start with roll call.
Rodriguez?
Here.
Bruner?
Here.
Jangula?
Here.
Levi? Haverfield?
Here.
And Bauer.
And did you get Sandy online?
I see her online.
I don't see her online yet. Okay. Okay, so the next item on the agenda is, as we know, is the consent agenda. I do not have any proposed amendments to the agenda. Council, are you aware of anything or any comments regarding the agenda? Nope. Okay, with that, then I would stand for a motion to approve the consent agenda as stated.
So moved.
Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Bruner?
Yes.
Jangula?
Yes.
Bauer? And Haverfield.
Yes.
So we have two proclamations this evening, and they're both so important in our community. And the first proclamation that we have is 2C Kids Week. I'm going to start by reading the proclamation, and then I'm going to have Jean Munchie come forward and share with us. Whereas we desire to be a safe and healthy community where people prosper, and whereas our community has shared value for the well-being and support of our children, and whereas adverse childhood experiences, known as ACEs, such as abuse, neglect, household dysfunction, or other events that may cause trauma in children, can have lifelong impacts on individuals and communities. And whereas they are more common in Idaho than most of the broader United States, and whereas a safe, stable, nurturing environment and a connection to a consistent and trusted adult are critical protective factors. Whereas banding together for our kids will help reinforce the message that they matter and are loved. And whereas community members and local partners are working together to build healthy and resilient communities where kids and families thrive. Now, therefore, I, Mayor Debbie Kling, hereby proclaim March 6th through the 11th, 2022, to be 2C Kids Week in Nampa, Idaho, where we will demonstrate and celebrate hope and resilience. And Jean, as you come forward, I just want to say thank you for your passion. Thank you for your commitment to raising the awareness of these extremely important issues.
Thank
Thank you.
you, Mayor Kling, council members. I'm back. This is an important week. If you remember, late last fall, some of you attended a community conversation around our youth. We had an unfortunate cluster of youth suicides, and one of the most protective factors in a child's life is a relationship with a non-parental trusted adult. This week, we're really trying to reinforce that. We had an outlying community lose a high schooler to suicide this last weekend. So as much as this week is fun and it's great to celebrate, there's really a reason and intention behind this. And all of our kids need to know that they matter and that they're loved. So we did Chalk the Walk yesterday at a bunch of schools. Rain and snow didn't stop us, right, Claudia? Claudia has a band for each of you. You may have to stretch them out a little bit. You can try it. That's fine, Councilman. So then today, they arrived to school to see the chalk messages of hope and encouragement. The mayor was gracious and did a message to all of our kids. And then they all received this band. Tomorrow, they'll do an activity where they'll identify their trusted adult. So looks like a tree that'll be up in the hallways, and they'll use a Post-it note to say, who's your trusted adult? Jacob. Why? It's my coach. And they'll put them up there just to reinforce. And we really want them to think about who is that person they could go to when times are tough. And then on Wednesday, Councilman Rodriguez and Captain Daniels are going to show you what it looks like to rock your socks for our kids.
Okay, let's see it.
No, lift your foot up.
You
Yeah.
can lift your foot up over the I'm like, well, just put your foot up there.
Jacob would have to be Councilman Bruner would have to be doing adjustments after that. We may want to skip that. And Mitch with the chamber has been instrumental. I love this. You're rocking your socks. Do you have them on too?
No, I'm saving mine for Wednesday. I follow the rules.
Look at these. Yes, look at this. And then Claudia's got her rocking her boot socks. Yeah. Those are awesome.
I gotta go shopping.
All right, here we go. Big smiles. 1, 2, 3.
Wednesday.
Oh, look at those socks.
They're really pale. They're called translucent. And then Thursday, kids will pass a hope note in the hall. And then Friday, we hope all of you can come out to a school online. You can sign up to be out at one of the middle and high schools to high five kids. So we're doing High Five Friday to end the week. And again, it's been a tough time, really tough couple of years, and we need to reinforce to our kids that every one of them is seen, heard, and valued. And we couldn't have better leadership in Mayor Kling and the way that she lives it out loud. Our police department has done amazing work. And then the governor's gonna rock his socks and send a picture tomorrow too. So Mitch, thank you for all the chamber's doing to bring partners together. But again, you don't have to be a social worker or a PhD to help a kid. You need to be a coach. You need to be a mentor. You need to be somebody who looks at somebody and says, are you okay today? Literally that easy. Are you okay? I see you. I hear you. I value you. So thank you for all that you do in our communities. Please rock your socks Wednesday, and please show up at a school on Friday. We're doing high school and middle because they start early, and then you guys can get on with your day. So thank you. And I'll expect a cake on Friday. Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Gummy bear.
I want it to look like a roundabout.
Yeah. Is there nothing about roundabouts?
Well, the cake will be a square cake.
A square cake.
A little signal.
Yeah.
She wanted me to put this around my neck.
Okay.
Yeah, your band.
our kids.
Hang on, let's get this.
Did you all get one? You didn't get one? Did we run out? No, did he get it? Thanks, you guys.
Usually the
Appreciate all
left
of
side
you.
won, and I was left.
Thank you, we appreciate you, and we will be rocking our socks on Wednesday. I'm going shopping, and High Five on Friday, we'll be there. Okay, take care, thank you. So we have another proclamation tonight that is, again, so critically important. And I'll read the proclamation, and while I'm reading, Cindy, feel free to come forward while I'm reading. It is Disability Awareness Month. Whereas the month of March has been designated as Disability Awareness Month to celebrate and recognize people with disabilities. And whereas having a disability in no way diminishes the rights of individuals to live independently, to enjoy self-determination, to make choices, to contribute to society, or experience life to the fullest in economic, political, social, cultural, or educational ways. Whereas family members, friends, and members of the community can play a central role in enhancing the lives of people with disabilities, especially when the family and community are provided with the necessary support services and public and private employers are aware of the capabilities of people with disabilities to be engaged in competitive work in inclusive settings. And whereas the goals of the City of Nampa include providing individuals with disabilities with the opportunities and support to make informed choices and decisions, live in homes and communities where such individuals can exercise their full rights and responsibilities as citizens. Whereas those with disabilities pursue meaningful and productive lives, contribute to their family, community, state, and nation, and have interdependent friendships and relationships with others and achieve full inclusion in society. Now therefore, I, Debbie Kling, Mayor of the City of Nampa, Idaho, do hereby proclaim March 2022 as Disability Awareness Month. And I call upon all residents and businesses to increase their participation in efforts to support our citizens with disability. And with us this evening is Cindy Hartley. Cindy, you have become a friend of the mayor's office, and we so appreciate your advocacy and the work that you've done on behalf of disability awareness. So thank you for joining us this evening.
Thank you for all that you guys have done to help make this happen. I appreciate that too. We've been through a lot. You guys have seen me up here before, more than once. This is a cause that most of you know is really close to my heart for more than just the chair. It was close to my heart before I ended up in this. As one thing I learned though, my condition declined and I went into the chair though, is there's so many things that can be so small, so trivial to those with ability to walk around that become huge to people with walkers or people with chairs. Like for instance, TJ, you guys all know her from the office. She was in a walker the last 4 weeks and she had to experience how something that she didn't even notice before could really trip her up now that she was needing a mobility aid. And things like that is what I'm hoping to bring more awareness to, and with the idea of teamwork. The more aware we are, the more we're all on the same page, the more impact we can make. That will make a difference, that'll matter. Sometimes the smallest oversight can send the biggest unintended message, and we don't want to do that. The City of Nampa wants to be inclusive. We want to be including those with disabilities in all aspects, including being able to reach out and be a part of their city as well as be a part of their community. And to do that, we need to come together and be on the same page of where these oversights are so that we send the message we're trying to send versus the message that, like sometimes you can have something ADA compliant, but it's not safe. So you won't find a lot of people in wheelchairs there because like the ramp might be, ADA says it has to be a certain slant or something, but someone in the manual is gonna go straight into the street, which we've seen at the Looking Glass Academy workshop because the ramp was too steep for them to handle. Or crosswalks are too short with the button on the wrong side of the pole, so they can't get across the street safely, so they don't even try going to that area of town. Things like that are what I'm hoping to bring attention to, and that I'm hoping that if we're all on the same page, you guys will learn. I'm hoping you guys will join me on the wheelchair challenge, and I'm hoping that you guys will learn things that will be valuable to you in your positions and valuable insight that you can look back on and use, like when projects come before you or plans come before you or proposals, or when you have chances to make a difference, you'll understand where those differences need to be made and why, and the impact that something seemingly small can make. That's the point. So I'm rambling, I'm sorry.
That's great. Thank you so much. So Cindy has put together and organized the days that you all have received on your calendar for us to go get in a wheelchair and actually experience what it's like. And so I look forward to joining you, and then I hope the other city council members will join us as we experience.
I've signed up. Mayor, where's
you.
this happening? Where are we meeting? I'm not seeing.
We will be meeting here.
You're at City Hall?
Yes.
Okay.
There are some accessibility issues right here in your own parking lot. So I
There
figured
we
it would be a
go.
great place to start.
Thank you. So we will make sure you guys have all the information, and Cindy, thank you so much for raising the visibility. It's appreciated, and we look forward to joining you next week. I think it is. Yep. Okay. Thank you so much.
Is there any other questions or anything?
Council, do you have any questions? No. Thank you for being here. Thank you. The next item on the agenda this evening is actually residents wanting to speak on an agenda or non-agenda item, and I believe we do have someone signed up, and that person is,
David Rubenstein?
Yes, thank you.
hi, David. And David, you can come, go ahead and say your name again and your address. Thank you.
Yes, Mayor, City Council, my name is David Rubenstein. I live here in Nampa. Do I need to state my address?
Yes,
Is that procedural? Okay. 3265 South Fork Avenue. I live right adjacent to Osborne Park. And over the last year, well, actually, I've been here in Nampa for a little over a year, but I've seen a great deal of vandalism happening in the park. Some of the most significant examples of this were a huge amount of graffiti that was drawn onto the fence of one of the persons who lives bordering the park, which was so severe that the entire fence had to be replaced. We've had four-wheelers and motorcyclists racing through the park, even when people are out there with their families or walking dogs. When there was snow on the ground, we had snowmobiles cutting through the park, chewing it up. Not long ago, there was a porta potty that was pushed into the Elijah Drain. There's been lots more graffiti going on. Now, I raised this matter on a few occasions to Park and Rec, and I've spoken with Adam Mancini, the city forester. One of the things that he expressed to me just recently is that in the city parks here in Nampa, they have seen more vandalism and graffiti just this past year than ever. It is significant. And it seems that, well, what I can perceive, I'm one of those numerous people who moved here from California. And part of the reason that I moved here was I lived in a town in Northern California that has 3 parks. Every one of those 3 parks you could not go into. It was not safe. There were homeless people all over, a lot of drug addicts wandering around, and gangs that were selling drugs in the parks. You could not go into the parks for fear for your own safety. Now, how do things get as bad as they are in California? It starts sometimes kind of small. I feel that we've got an influx of a lot of people, and I'm one of those, I think, which is probably the majority of people moving here from California, who are actually quite conservative and wished to get away from the depredations upon society that have occurred in that state. I really don't want to see those things happen here. But what I'm seeing is that there is more of that activity happening just in the park. I regularly smell people smoking weed. Just this last week, there's a group of 5 young boys, probably between 10 and 15, who've been chopping branches off of trees and using an axe and shovels to dig holes in the lawn in order to make ramps for them to jump their bikes on. They take the dirt and they pile it up, and they're making a jump with it. I feel that what I would say to the city council and to the residents of Nampa is, If you want to see situations in the parks here become like I described in California, then continue to not have enough police presence passing by the parks. Because currently, I don't believe we have much in the way of police presence there. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your comments. And I, just as a follow-up to that, I have been in communication with Chief Huff and actually with Darren, with Parks. And we have seen an uptick in graffiti in the community. They are right on top of it. Our Parks Department is communicating with the police department. And so they're following up to make sure the police department is aware when there is graffiti, and then we try to get it cleaned up. What's very important is for our citizens to report it. As soon as it happens, you're welcome to call our police department and let them know there is graffiti and it's at this location, and we'll get it cleaned up, because getting it cleaned up quickly is important to get it out of, right, to stop the impact that they're wanting to make with the graffiti. And so, thank you for your comments, but you're absolutely correct. We have seen an uptick, just so you know, and so council knows. We've just recently had this discussion, just 2 weeks ago, and between Parks and the police department about graffiti, and there is a system in place for notification. So, Brad Daniels, do you have any comments other than that?
Mayor and council, wasn't aware this was going to be a topic, but we appreciate you bringing it up. I've been with this agency since '94, and I have seen a myriad of changes in our city when it comes to not just growth, but some of these negative activities that we're talking about. And while I fully agree with what we have seen an uptick on lately, I don't want to lose sight of the fact of what this city looked like in the mid-'90s, where we had over 250 drive-bys a year. We have done some great things as a city to put measures in place to keep it from becoming some of those areas that we don't want to live in. And it is frustrating to us, too, for all our efforts that at times we do see these things creep up again and cause issues. And, you know, we can't be everywhere all the time as much as we want to be, but we are working diligently at it. It's not just that we're trying. We're accomplishing great things, but when you stamp out one fire, you don't have time to, you're not in another part of town stamping that fire out. So it is a process, and we do appreciate, you know, you coming forward and talking about this. It's still important. It's going to be important every day forever, because these negative things can have a really big impact on a community. So we do appreciate the support of council that we feel. We appreciate the support of our community, and I would make the same encouragement that you did, Mayor, that call us when you see this thing happening. If they're digging holes in the park, call us when it's happening so we can get out there and address it while it's happening. And I know we have to prioritize, and sometimes it just takes a while to get there, but let us know when it's happening, and we'll do the best we can.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay. So, is there anyone else that had intended to sign up that did not get signed up to speak this evening?
Mayor,
Yes.
if I could, I'll give a report from the NDC, a brief report.
Yes.
Okay, since it's
Go
not
for it.
on the schedule anymore, I forgot to mention it, but I thought it would be good to share something that took place at our last meeting, if it's all right. For the council, especially the new members, last year, I can't remember what month it was, but the city council saw the wisdom in a land swap with the Napa Development Corporation for surface parking adjacent to the fire station number 1 to the corner of 3rd and 12th Street, southwest corner, across from the library. And by doing so, the Napa Development Corporation was able to put out an RFP. And in that process, we had interested parties come forward. Initially, a bank that wanted to purchase the ground, and we were moving forward with that land purchase for a bank's use. But there was another entity that came forward that saw a bigger vision for the corner. And at our last meeting, we did sign or allowed the signature of an economic development participation and reimbursement agreement with Neighborly, I forget the name of their, Neighborly Ventures, in the development of a mixed-use residential and commercial project on that corner, which will have an assessed value of just approximately $26 million. Current value of that ground is $232,000. Napa Development Corporation, by utilizing the revenue allocation fund approach, we are participating in the initial costs only for the surface development costs. So we've allowed ourselves through the life of that urban renewal agency to be able to participate at just under $2 million in our investment, which is all revenue allocation. We don't give them anything until that money is developed in the ground. So we'll be seeing a return of about 26 million, well, about 24 million in value, taxable value on that corner. So it's a pretty good investment, and the vision of making that land swap happen is really seeing the fruition today. And it will also, they will be utilizing the parking structure to the point where it hasn't been used and it's been underutilized. So there'll be more of use of the parking structures. I just thought I would share that with the council. It's a very positive thing. That'll be coming forward further.
And Mayor, if I may, if Councilman and Commissioner on that, if you might just explain a little more what the mixed use is,
Well, the initial bank is decided to be on the ground floor of the building. So they're working together in a partnership arrangement. It's the southwest corner of that intersection.
and there'll be apartments.
Apartments above. So it's a live-work opportunity.
Thank you for sharing that. I appreciate it. That's good for our citizens to know. Yeah.
So there'd be more coming.
Redevelopment of downtown.
And Mayor, our economic development team is the one who's put this all together. So even some of us serve on that commission, but they're the ones who have really, invigorated that whatever they did to market that and get this type of venture. And this venture is not something new. They also have one in Salem. Is that correct, Salem, Oregon? That we've been able to look at and know that it's a very, very nice, yes.
That's great. Thank you for that report. Appreciate it. Okay, it's time for our agency and commission report, and Andrew Luther is here, and he's going to provide us a report on the Fort Idaho Center and the Civic Center. Good evening, Andrew.
Good evening. Thanks for having me out. It's been a while. I did have a PowerPoint. Did need a USB? Perfect. Well, yeah, I just wanted to come out tonight and give an update on the fiscal year that just ended at the Fort Idaho Center and Nampa Civic Center. We had a good year, even in the midst of COVID, so I'm pleased to present that. We'll get into the numbers here in a second once the PowerPoint loads, but just kind of wanted to walk through the past 12 months and kind of give you a bird's eye view of what happened and how we adjusted and how we ended up. All right. So we'll start at the Fort, kind of overall everything. Okay. Thought it was me. Sold out. All right, so jumping into a year summary. We started the year under stage 1, stage 2, stage 3 of the state's reopening plan. So it was very difficult to have anyone in the same room. Limits were 10 people, 50, and 250. So with venues this size, it's really hard to make a budget or make any revenue with groups of that size, especially when it's compounded by no groups were meeting at the time. So we had to adjust a lot. We had to go through a lot of staffing furloughs and layoffs. We had to furlough a little over 50% of our full-time staff. We normally operate at about 25 full-time people across both venues, and we had to furlough about 14 of them, and a few of them weren't able to come back off of those furloughs and had to move to layoffs. We made a lot of aggressive cost reductions by just operating responsibly. We shut down spending completely. We were pulling plugs out from vending machines to just eliminate any little costs that we possibly could. And then we worked with Southwest District Health quite a bit on getting plans approved to actually be able to host events in a safe manner and get that approval through the state that was required for everything that needed to occur. We also pivoted, kind of turned into an entrepreneurship spirit type of program and create in-house events. So we created called it the Idaho Bright Lights Festival. It ran for 6 weeks through the winter months in December and early part of January in our horse park and sports center. And we really needed to do something to stay engaged with our sponsors, stay engaged with the community, and show activity and show our value to the city, make sure people are still coming through the venue and things were being utilized, not just sitting there idly. So that was a great event. The Civic Center created a couple events. One was St. Pup Tricks, which is basically a dog-based event they held last spring around St. Patrick's Day, coming up on the year anniversary of that. Then a trunk sale. Since people weren't having garage sales or anything, they did a kind of a drive-by trunk sale in the parking lot. These weren't big revenue generators per se, but I felt like they were really important to just show activity, make sure that people were utilizing the facilities and keeping our staff working. Then just kind of a fun one, the Idaho Potato Drop happens for years and years and years at the Capitol downtown Boise. We actually brought that out to Nampa as their secret location, which was probably the worst secret in town, worst kept secret in town, but we had that out of the Capitol last year, which was pretty fun. We got towards reopening, towards the spring and summer months, and we were able to host PBR Pro Bull Riding twice, which we get the biggest circuit that goes around the country, and we're one of the few buildings that were able to, one, have enough capacity at the Ford Idaho Center, but also have the marketplace there to support it, and they hit us twice in the same fiscal year, which was huge for us, and we were able to hit our normal budgeted number by having those 2 events when we normally have it just 1 year, which was great. The horse park operated at 100% capacity. We had every single event that was planned, and the benefit from that is just the space, the number of people that are there, but also the amount of weekends it takes up. We're essentially booked mid-March through early November, and that really helped us keep our doors open and provide opportunities for, one, economic impact, generate revenue for the city, and cut down on the operating deficit. So that was great. And as we were reopening, we were able to rehire staff. So we started bringing back full-time people that could come back, bring back our part-time crew, and really get everyone back through the doors. Then finally, finishing strong, the doors really got thrown open towards the end of the year, probably the midsummer. We got through the rodeo, which was definitely the biggest event in the state, and it was the first event we'd have back under a ticketed event under normal circumstances, meaning no social distancing, no parameters like that. It was a full-on rodeo, and they set records for basically everything that they did that year, which was great. Conferences and banquets returned to the Civic Center. James has been keeping that place full and very, very busy since the summer. And we wrapped the year with 8 concerts in the amphitheater, which if you'd asked me last March, I probably would have guessed we had 0, which was great, and that really ended the year strong. There's a lot of numbers here. Don't expect you to look at it all, but the far right 2 columns are the last 2 years affected by COVID. The top line is our operating deficit, budgeted. So we're at about a $599,000 loss budgeted each year. We jump down a few columns to the FY20 and FY21 actual. That's where we finished. So under the first year of COVID, we sneaked by, beat budget by about 60, 70 grand. This year, we actually had an operating profit of $488,000. So that's good for a positive variance of almost $1.1 million at the Ford Idaho Center. So we're pretty proud of that. That's, from our records, the best finish the venue's had. If we'd had a full year, can only speculate as to what we would have done, but we'll take this either way. This is just a quick graph of the last 10 years of our operating budgets. The green line is the actual finish, and the orange, yellow line is the budgeted deficit. So Spectra took over in 2015, and that's right on where those lines cross. So budget was missed for the years prior, and we've been exceeding budget expectation every other year, with the downturn being the drastically affected COVID year. But that still did beat budget too. So moving to the Civic Center. Same thing here. We were budgeted $369,000 loss, and in fiscal year 20, we had a loss of $233,000. That was the first year we were dealing with the pandemic. Then this year, we had a loss of $182,000, which is a $192,000 positive variance. Still a loss, but we beat budget. So combined, the 2 buildings had a positive variance of over $1.3 million. Then same thing here with the graph. Spectra took over management services in 2018, And the deficit was exceeded most years, and we've been able to have a positive variance against the budget deficit in all the years so far. Just kind of finishing up. Thank you. Glad you guys put your trust in us. It's been a heck of a 2 years, but we anticipate big things for both venues coming through the next fiscal year and the ones following. But we made it through, and hopefully it's all behind us now, so.
Andrew, does council have any questions, comments?
Mayor, I just,
Yes.
one question, I'd like to comment first. Amazing. You and James, thank you. And I know 6 years ago when I came in, that was one of my big things was how much longer is the city going to subsidize the Ford Idaho Center and also the Civic Center? And so I've done just an amazing job. Do you see realistically the Civic Center actually getting above that, as far as a negative, I mean, becoming a positive revenue? Is that feasible, or is that just something that the Ford Idaho Center may need to supplement to a certain extent?
I think supplementing is more likely. It's certainly possible. I think a lot of things got to break our way. The Civic Center is really built to have tight margins. And I think you're going to see that in the financials for a while. Never say never, but I think it's more likely that we'll kind of net them both out together.
Well, James is doing a fabulous job.
He's doing a great
so
job.
Just because of that. So thank you so very, very much.
Well, as I said, we had a directors meeting this morning. As I shared with the directors, one thing I so appreciate about Andrew and the entire team, James, everybody, is the entrepreneurial spirit. He could have sat back and said, whoa, this is bad, we've got a loss. Instead, he rolled up his sleeves. They worked really hard, did every job out there, not just sitting back telling others. Andrew, I think, did everything from the ops side and dug in and worked hard.
Everyone did it all.
Everybody did. And they were creative. They cut expenses. They looked at everything. And so I used Andrew as an example for the city and how we manage during difficult times is that we've got to be creative. We got to think through it, and you've done an outstanding job. I'm really proud of the work you've done. So
Thanks. We've got a great team.
Yeah.
Mayor McLean.
Yes.
Yes, as a liaison with the Event Management Council or Committee, we've been discussing how we can support and how we can increase funds for the Fort Idaho Center and the Civic Center. We as a council need to take a good hard look of how we can support and invest into these entities. Because what they do not only is what they do for us as a city and is to our community and to our workforces and to our businesses. You all bring in about $30 million in revenue to our local businesses. And you're busting at the seams at the Fort Idaho Center and Civic Center. And it's our position in our direction that they're doing that. And so I'm going to be asking this council and mayor to invest where we need to do the best turnaround for our dollar. And right now, it's Fort Idaho Center and the Civic Center. So keep that in mind when we get around the budget time, because they're doing great work. We can't drop the ball this year. Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor, one question for our president, Councilman Haverfield, because he's been involved. What was the deficit? Was it 1.5 million in 2015 or 2.5? What was the deficit that we were?
I remember it being 1.7.
1.7 million. And so now you're saying even with COVID, we made a turnaround, at least a revenue of what, 400 and something?
Yeah, you're in the black, 488.
And it's from 1.7 million, 6 years or 7 years ago. And that's what the taxpayers were subsidizing.
It's just what we expected you guys to do.
Right? Smart guys, right?
I knew they were going to do it.
Yes.
Got the right company there. Okay, thank you so
you.
much. Appreciate it. Okay, staff report, Tom Points.
Evening, Mayor and Council. I'd like to introduce one of our new employees to the Nampa team. We're really excited to have him. This is Matt Ricks, and he used to be a consultant with DKS, and he just came on board less than a month ago, isn't it? Yep. So he works under Jeff under the traffic operations area, and he's very good at signal timing. and we're glad to have that expertise in-house. He's also going to help us with the, standing up the traffic management center, and he's got some ideas for that. So he's your traffic engineering manager, is that the title? Yes. Yeah. Okay. So we're glad to have him on the team, and he actually was responsible for the 5-minute savings that was listed in this first item on the staff report. So when he was a consultant at DKS, he did the signal timing plan, basically for the Midland corridor, all the way from Cherry, all the way down Karcher Boulevard to Middleton. So there's about 11 signals in there. He's able to optimize that and report about a 5-minute savings on the PM timeframe going towards the south and west. So that was pretty impressive. So that's a great way to move traffic without having to build expensive infrastructure. So thank you. You want to say anything, or?
I can introduce myself, I guess. Yeah, so I've worked in transportation engineering for about 10 years, and I was with a consultant for all 10 years of those, then I wanted to give a try on the public side. So I've always enjoyed working with the city of Nampa and city staff, so I ended up here. So I'm happy to be here and hope I can help out in other places.
We're glad to have you here. Glad you joined the team. You've got a good team too. Yeah.
Mayor Kling,
Yes.
what is EKM? Where is that? Is that where you used to work?
DKS Associates.
DKS?
Yeah,
Where is that?
I was the only person here, so I was local here. I worked in Seattle for 5 years. It's mostly a West Coast firm. And then I moved over here 5 years ago and worked remotely for 5 years.
I see. Well, thank you.
That's great. Thank you. Okay.
Caitlin. So this staff report is introduction to new employees today. So we're also excited to have Caitlin Scott as part of our team. And she is the Public Works Communication Manager, so she works with Amy to put out the information to the public for our projects. And most recently, she's been helping us as a facilitator for the drought task force. So we'll have our first meeting tomorrow, and we're excited to have that up and running.
Mayor, does that mean that there's any complaints about the drought and irrigation, they come to the news?
Yeah, I think we'll all get them, but there you go.
So, yeah, Caitlin's, she was born here in Idaho and went to school here at Nampa High and has a Bachelor of Science recently from Boise State. So, yeah. Would you like to say anything?
Hi. It's kind of funny being here because in, I think, my sophomore year of high school, I was on the mayor teen city council. So it's just kind of funny how it comes back full circle, but I'm really excited and proud to represent this awesome city. So, yeah, that's all.
Great to have you here.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes the staff report. Any questions for me?
That was easy.
That was good.
The fun stuff.
Is that really, you're done?
Yeah, I'm done, yeah.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you, council.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to step into new business and let's see what we can get through in the next 15 minutes. So the first item, 5.1 on the agenda, is an action item, and this is to authorize the mayor to sign the updated West Valley contract. This is the contract that we have with the Humane Society, with Animal Control and Citizens. Legal counsel Joe Borton has worked on this contract, and unfortunately Doug Racine is not here this evening to speak to it. Other than it's time to get this contract renewed. So, and if we have any questions, we'll send them over to Joe Borton.
Mayor, accept the contract. I make the motion.
A second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Jingula?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Everfield? Bauer? Rodriguez?
Yes.
And Berner?
Yes.
The next item on the agenda is an action item, and this is a request for reconsideration of a zoning map amendment from RS6 to RD. And this is for Endurance Holdings, and Jane Suggs at our last council meeting was the one that presented this. And I would like to, at this point, turn it over to Joe Borton, if you would like to make any comments as we step into this request for reconsideration.
Sure. Madam Mayor, it's procedurally a pretty narrow process at this point. The decision was made, and the options for the council are, in light of the letter and the request for reconsideration, the claim is that there wasn't sufficient basis described in the letter provided to the applicant for the decision that was made. So the council's decision today is to simply deny the request for reconsideration, stand on the letter that was provided to the applicant. You could grant the request for reconsideration for the limited purpose of, at the next scheduled hearing, articulating with specificity the reason for the decision that was made by the motion maker and those that supported the motion. That would then be put into a new amended letter provided to the applicant, articulating the specific basis for that particular decision. Or third, you can grant the request for reconsideration and schedule it for an entire new hearing. It's this part of the process. Part of the process doesn't have a public testimony and applicant argument. It's based upon the record and the process that's been completed. It's for the council to make a motion to do one of those three things.
Could I clarify that if there is a motion for a request for reconsideration, do we have to specify, or can we just have a motion to move forward with the request for reconsideration? Because what we're going to do with the reconsideration, does that have to be in the motion?
Madam Mayor, it does, because it helps you frame what the next step would be. Whether it's your decision to reconsider the entire, perhaps the underlying decision, different requests for reconsiderations are made for different reasons. So if you believe that it should be granted to have a do-over of a hearing, then you would state that reason for doing that. If you believe that you just need to better articulate the existing reasons for what you believe to have been a correct decision, then you can do that. That helps the applicant as well if you grant a request for that limited purpose to articulate those particular reasons.
Thank you.
Mayor, I'm going to make the motion. We did have one council person absent, and just for a full council to be aboard, I'm going to make the motion that we do reconsider and have a new hearing.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. I'll say, because I typically do, is there any discussion? We're not to have a lot of discussion around this? Yes?
So there were three different reasons.
I'm doing the third one.
He's doing the third one.
Third one, okay.
This is for the public hearing.
You can discuss whether or not you want to vote on that particular motion, but nothing substantive about the application itself. It's all procedural at this point.
This was last meeting, right?
Yes. Mhm. Yes, it was. This would allow you to be a part of the public hearing process. So with that, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Jangula?
Yes.
Levi?
No.
Bauer?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
And Brunner?
Yes.
Item 5.3 is an action item to authorize the police chief to sign a school resource officer agreement with Elevate Academy. And Brad Daniels is here. Yeah, he is here. If there are any questions, I don't know if you guys have questions for Brad?
I do.
You do? Okay. Thank you, Brad. That was good timing.
You changing your socks or what?
Perhaps.
So the question I have is, the dollar amount indicated would not be for a full-time school resource officer, is that correct?
No, and really, none of them, wow, that got loud. None of them are for full-time. They pay basically a 9-month portion of the salary and then a portion of that. It's kind of a shared partnership. And if you'll notice in this one, it starts out at 50 in year 1, 60 in year 2, and 70 in year 3. That's a stair step we've kind of done with each of the other schools as we've brought them on. We just re-signed the contract with Valley View, I believe at 70. And that was, again, kind of a stair step thing that we've done in the past.
So is this hiring a new officer or just reallocating assignments with the current staffing?
Well, it's kind of a yet to be determined. So we will probably be asking for the balance of this officer in the FY23 budget. We can absorb the cost of that officer under our current budget today. If constraints were not to allow us to add an officer next year, we do have capacity with our current staffing to allocate a position to Elevate Academy. It's that important to us.
They were pretty specific on what times of the day they wanted to have the school resource officer there. So that's why, I mean, it's almost like it's a full-time officer there at the school.
So generally with our high schools, which this qualifies basically as a high school, they are there really for the balance of the school day. So those times are consistent with what we would do at Nampa High or Skyview or Columbia as well.
So is this decision based upon being able to be approved in our budget later on or not?
No, we can carry this load without approval of additional funding.
Okay.
And we'll still ask you for it, but.
Thank you, Brad.
Any other questions for Brad?
Mayor, I'll make the motion to authorize the contract information as provided to us in our packet.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Brunner,
Yes.
Jingua,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Bauer. Yes. Rodriguez,
Yes.
and Haverfield.
Yes.
Next item is item 5.4. This is an action item to authorize the mayor to sign a one-year lease extension with the Idaho Army National Guard for a portion of leased ground at 212 North Kings Road. It has been reviewed and approved by legal. Would you like to?
So moved.
No? Okay. It's been moved.
Second.
It's been moved and
Let
seconded.
Natalie make that motion.
Well, I was waiting, but she paused.
know.
Any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Jingua,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Bauer. Brunner,
Yes.
and Haverfield.
Yes.
Item 5.5 is an action item, and this is to authorize the mayor to sign a letter of commitment and support to be included with the application submission and authorize city staff to submit fiscal year 2022 a Rebuilding America Infrastructure and Sustainability Equity, which is the RAISE grant for North Nampa Revitalization Project. This was in your packet. Do you need Tom Points to come answer any questions? Okay, what would the council like to do?
Come on, Natalie.
I'll move it.
Make a motion to
Make a motion to move.
second.
Okay, I'm going to assume it's as stated on the agenda.
Yes.
Both pieces, okay? It's been moved and seconded to authorize the mayor to both sign the letter of commitment and city staff to submit the RAISE grant. Is there any further discussion?
Mayor, I just make the point for the public that's listening. This is a major, if we were to get this, would be a major gift to the city of Nampa. So keep your fingers crossed.
Absolutely, it would be. Okay, roll call.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Brunner,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Bauer. Haverfield,
Yes.
and Jingua.
Yes.
Item 5.6 is an action item. This is to authorize the piggyback purchase of chip seal oils from Idaho Asphalt Supply at the estimated cost of $707,650 for the street division, and this is approved in the FY22 budget.
Mayor, I'll make the motion to accept. I would do have a question if we get a second on this.
Second.
Okay, for Tom
Is Tom, or is it
or
Jeff?
Jeff?
I'm just, Jeff, just mainly interested in what the comparison with all the costs going up in supply and so on, where we're at in comparison to last year? Or are we extending our chip seal mileage
Probably the timing of this bid was good. It was before.
before everything?
Sorry.
Did that make sense?
So
Yes,
this
it
is
did.
item 5.6, and it's the chip seal with Idaho Asphalt Supply at that cost. And your question again?
Question
Okay,
was
Mayor,
just in
City
comparison to a year ago, and then if we're doing more extended mileage, or what's our,
Okay, so the mileage, if you remember, Councilman, we doubled chip seal, so we're up to about 35 to 40 miles. That's where we're going to maintain because we don't have the staffing to do any more than that. From my recollection and looking at from last year's numbers, the chips went up a bit, but oil went up substantially. So, but we had increased budget last year, and we intend to be able to fund that through the existing budget.
so we think we can get enough oil and so on, or are we still purchasing oil?
We're still purchasing oil, but we purchased a tanker truck so that we have a tanker on site and we don't have to rent the tanker from the company. So yes, we anticipate having the oil.
Mayor Kling?
Yes.
And for clarification, this locks us into the quantities listed, or 1,100 tons of the chip sealing oil and 350 tons of the quick seal. So
Correct.
no matter what happens with the prices going forward, we're locked in with those.
Oh,
numbers.
correct, yes. Councilman, correct, the price is locked in.
That's good. Thank you. Is there any other discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Zingula?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer? Haverfield?
Yes.
And Brunner?
Yes.
Item 5.7, we're going to go ahead and do, and this is the first reading of ordinance annexing the properties, certain properties into the city's pressurized irrigation district. And it is requested to pass under suspension of rules with the summary of publications, which is 5.8 on the agenda.
An ordinance of the City of Nampa, Canyon County, Idaho, annexing a portion of the underlying irrigation district into the municipal irrigation district of the City of Nampa, Canyon County, Idaho, and changing the boundaries thereof and directing the city engineer to alter the use and area map accordingly.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to pass the ordinance as read under suspension of rules and also the summary of publication.
It's been seconded, moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Zingula?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer? And Haverfield?
Yes.
Okay, it is 6:30 and time for our public hearings. And if we're ready to go, we're going to start with item 6.1 on the agenda. This is an action item, and this is a variance of Nampa City Code 10-11-4G to allow less density than is required by code in an RML, which is limited multifamily residential zoning district, in order to construct a duplex rather than a triplex at 609 Elder Street. This is for Josh Morrison. Is Josh here this evening? Parker, is he online?
I talked to his daughter a couple hours ago, and she said that she would be here presenting, and she's not here.
Okay. Well, I'm okay with moving to item 6.2 on the agenda. We can come back to 6.1 after they arrive. So we will just jump right in as long as everyone's here for your team for 6.2 on the agenda. Okay, this is an action item, and this is the development agreement modification of ordinance 3499 at the Nampa Gateway Center for 14 parcels. I'm not going to read all the parcel. Do I have to read all the parcel numbers? Thank you. As published. Thank you. In order to revise the concept plan, schedule of land uses permitted and improvements. So the conditional use permit to allow manufacturing, compounding, processing, assembling, packaging, and treatment of fabrication of materials or goods at 1406 North Galleria Drive. And a conditional use permit to allow multifamily residential apartments in a townhouse style in a community business zoning district at 0 Stam Lane. This is for Clark Wardell, and is our applicant here? Thank you very much. Go ahead and state your name and address as we get started.
Madam Mayor, members of council, I'm Jeffrey Wardle. I am a partner in the firm Clark Wardle, and my address is 251 East Front, Boise. And we're here tonight to present to you the redevelopment plan that we have for Nampa Gateway. We appreciate the work that your staff has done with us as Gardner Company acquired this property approximately 18 months ago, recognizing that there were great opportunities for the type of redevelopment work that we've done elsewhere here in the valley. We have members of our team here tonight, but what we're going to talk about is, as you noted, there are 3 applications before you: modification of the development agreement and then 2 conditional use permits. Presently, Gardner Company owns approximately 65 acres at Nampa Gateway, and this was purchased and acquired, again, like I said, in November of 2020. As you know, this property was originally developed by DDR starting in 2005 with a series of applications that came forward as a lifestyle center. There have been significant changes in the market and in the economics associated with retail centers. And the original development agreement for this contemplated a wide variety of not just retail uses, but also office, hotel, other uses. We intend to pursue those uses, but with the development agreement in front of you, we're requesting that there be certain modifications permitting the business community uses under your zoning code. So our initial redevelopment plan will repurpose and redevelop the existing 100,000 square foot Macy's building as a technology center for House of Design that they will utilize for testing, design, and development of their products. Additionally, we will demolish certain vacant space, approximately 100,000 square feet of existing retail, to create recreational amenities in the site. We're proposing an initial phase of construction of multifamily residential units in the development, and our goal is to ultimately increase the compatibility of uses, restoring the center to vibrancy. So, as outlined, the development plan that we have set before you identifies 5 areas, 5 different pods of areas that we own within the center. We're here tonight to talk about the conditional use permit modifications for Pod 1 and Pod 5. But before you, with the development agreement modification that we have provided, it does contemplate in the future that we will be back before you with additional multifamily applications. And that will be predicated upon, 1, the ability to evaluate traffic with future traffic studies, and 2, an evaluation of the integration of uses as we go forward. There's been much made and concerns expressed that this is the end of JCPenney's in the theater. Those things are not true. We want them to be vibrant. We want them to be there. But at this location, at one of the most critical interchanges in this city, we think that the vast surface parking lots are underutilized. So, how do we do this? Well, the overall concept is to take your community business zoning and the mixed use commercial designation under your comprehensive plan and really focus on what those uses are. We have proposed modifying the development agreement so that any use that is otherwise permitted within the community business use is permitted at Nampa Gateway, with the exception of automotive sales. We think that at that interchange, there is more than enough automotive sales and don't perceive that as being something that's necessary with this area and with this center. So, in conjunction with the development agreement, we're here with 2 conditional use permits. The first for the Tech Research and Development Facility, and the second for the first phase of multifamily residential development. Now, the DA modification that we have proposed is very much focused on creating a scenario where you've approved a plan and given us the ability to go forward with the types of uses that are in demand. In 2005, when this application was first initiated in this development agreement, DDR does one thing. They do retail shopping centers. That's what they had in mind. But we know over the last 15 years since that's happened, there's been a fundamental change in retail, as evidenced by Amazon's arrival here in this community. We also know that we've seen emergence of local businesses that have come forward that we have worked with. Gardner Company was responsible for the construction and development of Digestive Health's facility, that there are healthcare uses, there are other office uses. And as we were evaluating what to do with a 100,000 square foot dead retail box, we are appreciative of the fact that House of Design saw the same opportunity there that we did, to adaptively reuse, not tear down, but create some place that is reflective of the growth of an existing Nampa business. So, with our development plan, as indicated, there are 5 pods, and we're here to talk about Pod 1 and 5 tonight. The benefits of mixed use are multiple. As you know, traffic is always a concern. So anything that we can do to not require a use to be the sole destination is good for everybody. That's part of the rationale for why mixed use should have office and retail and residential and other compatible commercial uses. Because the other thing too is that we can then address the demand for vehicles and parking by identifying compatible uses that have different demands. So, with the original development agreement in 2005, it predated the Great Recession, it predated the retail retrenchment that we've seen, and it predated the development of hundreds of thousands of square feet of additional retail in this larger community. At the same time, it did not contemplate the growth that we would see at the time in St. Alphonsus campus here. It did not contemplate the growth that we would see at CWI and the spin-off benefits that come from that. And so as we go through this, remember in 2005, a master plan for a large shopping center came forward, was approved by the city, and the city exacted significant improvements in conjunction with that. Significant roadway improvements were constructed, significant intersection, and those other elements were all built by DDR at the time. What we are proposing with the new development agreement is to not eliminate retail, but reorient it. Come up with retail uses that truly are neighborhood commercial and do not rely on large national big box retailers. Since we've acquired this, we have identified and placed in there additional local retail users, and we think that's appropriate, and we think that we're going to be able to continue to do that in the future. But this was a center that was very much developed for big box national retailers. And as you know, many of them have landed in bankruptcy, have shed locations, and we've seen it there with the loss of Sports Authority, with the loss of Macy's and others. The goal is to provide housing choice that serves an element of the community that we believe is underserved. That's why with the first phase in the eastern 7.7 acres, we're proposing 77 townhouses, a housing type that addresses the needs of young families, young professionals, and healthcare employees. We believe that there is minimal infrastructure costs and minimal impact in repurposing these, as these are already commercial uses and commercial properties that are within your city. And we're sensitive to the consequences of House Bill 389 last year, because as a result of that, greenfield development has a much greater impact and cost than rehabilitation of existing commercial development. And as we looked and reviewed the comments from the various agencies, including your police department, we believe that the modifications we're making here will increase the tax base with no appreciable consequence to the City of Nampa's budget. Now, with the new development agreement, we are proposing multifamily townhouses on the east portion of the property. This is presently zoned BC, and under the existing development agreement provides for a 40-foot setback to the east. Under the BC zone, there is no limitation on height, there is no limitation on mass, except the extent to which we can park it and meet the other code requirements. We believe that this is a much more appropriate use, placing townhouses on the eastern portion of the property to buffer the larger lot subdivision to the east. Housing is an appropriate buffer to housing. Additionally, with respect to the conditional use permit for tech development under your current code to revise and redevelop Macy's as an R&D center for House of Design, we must amend the development agreement. We must have your approval of the conditional use permit. As noted, the townhouses on the eastern edge have been constructed and proposed to be constructed in a way that provides an appropriate buffer with a 30-foot green space strip up against the 8-foot tall wall that was previously constructed. And we've oriented them in such a way that the townhouses are not oriented towards those residences to the east to address the concerns that we've heard. Now, as we talk about this, it's important to remember that we are providing a 35-foot landscape buffer. We did request a modification to the development conditions, and the Planning and Zoning Commission agreed. Currently, as noted, your BC zone permits a 0 setback. Now, there is a requirement for a 40-foot setback to certain improvements under the existing development code, but there's no limitation on height. So we could put office there, we could put a wide variety of commercial uses subject to those existing limitations. And there's a significant difference in elevation between the height of the property to the east and this pad. Now, as you know, DDR from the very beginning was required to build that fence. That CMU wall was built at the outset of the project. It was built to provide the buffer against commercial or other permitted uses from the outset. And there was discussion with the Planning and Zoning Commission about that wall. And to be honest, I wish that wall weren't there, because in my view, residential is appropriate buffer to residential. We shouldn't be segregating and separating things like that. There should be greater connectivity, but there isn't. But as we've designed and gone about this, and our design team is here, they can talk about it because we think this is an appropriate buffer. Additionally, we could build unlimited height, and Planning and Zoning Commission, I thought Commissioner Turner did an excellent job of pointing out that under the existing development, this could be office, and as long as we can park it and meet the other things, it could be quite intensive. Hence, we think that a 2-story multifamily townhouse project is the appropriate buffer to transition from those larger lot homes to the east to the existing commercial and future redevelopment and future other areas. As you know, you can see the significant change in elevation there. So those lots to the east do sit 3 to 4 feet above the lower level, and then we have an 8-foot wall. So we heard the comments, we heard the concerns. We believe that redevelopment is appropriate at this site. It is a site that has been there since 2005. It has struggled with 2 national owners to deal with the consequences of the things that we've seen. As Commissioner Turner pointed out, this is the type of development that we contemplate in our comprehensive plan here in Nampa at this interchange, and a more intensive use, a use that brings together residential, office, commercial, retail. We also note that, as Commissioner Kirkman pointed out, that when you have those types of uses, you're going to have significant development, and that's what we've seen. DDR made a significant investment in this site with significant roadway improvements, significant infrastructure improvements, significant expansion of wastewater and stormwater facilities in this area. It's there. It's a canvas that lets us move forward with something more appropriate and hopefully much more successful. To be clear, the property's already zoned BC. We're only here talking about a modification of the development agreement to allow some additional uses, including the inclusion of specific uses we're talking about tonight with the conditional use permits. The conditional use permits don't change under your existing zoning. We would have to do that regardless. And there's no impact on the existing uses. And again, as Commissioner Turner pointed out at the Planning and Zoning Commission, we are trying to figure out something that works well for the community. It's important to note that when we acquired this property in November of 2020, we spent well over a year conversing with your staff, economic development officials here in the city of Nampa to identify the best possible plan for redevelopment of the site. We agree that this is something that will work great for the community. Additionally, when we talk about the loss of retail, we are not going to put any businesses out of business. Every retail use that's already there will remain. We will reconfigure some things, but we have over 100,000 square feet of vacant space. And that'll be repurposed as a private park open to the public so that, again, it's not a burden upon the city of Nampa, but providing alternative uses and alternative activities to enliven the area. We also recognize, as Commissioner Kirkman pointed out, this has been sitting for a very, very long time. And I appreciate the vision that my client Gardner Company has for how we move forward. So, lots of concern was articulated about traffic. Now, we recognize the importance of traffic, and I direct everybody's attention to the original development plan. DDR made significant contributions in terms of right-of-way, intersection improvements, and other commitments, including cash, to the city of Nampa, which improved and developed that, contemplating a nearly 800,000 square foot retail center. What we've proposed to you will result in no net increase in traffic by the amount of repurposed real property and the elimination of 100,000 square feet of retail use. We actually will not increase traffic beyond what is already planned. As set forth in the staff report, there is no net increase in trips. We have our traffic consultant here tonight. At Planning and Zoning Commission, they ask us about future phases, and we recognize that future phases will necessitate discussions about additional traffic impact, that as we seek to make certain other modifications, there will be a traffic impact, and we're ready, willing, and able to participate in that. We recognize that out there at Stan and Happy Valley, The real issue has to do with turning movements at the intersections, and that's something that, and we appreciated staff's and the Planning and Zoning Commission raising that issue with the Highway District as well, because that's how we make the improvements there. There is an impact, but what we're proposing is no net increase beyond what we're approved for, and when we come back with future applications, there will be future traffic studies. Now, Commissioner Turner flagged the fact that when you truly create a mixed-use environment, you give people the opportunity to walk to the park, to walk to their job, to go to the store, to do those other things. We're not just talking about the first phase of multifamily. Multifamily, we believe, is an appropriate use at this location, and it's an appropriate use at this location because of its proximity to the interstate and proximity to those large employers. It avoids a lot of the problems that we have seen this body have to address with prior applications as these more intensive residential uses are proposed on the periphery. This is not an intensive residential use imposed and proposed on the periphery. This is reuse of an area designated on your comprehensive plan as being mixed use, having both residential, retail, and commercial components. So ultimately, we believe that the CUP conditional use permit approval criteria met, that there will be no adverse impact upon the neighborhood in light of the no net increase in traffic, that we are providing an attractive, workable solution to an otherwise vacant and at times lonely commercial development that has consequences of its own. So with that, we would stand for any questions that you might have. Oh, sorry, just the one other thing is with planning and zoning, we had extensive discussion about modification to a couple of conditions. We appreciate the fact they understood our requests because we've proposed a 30-foot buffer since it's a residential use as opposed to a 40-foot commercial buffer. And we've also proposed just clarification on storage because some of those buildings out there already have 4 faces that are readily visible. So it becomes an issue of screening, not prohibition on where storage can occur. And with that, we believe it's a better and broader vision, and we would encourage you to adopt the recommendation of the Planning and Zoning Commission and approve these applications. And with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you very much. Council, do you have any questions for the applicant at this time? Okay. Councilman Bauer.
So you said you're not going to kick out businesses that are there right now.
We may have to relocate some of those businesses within those areas, but there is nobody that we have a lease with that isn't going to remain there under the terms of their lease.
So you're going to honor the existing leases of those business owners that are there?
Yeah, and our leases have relocation rights in them. So if somebody is in an inline building that needs to be relocated, we may relocate them, but they will still be in that core area, in that core center.
A lot of those businesses, I'm getting word that they feel like you're lying and they're going to be kicked out. So I've heard that from multiple of them. So I'm just being blunt and
sure,
want to get your feedback on that.
You know, it's a contractual relationship, and we don't want, I mean, we've leased property to people that we want to be there, we want to be successful. To make it successful, there may be some changes that need to get done. But all of those leases have relocation rights, and we're working on the people that are there with current leases, and we're going to respect the terms of the leases that they have.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions, Councilman Haverfield?
And maybe this is a question directed to staff, but I'll ask you, the planned unit development ordinance that was approved by Planning and Zoning in 2005, did it allow a planned unit development approach for the housing at that point?
Madam Mayor, Commissioner Haverfield, that is a good question. I have always interpreted that a PUD would have been allowed for housing. A PUD was permitted as housing. Conditional use permit approvals for housing within the BC zone weren't. And we had the discussion with staff as we made this change. Do you keep it as requiring PUDs, or do we modify it just to permit it approval with conditional use permits? Mm-hmm. And the recommendation for staff was to take the approach that we modify the schedule and permit those uses with conditional use permits because they felt that it had the same degree of oversight.
I know there would have been a percent that would have been allowed to be residential,
Yes.
but this is pretty big development that we're talking about. So the housing that you're contemplating, multifamily, it's all rental housing, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So there's no individual ownership, no townhouse development?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Haverfield, as you know, under your current code, in the BC zone, only multifamily housing is permitted. And again, under your code and discussions with staff, it was determined and felt that that necessitated these all being for rent product and not for sale
Okay.
to comply with the requirements of the BC code.
Okay, that answers that question then. I think I'll hold my questions then for staff
Okay,
beyond
thank
that,
you.
but thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other questions for the?
Mayor, just a
Councilman?
question. I think Councilman Haverfield, as far as on the private ownership and private park you mentioned.
Correct.
What's the acreage on that, and what amenities do you expect?
So, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Bruner, the park is approximately 2 acres. It is located in that area right in front of the Macy's. We will demolish the 100,000 square feet of retail at the northern end of those 2 legs and build that park there over a portion of the parking lot, yes, where staff is indicating. So that's where the park would be.
And I'll follow up with, if I may, with Councilman Bauer's question. So I realize these pennies and et cetera, they all have lease agreements. Are those long-term leases, or I know you're not going to come up with just exact number of years, but are they?
Some leases out there are long-term, some leases are short-term.
Okay, because one way of, as far as having businesses leave is increasing the amount of the lease. So at this point in time, what I'm hearing from you is you're not expecting anything of that, and renegotiations will not happen until those leases are up.
Yeah, we're not going to go evict anybody, and in fact, we've added 3 new local retail uses in the last 6 months as we work through these other development applications, and we have other parties that are interested. But obviously, you know, I understand the sensitivity, but we know that there are leases in place, and we're going to respect those rights.
And Mayor, you know, I'm known to be a little outspoken, and just I'll talk to staff, and when she comes up, I am not at all in favor of rental. I realize that's what you're relaying to us as staff has reported to you, but I'm going to have real struggle voting for all rentals at this point in time without any ownership. So we'll discuss that with staff.
Yeah, and I will remind us all that any expression of your opinions, we will hold until the discussion time after the public hearing.
You know me.
I know, but we'll try to keep us in line there, and we will direct our questions to staff. Councilman Haverfield?
Just a follow-up question. I know that there's probably people here interested in knowing what the height of those 2-story units will be to the east side.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Haverfield, I've got the design people here, they can talk about it, but they are in fact only 2 stories there on the east side.
So probably 20 feet to the plate line of the second roof level, and then the pitched roof above that.
Right,
So 20 to 26.
25 to 27 feet.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
Mayor.
Oh, and just as a follow-up, I'm sorry, the embankment, how high, what's the height difference, do you know, between the properties?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Haverfield, it ranges anywhere from, you know, a couple feet at the very southern property boundary to 3 to 4 feet in places in the back. So with that wall, you know, you have from the top of the wall to the bottom of the grade, you have anywhere from, you know, 10 to 12 feet difference in elevation.
I know that there's quite a difference there, so, thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Rodriguez?
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Wardle, here back in 2005, there was the proposal that was going to be for all retail out there, and the traffic issue, I don't believe it has been addressed yet. We have 3 streets going into that area. But since then, since 2005 till now, there's still 3 streets there. And luckily, the businesses are not growing like we thought they were going to be. So you're saying net neutral on traffic, and I'm guessing that at this point, you've not noted all the traffic that's up in that area, especially on Stam and Happy Valley Robinson, Garrity. So that should take some part of your understanding that there is going to be an issue there and we need to take care of it now, not in stage 2, 3, and 4 that you're referring to. So what do you have in plan? Is there a plan?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Rodriguez, we know that any future applications are going to necessitate traffic studies, but let's not lose sight of the fact that STAM was improved with this application, and these roadways were improved with this application, and that we could develop, and just to be clear, Councilmember Rodriguez, the original development agreement did not limit it just to retail. It provided for a wide range of things under the BC zone. Certain things were prohibited, the site plan for what you see there, but a lot of the other vacant space could be developed as office and more intensive uses. So we're in agreement. We recognize the need. We recognize the fact that it's not necessarily improvements to the roadways that are needed out there, it's improvements to the intersections. And that's why, as we come forward with this application, to a certain extent, you know, DDR made a significant investment in improving those roadways, improving that intersection. And it's something I'm ultra sensitive to because our firm has represented every owner of this property since it was developed, going back to 2005. And so our firm has been responsible for every modification to the development agreement that has come before this body. So, you know, we're aware of it. We're ready, willing, and able to participate as we go forward. We just purposefully sized the development applications that we're requesting for you today to be in such a manner that it doesn't increase the traffic beyond what was approved in 2005 with this application. And we're sensitive to the changes that have happened out there, but the changes that have happened out there haven't been because of this development, they've been because of other developments. So it is something that needs to be addressed out in the larger area. And again, we look at it and we recognize that we'll be back in front of you with future applications that will necessitate our participation in intersection improvements at several locations out there along STAM. We think it's appropriate. We'll be here for that. But again, we're coming to you with an application where we're repurposing 100,000 square feet of retail and eliminating 100,000 square feet of retail.
Well, that's not my point, though. My point is the traffic. So you've answered that, so I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Mayor, can I just have one follow-up question?
Yes.
Looking at Area 1, that's where Macy's old building was. Is that Area 1's Joyce, is it just going to be for that use?
No.
Okay, will there be housing involved with that portion as well?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Haverfield, in what is designated as Area 1, there will be no housing applications in Area 1. As you know, there's a significant elevation change between that, and Gardner Company acquired the other pads that are there, so we own everything that's inside the loop. And as we look at that, we're contemplating hotel and office uses.
And that's what I had seen down in the lower section before. So that will stay commercial.
Correct.
So Area 5 then, that you're talking about, that wraps around to the east side, a portion of it wraps underneath Area 1 as well. So is that contemplated being housing
No.
in that whole area?
The portion that's under where staff is highlighting, that's going to be the park. The 7.7 acre vacant piece on the east is going to be townhouses. And then we will come back with a conditional use permit for additional housing types there east of Macy's and west of the townhouses.
Okay, so before us this evening is a decision just for areas 1 and 5?
Correct. That's where the CUs are focused on tonight, plus the modification to the development agreement.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions at this time? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
And you know the process, that we will have you back.
I don't.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, Christy, staff report.
Thank
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This is a big one to cover tonight, so I'll try to make it brief and hit the highlights that he did not cover. The action requested from you tonight is the development agreement modification and 2 conditional use permits. In February, P&Z did recommend approval of all, with some changes to conditions, which he outlined for you tonight. Those minutes are included in your staff report. So these are the applicable regulations. Development agreements are technically a contract between you and the applicant. And so those conditions can be negotiated. Then you have conditional use permit criteria that you must outline in your findings if you just choose to approve or deny. The analysis of transportation is fairly lengthy, and I think that he went over it fairly well, and indicated that they would be required to do traffic impact studies as the project progresses through the phases. So on this, they did a comparison of the build out of the commercial spaces that have been proposed, and then they did a comparison of the multifamily. It does show a decrease of 3,845 daily trips. And you've heard us say before that commercial does generate more traffic than multifamily, so that follows that philosophy. This is the same bubble plan that he was showing you earlier, just outlining the different phases of the project. So the public input we received some comments from the neighbors outlining traffic congestion, high-rise apartments, low-income housing, that it's not compatible with the larger properties, light and noise pollution, the dropping of home values, and the building easements. We did receive support letters from the Nampa Chamber of Commerce, the Nampa School District, St. Alphonsus Medical Center, CWI, and WinCo. And we received the standard comments from Building Department, Fire, Police, and Engineering. So the future land use is community mixed use. This project employs all of the uses that we have in our schedule of uses. We will require 3 items in the development agreement to be changed: the legal description that identifies the new portion, a new conceptual plan layout, which would be that bubble plan that you saw, and a new list of approved or conditionally approved uses that follows the uses in our 10.3.2, with the removal of auto dealerships in that location. That's the one piece that we would request be removed, and they have indicated that they agree with that. Also, to Councilman Haverfield's point, uses were outlined previously. A planned unit development was an allowed use on that previous list. We have since taken planned unit developments out of our list because it's technically an approved use everywhere. It's not really a use, it's more of a review process. So we've actually taken it off the list, so it still technically would be something that they could apply for if that was the direction that they wanted to go. Single-family homes are not allowed in the BC zone, so single-family homes for purchase are not allowed. Multifamily for rent is the only residential use that would be allowed in a BC zone because of its commercial
Mayor, just while she's
designation.
on that topic, may I ask a quick question? So what zoning would be allowed when a mixed use like that were having single family?
The next one would probably be RP, residential professional. You could have single-family homes.
Potentially feasible to zone it such if
Yeah,
if
it would fit
requested.
in the mixed-use designation, yes.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, you're welcome. Okay, so in regards to the CUP for the tech R&D for House of Design, in 10.3.2, manufacturing, assembly, or packaging of products does require a conditional use permit. The previous development agreement prohibited that type of use. Therefore, part of what we're trying to establish here is that new set of uses. And that is outlined in your staff report. And then the CUP for multifamily, same idea behind that. The multifamily dwellings up to 3 stories, which these are not, does require a conditional use permit. The original development agreement, as stated, didn't call out multifamily specifically. It talked about residential uses, but didn't say multifamily. He talked to you about the multifamily concepts, the fact that they are oriented on the small side of the building. They're not oriented on the full frontage of the building, so they tried to limit the impact of the window on that side. It's 77 units with an alley-loaded 2-story townhouse-style product that would be in configurations from 6 to 3 units in any given structure. So the recommended conditions of approval are outlined in your packet. With the changes as recommended by the Planning and Zoning Commission to item number 3 and item number 12 in regards to that decreased setback on the residential side on the east and the storage units being screened from view. So if you choose to approve all 3 at once, there is a motion in your packet that outlines that for you. Little typo, it says I recommend approval. It should say I approve or I deny. I forgot to take that piece out in your staff report. If you want to discuss each of them separately, I've also outlined each of those motions for you independently. So I will stand for any questions.
Council, do you have questions for staff at this time?
Wait till after public comment.
Okay.
All right.
Looks like we'll move into public
you.
hearing. Okay, this is a public hearing, and we do have a few people signed up to testify this evening. The first person that we have signed up is
Ronald Denton?
Ronald. As you come forward, and for the others, you will have 3 minutes each to share. Please share your name and your address, and good evening.
It's kind of hard when you get that much time. We only get 3 minutes, but
I know.
I understand. That's why I had provided to the council a 3-page letter that was 7 pages. My daughter graciously condensed it for you. My name is Ronald Denton. I live at 1225 somewhere. Autumn Wind Drive, sorry, I apologize, I'm very nervous. This proposal is simply just wrong for the area. As you know, there was a proposal to change the zoning here a while back for that section of property, the 77 acres. But since the commission back then denied that zoning, the sale of that property fell through. So in that thinking process, now you have a new owner coming in, DER. They purchased a business center, okay, for businesses. Why are they not required to develop it for businesses? They're trying to find a way by use of conditional, in my opinion, by use of conditional use permit to undermine zoning. If they're allowed to build the townhouses, and then he didn't mention that the housing types that he wants to build in the parking lot are going to be apartments, and then the other apartments, up to about 700 apartments, I think is on one of the screens. In order to do this, they're going to have to tear down the center. No ifs, ands, or buts. The theater will be the first thing to go. That's the only entertainment we've got. I worked for the theater for several years. I was one of the first employees they hired. The theater does not own their building. They don't even lease their building. They're paid to manage the theater by the center. I know this. I worked there for years. The only reason I'm still not working there is because me and my wife are raising 4 of our grandkids. If this is allowed, the theater will be the next to go. Because all they got to do is just not renew the agreement. They don't need anybody to manage it. Thus, it becomes vacant, tear it down. I attempted to contact JCPenney's to find out, how many years was left on their lease, but they wouldn't comment. But they said that now that COVID is over with, they're very pleased to be there and hope to be there for years to come. They're very proud to be there. Me and my family, we get the kids up, 1, 3, 4, and 7, put them in the wagon and go over and watch a movie. We won't have that opportunity if this is done. Outside investors, out-of-state investors who have no lifestyle interest in Nampa. Some of the local investors do live in Idaho, in Boise, but not in Nampa. Nampa's done some great things. Please don't allow them to ruin this. When I first moved here in late 1900, the pitch was, don't live in Nampa or Caldwell. So I lived in Eagle. Me and my wife moved from Eagle into Nampa, and I'm very proud to live in Nampa. They all made great improvements and strides in the lifestyle environment that we seek. This business center here was ideal. It's not been developed for businesses. If you would develop the remaining property for businesses, businesses will come, okay? I've even got an idea for the mound of dirt back there. It's in my, the amount of dirt reasoning is in the letter. But build a building right next to it, put an outdoor adventure center, put a snow machine on top of it, you got an instant training facility for skiers. During the summer, cut in an S shape, you got a mountain bike training. Time's up.
Thank you very much. The next person signed up is
Dave Victor?
Beater. Mayor Beater, welcome.
Mayor and council members, my name is Dave Beater. I work for Gardner Company, 8th and Main in Boise. I spent 16 years on your side of the days, and this is only my second time on this side, so I'd ask you to please be kind, if you will. Mr. Wardle took a specific look at this application and an important piece of this. I want to step back and take a more general and a higher level look. Obviously, I don't know what it's like to serve in the city of Nampa. You all are elected because you do know that, and you think long and hard and deeply about the city of Nampa, both now and in the future. But let me tell you one thing that I think is the same for any elected official all across the country, and that is what kept me up at night and keeps many of us up at night is the prospect of a derelict mall. You can go online, and there are whole websites dedicated to eerie pictures of empty and decomposing malls. And they are havens for the kind of activity that you don't want. Already in the back part of the center, there's activity that you're not going to want to see, the neighbors don't want to see happen. The alternative to that is reinvestment in this area. And that's what we're offering. These are fragile type situations. They can turn quickly. This is a newer mall, but retail, as has been noted, has changed dramatically. And what's offered here is not just redevelopment, but it's in an area with open space and infrastructure that's already placed in there. I don't need to tell all of you, but it's so important in these times that you reinvest in areas that already have the infrastructure. Not only does that repurpose an important area, but it also provides an important tax base for the services you're going to need in the future. And as Mr. Wardle indicated, almost no new services are required of the area. I want to speak briefly to some of the neighbors' comments. We met with the neighbors on two different instances for a couple hours each. And after the first one, we took it back and changed the residential to the east closest to them dramatically. As was noted by staff, the first thing we did, we lowered the number of units, but then rather than face the units either towards the subdivision, we oriented the buildings to face each other to cut down on any sight lines and any problems that might go along with that. On top of that, and I guess in conclusion, we have, when you're looking at the public comments on this, take all the public's comments. Certainly the neighbors' comments are important. But you have the chamber, St. Al's, Winco, the school district, all these different public and private groups are in favor of this. They're in favor of the mix of uses because they need their employees to have a place to live. So for all those reasons, and as Mr. Wardle indicated, we agree with the Planning and Zoning Commission and grant these applications. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Kendra Hoopy?
It's Kendra Hooper, live at 6120 Airport Road in Nampa, not too far from there. I wrote a whole bunch of stuff down and then kept writing things while they were talking. Ultimately, there's been so many townhouses and apartments going in that area. So the fact that they say it's an underserved demographic should not actually come to play, because there's a lot, and there's more going in, and they're squishing them in so tight that the townhouses right across the street from where they want to build this, they have a one-car garage, and in order to back out, they can't back out into the road. They'll have to back out into their neighbor's driveway and back out. So if there's a car parked in that driveway, they're not going to be able to get out of their townhouse. And so the issue is they're packing in people so tight. I've lived on Oahu, and I've worked all throughout major cities in the US, and let me tell you, so we need to learn from their mistakes. We need to learn from what happened in California. They started to require builders who were doing things like this to have less residential square footage and more green space because of things like this. It takes a toll on our resources, our water. They're going to be demoing already buildings that they built, and it's going to fill our landfill. And I don't believe that it's not going to negatively impact our traffic in the area. Ultimately, the residents surrounding that would be negatively impacted because of someone's bad business decisions. It's not our fault that they have not developed that appropriately. I own my own business. If I make a bad business decision, I don't get to impact everybody else. I have to deal with what I did. And they just bought that knowing what it was like. They should not be having a multifamily. I know that that's the only thing that it's zoned for, but I mean, when you think about it, apartments and people like that, they are not committed to the community. And this community has had people there 10, 20, 30 plus years. And they are committed, and they have spent decades there. And these people who are coming in with apartments, growth is great, but it's starting to get to be out of control. And we need to have some type of control because it's impacting negatively. Yes, they may have widened Stam a hair and added a sidewalk, but that's not enough. Area 1, great, put a hotel there, something like that, that's great. But there should not be multifamilies packed in there. The neighborhood right behind that, I have a lot of friends that live there. It is a very nice neighborhood, and it will go down. They will have families there. Let's see here. And basically, I also don't agree that the businesses that are currently there are not going to be impacted. How do they know that to impact all of this, their rent's not going to be raised when the lease comes to pass? And they're going to raise it, they're not going to be able to make the rent, and then they're going to be kicked out. So thank you so much for your time.
Excuse me, Jeff, you were listed, and I'm assuming that there wasn't anyone in your place, okay. So that concludes the number of people that we have that have signed up to testify. Thank you. So were you hoping to testify this evening? Okay. Well, you are welcome too. So that was the next step, was to ask was there anyone that had intended to testify that did not get signed up? Would that be you? Thank you. Okay, so go ahead and come forward one at a time and give us your name and your address. And thank you, you have the same 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Good evening.
So my name is Shane Dietrich, 3850 East Kingsgate Drive here in Nampa. Been here for 18 years, co-founder of House of Design. So we are the company that is moving into the Macy's building. We started here in Nampa. We started at the SBDC. We had 250 square feet in the SBDC, and we have grown to, well, this building and another building that we're staying here in Nampa. So we're bringing over 100 people. Well, we grew the company from 2 people to over 100 people now in Nampa. I know that there are concerns for what Gardner Company is proposing here. For us, it's very important that the Macy's building gets rezoned so that we can occupy it. We all know that we've driven past that building for many years and it's been empty. I've driven past it many times and it's been empty, and I never thought my business would actually be able to move into that facility. And it's a really great facility for us. It actually is making us more of a corporate center, if you will, where the Gardner Company is. Imagine moving your business into a place that I do believe that the movie theater is going to stay. I believe that they have full intent that it's going to stay. I do believe that they're going to have restaurants in there. And we're bringing our employees into this area to be able to use those resources that are there. So it's really exciting for us. I even will say that our business, and especially the R&D aspect of our business, we're all engineers. So we do have manufacturing, we do have assembly techs, we obviously administration and all of that, but the vast majority of the employees that we have at House of Design are engineers. And we fully intend that the housing units that are proposed here will also be used for our employees, and it's also a way to be able to help attract new talent for our business as well. So I think it's a very important part for our business to be able to have these housing units there. And also, I think that the overall idea that Gardner Company has come up with for this is really exciting for us. So again, thanks for your time. Just want you guys to know that it's really, really important for House of Design to be able to have this facility and to actually keep growing here in Nampa. And we brought in a tremendous amount into the city, and we intend to keep doing that and to keep growing. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Shane. Appreciate you stepping forward. Good evening.
Dan Wright, 4866 North Maidstone Place, Boise, sorry. Yeah, just also with House of Design and Leadership. So I hope you guys have been by there and seen a little bit that we've done as much to restrain ourselves, but we have invested already a couple $1 million. It's at risk for this project because we see so much opportunity here for our business. We're busting at the seams with where we're at. You know, this is 100,000 square feet. We've got another 120,000 square feet facility that will be here in the next 30 days being presented to you guys. We're attracting talent from all over the nation, highly paid engineers, skilled engineers, business people. So we're bringing top talent, and they're looking for places to live here. We see this center as why we kind of like it is because, well, first of all, it's a large enough facility for us to do the things that we need to do. It's going to be technology. We want it to be visible from the freeway. This is a major intersection. So for us, we want the visibility. We want people to see this as an attractive area to be. So part of the housing, for us, we think that people have the opportunity to live, work, and play there. We envision we'll have a couple of units that we will rent also for people. We have people coming in and they can stay there rather than doing the hotels, et cetera. And I just want to say that the housing, we want it to be quality housing too. So, I mean, if there's anything, let's focus on the quality of that housing that goes in there because it is part of the use that is needed in the community. But let's just focus maybe on the quality. So once again, we can't emphasize enough what House of Design needs as far as this facility. We do need this project to go through. We've got invested. We're ready to invest more in the community. And that's it.
Thank you, Dan. Is there anyone else this evening that had intended to testify that did not get signed up? Yes. Okay, go ahead and come forward. Thank you. State your name and address.
My name is Jeremiah Long. I live at 104 Arabian Way, which is a bit outside the city limits, but not by much. So it seems like the big issue here for people who have commented is Zone 1. Great, rezone it. The rest of it, I don't know how many of you live in that area and drive Stam and Happy Valley and around that on a daily basis. The city made a huge error in calculating the amount of traffic that goes through that mile to a mile and a half. How many of you have driven around Amazon between the hours of 4 p.m. and 7 p.m.? I get stuck in that on a daily basis because of the traffic. And for them to say that there's going to be no impact on the traffic, they're out to lunch. We have a former mayor from the city of Boise who's commenting, who is paid by the Gardner Group. That's not necessarily a great thing. I lived in the city of Boise my whole life until I got married. Went through the previous mayor to Mayor Beater, and I can't necessarily agree with everything that Mayor Beater did in the city of Boise. Him endorsing this particular thing It's not good for Nampa, not in the slightest. No engineer is going to want to live in an apartment for an extended period of time. They're not invested in the community. That's the biggest problem. As the super said, they're not invested. We want people who are invested in the community. We want businesses, small businesses, to be invested in the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that had intended to testify this evening that had not? Yes.
Good evening. My name's Christy Aragón Stewart, and I live across the street from the development, 5305 Stam. And I just had a couple of comments. They talked about how the businesses didn't succeed. We personally know someone who had looked at opening with the previous owners, opening a business at that location. And he found out that the rent that they were charging there was the same as what they're charging on Eagle Road, which is like really top retail dollar. So of course they're not going to fill those with businesses. If you're charging an outlandish amount of money, nobody's going to want to move in. We live right across the street. I drive that daily. I work at St. Al's in Boise. I'm peak times 8 to 5. Traffic is a problem. And you add 77 townhomes, even if all of those only had one driver, that's 77 additional cars minimum coming in and out of there. And then they're talking about 186 apartment complex going in at the same time. If you approve this, that's included in that. It's in that blue area. So another 186, again, if you only have one driver, which you know that there's going to be more than that, you're looking at an insanely large amount of traffic. And he said himself, right now, they're not improving any of the roads. Future, if they want to continue to add, then they'll look at adding and improving the roads. But right now, with 260 some additional housing, they are not planning to do anything. I encourage everyone to drive that. They all live in Boise, so they really don't know. They don't drive it on a daily basis, but I encourage you, go out there a couple times between those peak hours and drive that intersection. Garrity, Happy Valley, Stam, it's not pleasant. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I saw a hand at the back of someone else intending to testify. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor. I'm TJ Winger with Babcock Design, 800 West Main, Boise. I just wanted to talk a few comments about the residential and single family. We did do some studies on that, and looking at the minimum lot size for residential, you'd probably be looking at about 30 backyards facing that residential that exists there on the east. And so we tried to design appropriately to minimize the impact of those, because that's a genuine concern. If I was to live there, I'd be nervous about the backyards as well and the experience. The other thing that I have a slight history in for 20 years is designing retail centers. And people want to go to retail centers that are pleasing. And this retail center is not really pleasing. And we designed a lot of competition to this as this was being designed. And they maximized, you can see how much landscape there is, which is like zero. And so it's just, and the architecture it's not an aesthetically pleasing place to be. And so it's dark, it's dormant. My client is very invested in retail centers, and they understand that we need to increase the aesthetic there to get tenants to want to be there. So the place isn't dark. And it's, unfortunately, the original developer was overzealous on how much retail they thought they could get in there, and that's why it's been this way for so long. We need to right-size the retail and commercial component of this project. It's overscaled for the community. It is going to struggle for many, many years and be dark for many years if something's not done to revitalize it. The balance is just off. There's too much, the market demand isn't there to fill it. And the rents, if it could rent, the owner would rent it. And they would love to have a profit in that project. That's a marketable project. But the unfortunate thing is that it's just off balance right now. So resizing it is, I think, very valuable and will energize the community, activate the community. And that's some stuff that I'd like to share from the design side. Thank you.
Mayor, I
Appreciate
have a
your
question.
testimony. Yes.
Mr. Winger?
Yes.
Maybe you can answer the question.
Yeah.
Housing market vacancy rates, do you know what we are, there's so much demand. We're seeing every council meeting, more and more
Yeah.
projects coming before us, varying from homeownership to rental, multifamily.
Yeah.
There must be something out there demographically that you're looking at or your clients are looking at.
You
That
bet.
tells you what the demand is and what the supply is available to meet the demand. Do you
Yeah.
have any insight?
I'm not the expert on it, but we do meet weekly with experts that are on that. But to share high-level information, what I hear in those meetings are that with construction costs and the market the way it is, single-family is very unaffordable. And so it's interesting. I remember 20 years ago doing my master's project, I wanted to do a project that helped homelessness and solve homelessness. And my panel of about this many instructors sat to me and said, when are you going to stop making people be like you? When are you going to accept people as a class and provide a project that is for that class and help them be rewarded with what they can do? And I thought a lot about that comment, and I think that relates really to our time right now, where we have a dynamic in our society where people can't afford single-family homes. Many of us are probably very fortunate to be in that position, and maybe we just were born at the right time, and we can afford that, or we bought in at the right time, and now we probably couldn't afford to buy our own homes. There's a market out there and a world out there that is what it is. And so we kind of have the responsibility to design something for that class. And so as we meet with our clients and we meet with industry leaders in the market that say, here's what people can afford, here's what people can do, how do we meet that person where they're at? What product can we generate that meets society where it's at right now? And so that's what our client is trying to do, is to provide a product that meets society where it's at.
Yeah.
It's a very large subject.
Yeah, and I appreciate it as
Yeah.
well. But I'm kind of getting mixed messages now. We're talking about a little higher value housing potential, and then you're talking affordable housing as well. So what is it?
Maybe I'm not tracking you. So affordable housing was part of my master's project way back when
So
I
you're
got.
not talking affordable housing?
No.
as-
That was me getting educated. So I misspoke, sorry.
Okay.
Commissioner. I got educated on the concept of providing a product that was for a certain, to meet public and meet a class of people. I'm not saying this is an affordable housing project. That was me getting educated in my mind right.
Okay.
Because I had a mindset of, I need to build something and help people become like me. Everybody should have a single-family home. Everybody should have a white picket fence and 2.2 kids and all this stuff. That's not where we're at today.
Sure, that's our desire as well as a council, is to see home ownership, because that's value that
Yeah.
everyone can appreciate.
Yeah.
I just wanted to get the clarification. 'cause
Yeah, I misspoke there, sorry. I misspoke, wasn't clear enough on my.
Thank you.
Mayor, before he sits down, and this may be a question for Mr. Wardle, have you been in a discussion as far as what we're expecting this multifamily, what the
Sorry, he just coughed. Can you say that one more?
Yeah, what the rent expectation is, the price for consumer?
I'd probably let the owner speak to that.
I'll talk to Mr. Wardle. Can speak
Yeah,
to
I've
that
heard
as
some
far as-
ranges, but I should let the owner.
You're
speak.
designing it though, so I
I'm
thought maybe
designing
we
it,
have an
yeah.
idea what you're recommending to them.
Yeah, definitely.
What are you recommending to them?
I'm not sure of the money on the townhomes, they can speak to that. On the apartment products, we're seeing ranges from I'm going to say it wrong. I probably shouldn't say. 1,100 to 1,400 or something like that. I can't remember the exact numbers.
These are two-bedroom or different bedrooms?
There's mixes from 1 bedroom to 2 bedroom to 3 bedroom. Yeah.
Thanks.
You bet, my pleasure.
Is there anyone else that had intended to testify that had not gotten? Thank you, sir. Go ahead and come forward. Thank you for stating your name and address.
My name is Ray Booz. I live at 2017 South Secretariat here in Nampa, about a 1-year resident. And I really came to speak on item 6.4, but this touches so much of what I see coming from California and seeing what's going on here. I really predict such a gridlock at Stam and Happy Valley. If you get off on Garrity right now, going to Flamingo and to hit Happy Valley, we've got all these townhomes being built right on the, what would be the southeast corner of that intersection right now. And not to belabor this thing, but the traffic would be, you need to do it before the developments. Don't wait down the line 4, 5 projects later. Do it now. If you don't build the roads now, you're going to be closed in. You won't have room. You won't be able to do it. That's about it on that.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else this evening that had intended to testify that has not had the opportunity to do so? Okay, seeing none. I would like to, before we have our applicant come back, there has been considerable discussion this evening on traffic. And so I'm not sure if Jeff or if Daniel, who wants to come forward, but I'm going to ask you to speak to traffic, the traffic studies, the traffic. We also have, and Jeff, maybe you can speak to this, our intelligent transportation system that is going to be managing the signals that is not in place today, the plans for traffic at that intersection, and where we are, just so the council is aware of where we are regarding traffic.
So, Mayor, I'll speak to the traffic study that was done, and then I can turn it over to Jeff, and he can talk about the projects that are in the works in that area in conjunction with the state.
Thank you.
So the traffic studies that have been completed by the applicant, the original developer completed a traffic impact study for the Gateway development and implemented the required improvements that traffic study identified. Obviously, it's been a number of years since that, and with the change of uses that they are proposing, we required them to look at that traffic impact study and look at the difference in the generated trips between the uses that could go in today without any legislative action by council or planning and zoning. They would just need a building permit and be able to construct and occupy those buildings. So the traffic that could be generated by a fully built out center, which was approved back when the original construction happened, versus what is the traffic that could be generated by the new proposal. And so based on those two scenarios, the current proposal that they are proposing generates less traffic than the proposal that is already approved and ensconced within the existing development agreement. And so that, as we look at that from a development standpoint, they have approvals and are entitled to construction of the existing development agreement proposal. So the number of square footage building that has that certain traffic generation. The proposal that they're proposing now has a lower traffic generation than the existing fully commercial proposal or approvals that are in place today.
Daniel, thank you. I think that's extremely important, especially for our citizens here, to really understand the process. When we're making decisions tonight, it's important, one, that council understands the process of what Daniel just shared. Does anyone have any questions before we have Jeff come up and talk about what is planned in that area?
That's exactly what I was going to ask, so thank you for the response.
Thank you, Daniel. I appreciate it. Jeff, could you give us an idea of what you have planned in that area to mitigate traffic? And then we could also touch on the longer-term Highway 16 traffic, because a lot of this traffic being generated is not coming from that area, right?
Mayor, City Council.
Thank you.
So we currently have a project which we've titled the Winco Block Project, which is looking at the off-ramps I-84 on Garrity, at Garrity Flamingo, Garrity Stam, Happy Valley Stam, and Happy Valley Flamingo, all that Winco Block area. So a concept design is underway. They've done some planning prior to this. So we're looking at most likely around a $5 million project to improve all those signalized intersections. It's a partnership with ITD. ITD has it programmed in FY '27. So part of our goal is to get the design to a place where we can agree on what improvements need to be made, coordinate with ITD and move that up as soon as we can. Long-term, we're looking at a State Highway 16 connection. The Garrity interchange is at capacity, and they said that would be a $50 million improvement if they were to replace the interchange. So taking pressure off Garrity, we would put another on-ramp, off-ramp at State Highway 16, which is to the east. That is a good long-term reliever of traffic pressure, but most likely we're talking about at least 7 to 10 years out, hopefully sooner, but that is longer term. Mayor also mentioned our intelligent transportation system, which we're launching here in the next year. So that will help to coordinate and time the signals in that area. We just actually did a signal coordination and timing plan that was completed last year. We saw 10% improvement, but at peak times, when the say the off-ramp at I-84 is maxed, it sends traffic off of the freeway and it changes our timing plan. So during the day, you'll see a lot of improvement, but at peak time, that interchange is at capacity, which is one of the projects we're working on with ITD to improve that. So, and if you have any more specific questions, I'll try to answer those.
Councilman Haverfield.
Just a quick one. You mentioned a connection with the Highway 16 realignment that's coming forward. Are you talking about south of the interstate that we would be participating in? So that would be a full access on both sides.
Correct. So the existing project that's starting construction next year will go north. Right. And south, we are working on an environmental study right now, and then we'll look at a south connection. Once that south connection is in, you'll be able to go east on Stam and connect to State Highway 16 interchange and go east or west on I-84 from there and bypass Garrity. A lot of regional traffic goes exits off Garrity and hits Happy Valley and goes to the south. It's a regional connection, so everybody has to funnel through that odd twist. With 16, they will have a straight south connection, and a lot of those people will bypass that.
So that, again, for years, that was always a consideration of a bypass around the city core that never has yet had any fruition. This would be that bypass on the east side of Nampa then. For a lot of different things, beat trucks, now Amazon traffic and that sort of stuff. So, thank you.
So I guess the reason I've had them come is that we have both short-term and longer-term plans in place that we are currently working on to mitigate traffic. Just so people know that, I think it's important to understand that there are good plans in place. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you.
So, Jeff, our attitude is that growth pays for itself. However, in that general area of Stam and Happy Valley, Galeria, Garrity, has growth paid for that, or has the people of the Nampa, Idaho have paid for that? And
Mayor and City.
A follow-up to that when you get done.
Okay, and City and Councilman Rodriguez. So that Winco Block project that I referred to is on our impact fee list. So a portion of that is growth, paying for growth. It'll fund 50% of that according to our impact fees and the statutes. And I might also add, it's part of that South 16 connection will be paid through impact fees also.
Okay, so that's going to be involving Robinson Road then as well.
Yeah, the State Highway 16 will connect to Robinson and also McDermott.
Okay.
And head south,
So,
yeah.
so would you say that this project is pretty much just using as-is roads for right now and not expending any more money than they have to save money on traffic?
Well, they will be contributing impact fees to the streets just as anyone else would. With everything that's being built, they will be paying impact fees.
Yeah. And thank you, Mayor. So besides that, in any of these development agreements, is there something else that they can do to mitigate the issue of traffic?
Can I let
Yeah.
Daniel answer the development?
I forgot about that, Mayor. Thank you.
That's fine. And also, I think it was stated earlier as part, and the applicant has the opportunity to come back and respond to all of this. But one of the things that they stated earlier is that they will be contributing to the signals and to the intersections and the timing as they continue to build out.
Yes.
And they've already anticipated that
Yes.
contribution.
So, Mayor, Councilman Rodriguez, it goes back to the traffic impact study that was completed with the original development. That entitlement that they received when that went in entitled them to build what is in that original development agreement. The way that we typically look at that as we review a modification proposal is that they have an entitlement for, on the traffic side, to generate X amount of traffic. With this proposal, they are generating less traffic than that, so they are not required to add any mitigation measures based on the standard practice and policies of the city. If and when they come back for any additional modifications or additional units within that, they will have to update that study. And if that triggers an increase in traffic volumes from the original approvals, then they would have mitigation measures that they would have to directly fund to mitigate that. Under the current proposal, though, there are no mitigation projects that they are required to undertake beyond just their standard impact fees that will help fund the construction of the projects around that area and other places within the city.
And that's exactly what I was getting at, is that it's a 2005 study. It's now 2021 and population has grown 80% out there. So I'm glad you said that. So that was what I was trying to find out. All right, thank you.
That is correct. It has grown, and that growth is obviously attributed to this project and other projects throughout the city.
Thank you, Danny.
Do we have any other questions for staff regarding traffic before we let them go? At this time, we don't. Thank you so much. Okay, so the next part of our public hearing process following public testimony is for the applicant to have the opportunity to come back and provide some response to the comments that they've heard this evening.
Madam Mayor, council members, again, Jeffrey Wardle. My address is 251 East Front. I would like to point out in Boise, that my great-grandmother emigrated from Denmark to Nampa, where she died. That my grandfather was a bicycle delivery messenger boy here in Nampa. That Gardner Company has invested significantly in Canyon County throughout the years. You know that, but many of the new arrivals don't. They don't know the commitment that we have to this community. And I'm grateful to have clients who can invest in the communities that I've known my entire life. Now, we've had several questions that I do want to answer, and I think you've highlighted and hit the key issues, but I want to just jump back to several of the questions that were raised. As to Councilmember Haverfield's question, yes, I confirmed that we're talking 27 feet in height to the tops of those roofs. So it's well in line with what a typical residential use would be in residential design. The question was posed, what are current vacancies? And we understand. In fact, I had my summer intern spend this summer going through your prior hearings on multifamily development in this city because of the concerns that we know you have, so that we could identify them in other applications. And she reviewed and evaluated and came back to me with a list of things to take into consideration as we worked on applications. But end of fourth quarter 2021, the multifamily vacancy rate in Canyon County was under 2%. It was approximately 1.2%, which actually is up a little bit because at the end of 2020, it was approximately 0.6%. So we've had historically low levels of vacancy. And the result of that is it drives rents. And as we look at this, I understand the concerns and I understand Councilmember Bruner's statement because I do read the transcripts. We do go back and watch and evaluate these things. And to more articulately state what our architect did, the reality is that we need a variety of housing types. Single-family residential is the ideal, and you have lots of applications for that. You've also had a lot of multifamily applications in places that are inappropriate. It is inappropriate to put multifamily out on the periphery. It is inappropriate to put multifamily far away from services. It is inappropriate to put multifamily in places where it doesn't have the types of buffers and other things that allow it to work. Multifamily is totally appropriate at this site. The original development agreement contemplated, as Councilmember Haverfield pointed out, that it could have been done via a PUD, and that's why we had the discussion with staff. As to Councilmember Bruner's questioning about owner occupancy, it certainly is something that could be explored there on that eastern portion with an RP zone, and that's part of the reason that we came forward with a townhouse product there, because that is a product that you can turn into owner occupied at some point in the future. The struggle, however, with any alternative type of residential development is really threefold. One, it's got to be a product that we can get you to approve. Two, it has to be a product for which individuals purchasing it can actually purchase. And three, it has to be a product that is generally financeable in the markets. And I would hope that we encourage lots of different kinds of housing, not just single-family detached housing on 8,000 square foot lots, because that exacerbates the problems that we've heard. As for traffic, we have been hypersensitive to it, but I would point out, for all the concerns that you've heard of individuals about traffic, millions of dollars were committed up front on this project in 2005, 2006 to mitigate future traffic impact. That's been done. As the mayor pointed out, we will be paying impact fees as we modify and come in with new applications and new development. For buildings that aren't built, we're gonna have to pay impact fees. We're hypersensitive to these things. And as Councilmember Rodriguez noted, there has been a lot of growth. But this is a project that we are here before you tonight because what was contemplated in 2005 is not working today. This is a project where we have come forward with conditional use permits that are intended to fit within the confines of what was built, what was approved, and within those original traffic studies. We're ready, willing, and able. This is a long-term process for us. We'll be back here in front of you on other applications in the future, and we know that that will necessitate additional improvements. We are incredibly appreciative of your staff and the efforts that they have made to address and articulate and be out front of these things. But the solution is investing where you've already made the investment. So with that, we would respectfully request that you approve the modification to the development agreement and that you would approve the conditional use permit for the reuse of Macy's for House of Design's facility, and that you would approve the conditional use permit permitting 77 townhouses to be constructed on the eastern 7.7 acres. I have other people here that can answer any question that you have if you have them. We have our traffic consultant from Kittleson. We have our design team. We have the ownership group. But we believe that this is an appropriate first step in revitalizing an important part of this community. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr.
Councilman.
Wardle, just make sure that we're talking the same thing. You're talking townhouses along the eastern side?
Correct.
The difference between a townhouse and a townhome is individual ownership versus.
They are townhouse-styled multifamily uses because, as your staff indicated, this is within the BC zone and does not allow individual ownership.
So that's, again, it's semantics.
Right.
It
You-
lists townhouses. so
We
that's-
understand it, but it's a townhouse-style multifamily product, but it could be owner-occupied in the future.
If
It would
we-
require a rezone and plat.
Away from BC to, and you said RP
I believe staff said RP.
or RD?
Residential professional.
Okay. All right, but that's not what's being asked
That
of
is
us
not.
this evening.
And to clarify, the only CU in front of you tonight is for those 77 units. We have laid out a plan and the traffic includes an additional design, but that'll be a future conditional use permit, separate application, just
So-
the 77 townhouse-style multifamily units.
So again, for clarity, the development agreement modification request, it lists 14 parcels. Are there 14 parcels in that yellow area?
There are 14 parcels within that overall colored area.
So the request for development agreement modification to allow the conditional use of manufacturing compounding, I thought that was only going to be in area one, but there might be other areas that would have.
Well, it's for a specific use, and so the specific use is tied to that specific building. So you have an amendment to the development agreement, which will modify, as staff indicated, there'll be 3 exhibits that are modified in the development agreement. We're going to modify the overall site plan, we're going to modify the schedule of uses, and we're going to modify those conditions of approval. The CU that you're approving tonight for the industrial use is tied to the Macy's building and is only a modification for that. And the CU for the multifamily is the 7.7 acre parcel on the east. You're not giving us carte blanche for anything else.
But in the area that was yellow a minute ago, there are other pads there that potentially could be hotel.
Yes. Yes.
Healthcare, there's different uses.
So as staff has up there, everything that is north of the Macy's building and is not a parking lot, there are 5 or 6 parcels there that will be a mixture of retail, office, other commercial uses, hotel.
Okay, that's where I wasn't coming up with
Okay.
14, so you've explained.
You've got 6 there, down where, and this isn't a good map, but down where you've got J.C. Penney's, you have approximately 4 parcels there. The Macy's parcel, where you see Macy's, that's 1 parcel with 2 parcels on either side. So this has been subdivided, boundary adjustments, and original tax parcels. So you have a large mixture, but all of those 14 tax parcels are the areas that are highlighted in color there. Thanks.
Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
Mr. Wardle, by the way, I compliment you on your presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Very, very good. So, number one, we had a citizen, and you just clarified that this was only for the 77 townhomes. So these 186 apartments are projected future request.
That is correct.
But you will admit that there potentially would be.
We have been totally honest and open with the fact that we will be back for future inclusions.
And as I asked the gentleman, as far as your designer, what, at this point in time, is your projected pricing structure on these towns?
So on the townhomes, or the multifamily townhouse style units, obviously there are several different sizes there. And the pricing, I mean, we talk pricing in terms of dollars per square foot.
It could change tomorrow, I understand.
It could change tomorrow, but what our team is saying is that the townhouses would be Rentals would be priced in the range of $1.50 to $1.60 per square foot. So that is going to be in line with, you know, $1,500 to $1,800 for a 1,000, 1,200 square foot townhouse. Multifamily townhouse product style. Townhouse style multifamily product. Thank you.
Are there any other questions from the council at this time? Okay, so because this is a public hearing, if we don't have any further questions and we close public hearing, we will not be able to ask those questions. So I just want to make sure there are no further questions. And do you have any closing comment?
No, thank you. It's always a pleasure to be here in Nampa.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
What is the will of the council?
Mayor, if we may, can we bring, I would like these divided into three if the other council members are so consider. So can we bring up the,
Which one would you like to see
well,
first?
what's number? If we can, the House of Design, the Macy's building, which number is that?
That's this one right here. That's the.
And I am totally, and thank you for what you guys are doing and. for
Oh,
the-
you'd have to do the DA first
Oh, the
because
DA.
that's what allows for this to happen.
Okay, so the development agreement would only, that would only be pertain though to this commercial structure, right?
Well, the development agreement changes everything. All the uses listed changes everything and then allows for the conditional use permits to be a process.
Okay, so I may need further education and clarification.
Okay.
Because, I mean, as I personally stated before, I'm not in favor of currently of this zoning, the RP, and I'm not against multi-housing, as long as there's a combination, but I want some ownership. And so anyway, so if that affects the next motion that someone or myself may make, then I want to make sure that I'm not making a motion that would affect that, because I'm not going to be voting for the current zoning for the 77 townhomes.
So a development agreement, Councilman Brunner, a development agreement is a contract between you and the applicant. You can outline portions of the project to be done in a certain way. You can place certain conditions on it. You can say that you don't want those particular uses to be allowed in the BC zone, forcing them then to come back with a rezone of the property, if that's what you would want to see.
So this is part of the initial development
Development
agreement
agreement
motion, is what you're
modification.
saying?
The schedule of uses is listed in your staff report as far as how it matches our 1032 that would become part of that development agreement. So if there's a residential use on that
So-
list
so-
that you want to take off, you
So
can do
Christie,
that.
what I just explained to you as far as my opinion, if you can help me, assist me in what you think I may need to be proposing for the development agreement, if I make a motion, otherwise I'll let Councilman Haverfield or whatever to start with the development agreement. I will decide whether I'm going to vote for it or not. In other words, you heard what I said. That I'm not going to be, I'm totally in favor of the House of Design going into Macy's, but I'm not in favor of the current zoning without them coming back with at least a partial RP zoning for the townhomes.
Okay. So based on that comment, what I would probably recommend would be to remove the multifamily use allowance in the schedule of uses that they're proposing in the development agreement. Then approve the development agreement with that change.
Okay, so moved.
Okay.
Can you take us to the page on the development agreement that you're referring to?
It's on
The one that's in our packet?
It's on the approval.
You're all night if I do that.
It's going to be important.
So you could potentially just put a restriction on the 7.7 acres with the condition that says that you require them to come back and rezone it to
And
RP.
can there, and you educate me, can there be a combination zoning there where there could be a combination, just like we discussed at the last council meeting, of of a certain percentage of being multi-family, even though there's
Yes.
still gonna be townhome
Yes.
structures.
So in
and
the-
also ownership.
In the RP zone, it allows a range of things. It's truly our mixed-use zone. It allows anywhere from retail to single-family. And then if you were to guide them in that direction and say they needed to do single-family owned properties, townhouses, whatever.
Single-family separated homes now.
Right, townhouses.
Okay.
In the RP zone, they would have to plat it.
Okay.
And they
So-
would each be on their own lot, and they would be for sale.
So I'm a little bit confused because my understanding is that our zoning doesn't even allow for that. And we're saying that if we rezone it to RP, that does allow for single-family ownership.
Correct.
It does.
The
Okay.
BC zone does not allow for that. If they rezoned it to RP, then it would. So that's a conversation.
Could you help me understand why we guided them the direction that we did? And did we guide them not to go with RP? How did that work?
They didn't really want to go through a rezone process. They wanted to try to do it within the confines of the development agreement, so they didn't have one more thing that they were trying to do on the property.
So at this point, it puts them into one more process, which is now a rezone on top of where we
Yeah, and
are,
that's 2 more public hearings that they'd have to go through with planning and zoning and city council.
which slows things.
Mayor,
Yes.
I'd clarify too, that's the distinction of a townhome or townhouse versus a townhouse style, is the potential for it to be individual ownerships if it's truly townhouses. So, but it's a platting process, and it's not allowed in the BC zone. That's why the RP would have to be the next step.
Correct.
Be able to allow the individual platting and individual ownerships.
And
If
those are
that's-
two very different things. So if they did it now, as it stands, they might be able to come back and do condominiums with airspace on the inside, but they won't be able to plat them unless they design it out as if they were designing it in a zone that would require a plat. It's very technical.
That's why I don't have your job.
Yes.
Oh, these are the worst. These are the worst about what we do, these decisions. I think this area does need the housing that you guys and gals are developing. Apartments are needed closer to freeway, so I agree there's a lot of good with it. However, small business is still the heart of this city. It's not government. It's not the hospital systems. It's not the school district. It's small businesses that is the heart of the city. It produces the most employees. And a lot of those small businesses didn't even speak today because they're scared of retaliation. They can't come speak against it because then they feel they get retaliation of these owners. But I've heard from a lot of them, just to let legal know, I'm not going to say who they are, but their words are, these people are trying to terminate their lease. They give no answers about the future of their lease. They're keeping them in the dark. These people have no idea what the future is going to hold. And so integrity still matters a lot in this town. It's still a small town. How you treat people matters. And so I will not be voting for anything with this development because it's not compatible to the small businesses of that area. And when they prove that they are, that they show some integrity to those small business owners that are in that development, then that will prove to me that there's some compatibility, because that area is supposed to be for small businesses. Even though the large Macy's weren't successful, there's still, there's a need for the small businesses, for the restaurants. People try to get in there that couldn't. And so that's where I'm gonna stand. And I need those small businesses in that development, people that paid for improvements from the past owners, people that paid for signs, people that spent their livelihoods to develop their businesses in that area. They can't just be frickin' rolled over, because someone else bought the property. And they have they're kept in the dark. They don't have any idea what their future is gonna be. And so I need to know those small businesses will be taken care of for me to vote for something compatible for a small business.
So I'd like to pause. I need to talk to legal real quickly on this because it sounds like you've had discussions and those do need to be disclosed. And so I'd like for legal to comment on this.
Madam Mayor, I appreciate you bringing that up. That's true. If it's any information received from the time the application was filed with the city, if a council member received communication from somebody that is part of their deliberation, that needs to be disclosed on the record as to who they communicated with and what the communication was. If that's what you were referencing.
Those people told me not to disclose who they were.
Madam Mayor. So that's an awkward spot. That's one of the types of things that a council member can get stuck with because it's a public process. Any of that information received, again, if it's something received prior to an application being been filed, that's different. But once an application's filed, if it's.
It was prior.
That's the distinction.
You tell me what to do. Do I need to disclose or not?
You need, Madam Mayor, it has to be disclosed if it's after an application's been filed. It's receipt of information. Everything that's done and received is public, for better or for worse.
Right. We have to follow the legal process. Otherwise, we absolutely eliminate the process, and which we can't do, which makes it very difficult. I know it's difficult for you, but I think it's part of the process that we have to go through legally.
Okay.
So.
Mayor Glenn?
Yes.
Clarification, Joe. Councilman Byer is only expressing his opinion based on the information that he's received today. The information that he received recently only applies to at that time where without a decision was made. Now, that is correct?
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
I'm not sure.
I don't think we got it. Yeah.
I dealt with lawyers all my life, so not a criminal, I was a police officer. Okay, let me tell you this again. The opinion that Councilman Bauer expressed today was only information he received previously. However, that information throughout this hearing is what he's basing his stand on. Information that's received through other communication, however long it would be, it still does not conclude that what he's aiming for is the real objective, which is noncompliance of this position, noncompliance of this business, of this project with the environment. That's what I'm saying.
Unfortunately, I have to say, Councilman Rodriguez, that is not correct. And I apologize for that, but it was clearly stated that where Councilman Bauer had his opinion from. And it wasn't just the testimony from tonight, and I could not let it go forward because it would be wrong of us to do so. Because if we have communication outside of this that helps guide any decision that we have, and it sounded very much like your decision is based on communication that you received outside of the public hearing tonight, then that has to be disclosed. Because it's part of the public process, and that's what we're guided by, and we have to. One thing that whether it's comfortable or not comfortable, integrity and transparency is something that we function here, and truth is 110%. So we can in no way do anything but that, which I know is awkward, and I apologize for that. But I think this is a difficult one because we're pushing a very awkward place right now in a decision, and I'm not sure what to do with it. Other than my thought actually is a quick pause because we're in it. It's awkward where we are. So I'd like to ask legal for any guidance you would have. And I know what I'm thinking, but I'd like to hear your guidance.
Mayor, clarification, because I thought I heard from Councilman Bauer that this discussion was prior to the application. And what I heard from legal was that was not a problem if it was prior to the application.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Here, I mean, the big principle is once a public land use application's been filed, any receipt of information outside of the public process, this needs to be disclosed.
Yes, no, I totally understand. I'm just trying to get down to, was it Councilman Bauer prior to application or not prior to applications? Otherwise, I think we're.
It was prior, but I feel like what I know is kind of what everyone else in the community knows. They felt like the buildings were being, the Italian place, you go eat there, they're saying the place is gonna get torn down. Like, they think the place is gonna get torn down, so it's.
No, but I just asked a straight question. It was, I thought the legal said there was not a problem if your discussion directly with these folks was prior to application.
It was,
Although I think I heard you say both.
with one of them both.
With
It's
one
been
of them
multiple, it's not just,
So one of them was both, okay.
yes.
So we just want to be careful with
Yeah.
that. And unfortunately, I think you know I can't.
Well, Madam Mayor, I recognize that the record is closed. I am troubled by the fact that if those were questions that could have been asked while we had the opportunity, we will not object to reopening the record and allowing the individuals that have had those conversations. But I will be absolutely clear, we submitted this application in October. So any communication that was received since October under Idaho law has to be disclosed. And it's not fair to an applicant to sabotage an applicant after the public record and testimony is closed. It's just, I recognize you're new at this, council member, but
I'm new at this, but I'm also a small business owner, and I'll just be blunt, okay? It's the hair company, it's the Italian company, and they feel like it's a lot of the other ones. These people are part of our community. So,
And
and
so
what I
you
want
won't be
is
able
I
to say
want this
anything to that.
development to go through, but I want those businesses taken care of.
Okay, so this, okay, so, and you're not allowed to say anything else, so thank you so much. But the comments are correct comments. And when we disclose something after we close public hearing that guides the decision, then the applicant does not have opportunity to respond to that during the public hearing. So we could reopen the public hearing and stand for a motion to reopen the public hearing. If we're allowed to do that, then we need, which I think we need to do at this point, we need to have this discussion during the public hearing, and then the applicant has the opportunity to respond. But I think that's about the only thing that we could do today, is to reopen the public hearing and conclude this discussion. And so I would stand for a motion to reopen public hearing.
Legal, are you recommending that?
You Madam Mayor, you certainly can reopen the public hearing.
If legal's making the recommendation, I will so move.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, so as we reopen the public hearing, I think it's important, in a public hearing process, that's when you could share your comments, that there's also a process that the applicant has the opportunity to speak at the conclusion of the public hearing, and that this opens this dialogue.
Madam
Yes.
Mayor, this happens at times, whether it's receiving from a member of the community, even with good intentions. It's similar to as if, an applicant met with a council member, provided comment outside of the public hearing, even with good intentions. When those events do occur, hopefully they don't, but when they do, the key principle to ensure the fairness and public nature of the decision-making process is the disclosure. So it's a little clumsy to do this because you're all being very careful to make sure that you do it right. So that's why the disclosure is required.
Okay,
So can I make a couple disclosures real quick? Because
Actually, I would, thank you, yes, and then I would like to ask all of us to communicate if we have not made disclosures, and I will make a quick comment on one with me, but if we have not done that, I think we all should have the opportunity. So I'm going to go down the line, and we'll start with you,
Because
Councilman Bauer.
The former mayor called me, a while ago too. I can't remember how long it's been. So I just want to be open and honest. He called me. I've had, I've gone and ate at the establishment or different places in that area for years. I'm not biased. I think the project is really good for this town. I really do. But the hair place, the Italian place is the two people I've talked to. So that's kind of where and I had the former mayor of Boise call me about the development. So that's where I'm at. I'm still open to, I haven't even made up my mind yet. I'm still, talking and discussing things, so I don't think there's a bias, but I just want, a real conversation with council, that there was businesses here that paid for, put their livelihood into these businesses, and they're there, and they're gonna be, and they think they're gonna be affected, and they don't know what's gonna go on. They don't know what their future is. So I think that's legal. I think it's human to care about those businesses that are in Nampa. And that's where I'm at, so.
Thank you. Councilman Haverfield, do you have anything you need to disclose?
No, I would just say, I mean, it's difficult as a council member to be of the people and for the people and not listen to what people have to say sometimes, but that's the filtering process sometimes we have to learn to have as people come before us. I will state that last summer, a couple of representatives from the Gardner Company came to my office with an idea that they were going to be buying the property, and what did I see as maybe a wisest and best use for it, and that's about where it ended. I told them I didn't see a lot of housing out there, but more of a mixed-use development, a lifestyle center approach, something that would give a live, work, play opportunity, and if they had any issue, I had a buyer for the Macy's building, but they didn't have an interest in selling it. So anyway, that's as far as it went for me. I haven't had any further discussions with them.
Thank you. Councilwoman Levi.
Thank you. A couple things here, because I've been trying to get in, but apparently no one's heard me. I think what Councilman Bauer is concerned about is that our small business owners are just concerned about retaliation, because we always get uncomfortable when we have an opinion or feel a certain way and not sure how that's going to be received. And so therefore, I understand Councilman Bauer's difficulty as far as he represents the people, he's heard from them, and he was told something maybe in confidence, and I understand about the disclosure, et cetera. I was contacted back in March, well before the application went through, and I think all of the council members were, them wanting to meet with us. David Beater specifically contacted me, and I thought about it, and then I wrote back to him, and I told him that because this would be something most likely coming before us, that I refused to meet with them. And he told me they'd not filed the application, and again, opened the invitation for me to meet with him. But in the future, one of the things that I would say in the board meetings I've been in that might help prevent this situation is after each agenda item is read, if the mayor or if the council president is stepping in at the time, asked if there are any disclosures that need to be made at that time. And then it helps remind us and bring it to the attention so that we don't get into situations like this in the future.
Thank you. And I'll go last, so.
I'm squeaky clean.
There you go.
You're brand new.
I'm too new. I'm squeaky clean.
And
Any
Mayor,
comments?
same disclosure as Councilman Haverfield and Councilwoman Levi. I have met with two representatives long before the application.
And Mayor Kling, fellow council members, we are the voice of our community. These people depend on us, and we have to help them along as much as we can. In this situation, I have been contacted by Mayor Beater with the objective of showing what they had. I didn't give him much credit, was because every time we get a proposal brought through, it always changes. It's always different. But as far as anyone else, no, I have not.
So I did a visit with House of Design, Dan Wright, sometime in the last months, I don't remember, but it was not, we clearly discussed that it was not about this project, but about their business. Understanding where their business was and the growth that they were anticipating, but it was not about this project. We were very clear that we were not meeting about this project. I did visit, though, with Italianesque, but I think it was probably before October. Just because I enjoy going there on a regular basis. And so the one thing that they said, they were excited about it at the time, and that they had the opportunity to relocate, and they were looking forward to that opportunity. One thing I do have to say, and I'm not advocating one way or another, but it's very difficult to commit to anyone about what's going to happen when the applicant themselves don't know what's going to happen because they're waiting on us. And so that's what's difficult, is that there is a process and they don't even know what's happening and what they're approved to do. And so it's very difficult to tell people, and I'm sure they're wondering. But at the time when I had a discussion, there was excitement about the opportunity to relocate, and that had been afforded to them at that time. So it's interesting how you can get different impressions. If I were going to form an impression, it would be one of we're looking forward to the opportunity and the growth and what's going to happen. So
Mayor,
that-
let me just, also, then it's been 4 or 5 months ago, but I heard the
Likewise.
same thing from the owner.
Right.
Of their excitement as far as being able to redecorate and to open, larger.
And larger, yep, exactly. So, is there anything else that we need to share or disclose before the applicant comes up? Because this is the opportunity for the applicant to have rebuttal to the discussion and to be able to respond to the discussion regarding the unsurety of applicants, et cetera. Is there anything else that we as council need to discuss? Councilman Haverfield.
I just have a question for Christie, if she can come back up.
Okay.
Oh, good. So there are 3 items up for vote tonight. Development agreement modification of the ordinance, and then a conditional use application permitting manufacturing, all those things listed, but it didn't list residential. The 3rd item was the conditional use permit that included the residential. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So if we approve the conditional use, which would allow House of Design to come in to that building and then the other uses to be developed on the whole parcel, we still have to approve the conditional use for the housing component.
That is correct.
Because what I thought I heard was that the residential was included in the first conditional use application, and it was not.
No, they are separate from each other.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Jeffrey, why don't you come forward? And I
Good evening,
would
Mayor.
like to ask you a question. Good evening, thank you.
Excuse me, Mayor, did we reopen the?
Yes, we did. We voted to reopen the public hearing. This is part of that process. And I would like to ask you a question about the interest. One of the things that I think is really important is that when a developer comes in to redevelop an area, it has to make financial sense. And this is one thing I'll say to the public here. I understand and I feel for the homeowners and the concerns that they have. But when we have a piece of ground and a developer comes in, we have a piece of ground that will become an area of crime. As you mentioned, it's already starting. It cannot just sit there. We have a very reputable developer that has a good reputation for building beautiful developments. Now, how we get there and what we develop, it's tough, right? Trying to work through the process. But financially, when you move forward based on what the zoning is and based on our guidelines. And so the concern I have right now is you've moved forward based on our guidelines, correct? But I think what I'm hearing is we maybe have different guidelines we want in place. I'm saying all that to ask a question, and that is, if you were to move to townhomes that were potentially owned, is that something that would be an option for you from a development standpoint?
Madam Mayor, I've got Dave Wally here, who is the
Dave, thank you.
Executive Vice President of Gardner Company, and he can answer some of the questions. And to clarify, part of the reason that conversations were held well over a year ago was to get a sense, as Councilmember Rodriguez, this body knows and understands what this community wants. And it's clear that what this community wants isn't vacant fields that haven't been developed. There just hasn't been the demand to do what's been done out there. So we went down this path because the guidance we received from staff and others was that a rezone would not be viewed positively. If you're telling us that you'd like us to come back and rezone that eastern portion RP and come in with a for sale product, we certainly could do that. The problem that we have, though, is House of Design is a local Nampa small company that we are trying to support with a headquarters. And the lack of respect for the efforts that have gone on with respect to House and Design and us to facilitate and serve the needs of this sophisticated, dynamic, high-tech company is, to be honest, Madam Mayor, disconcerting, because we work on economic development throughout the valley. And to be able to expand an existing Nampa small business should not necessitate us going through a 6-month process to then be held hostage based upon issues and concerns that we can easily address. So we're ready, willing, and able to consider that if that's the direction that you want to give us. And if the direction is that you're amenable to a mixture of for sale and for rent product, that is certainly something that we are open to consider and that we will modify the applications. But I'm going to have Mr. Wally now specifically address the specious allegations that we are anti-small business, because we are not. So Dave, why don't you address Councilmember Bauer's misperceptions about what we're doing with Italianesque and the hair salon?
Mayor, Council, thank you for giving me a moment to speak. My name is David Wally. I reside at 4904 North Mountainside Lane in Boise. I came here at age 19 to go to school at Boise State. Actually 18, I turned 19 during orientation. I worked my way through school at Greenwood Ski Haas, eventually became a partner at Georgia Cycles and Fitness, ran that organization for about 11 years. Recently, I left because I saw that there was an age difference between me and my partners, and that eventually they'd want to sell and I'd be 55 years old and I'd have to buy it. Well, I'm 55 years old and they sold it. I'm also a partner with Chris Honnold in Idaho Mountain Touring. If you've ever been to the Riverside, that's a piece of ground that was underutilized that I bought about 12 years ago and renovated. Hotel 43 I renovated and did a project with Rex Chandler. And Councilman Bauer, I can give you 50 small businesses in town that I've had dealings with. In Canyon County, when TrailMax was closing, I came in and bought the company so that we weren't putting a bunch of veterans out on the street around Thanksgiving and Christmas. I still own the company. I'm trying to revive it and continue to fund its expansion. I convinced Gardner Company to buy this property because I saw an opportunity to bring housing and retail back to this area and try and create something like I've done in other parts of this town. And I'm a foundation board member with Boise State University. I sit on their School of Business and Economics as well, and continue to fund a variety of charitable items within the valley. As far as Italianesque is concerned, recently helped them buy a liquor license and planning on moving them to where the gluten-free shop used to be. After that, the only other person who's probably the one who's most concerned is the hair salon, for which she signed a lease with the previous owners that does have a termination agreement for which I have to pay to get her out if she chooses not to move into another part of the project. But my goal is to repopulate this with a combination of small businesses and national businesses, as it has been the case on every project that I've been involved with. Along 8th Street, along Bodo. I've been here and I have not moved. I'm the laziest developer you will ever find. The only job I've done outside of graduating from Boise State, ski shop, bike shop, commercial brokerage, development. I stand for questions.
Nope, I think they're towards me. So I just, sorry, I mean, I'm not very good at this, I admit it, but I do care about Nampa in the small businesses. So what promises can you give to those two businesses that are good, all of them, that they can?
I guarantee you that we're pricing out what it costs to do Italianesque. Okay. The hair salon and I have to work out a deal, but I will show you the lease and I'll show you the termination agreement that she signed. I'll show you every email string between the two of us, if that's what you need to be comfortable. And I will promise you that right now. And I will also give you a list of every other tenant in all of our buildings, and you can ask them of how I treat them.
Thank you. Are there
Thank
any
you.
other questions? Thank you very much. Okay. Is there anything else that would prevent us from closing public hearing?
You can always open it again.
Yeah.
I make
I
a
would-
motion to close the public hearing.
Thank you. Is there a second? We can't come. Oh, man. Sure. You know what, just be,
Err on the side of.
I would rather err, and I will say,
I
know, but my question,
Okay.
my questions were for the development, to be fair.
We're good.
So,
Okay. So we will conclude at that.
So there's a motion to
There is a
close.
motion on the table to close public hearing. Is there a second?
Second.
so moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. This has been a very difficult process tonight. And I just want to make a comment. I appreciate the fact that we care about our people, we care about the homeowners. We also have a developer that has invested considerably in something that has been sitting there vacant, that is going downhill, that is taking our community nowhere. And they could come in and develop without anything. They're trying to meet a demand, market demand, and one thing that you have to, I mean, it has to make financial sense. And I know that people may be upset about that, but the option is, what do we do when we have a development? And I will say, and I know I get accused of being pro-growth, and I'm not, I really am pro-community. But one thing I know about the Gardner Company is that, because just having watched them for a very long period of time, if you know their developments, they're quality developments. They've invested in our community in a major way. I am thrilled with House of Design. That is a local Nampa company that started at nothing, right? It's been a vision, and there's growth opportunity. And the opportunity, as we heard tonight in testimony, to actually have people live where they work and walk to work and shop around where they work and have restaurants. That is the mixture that you have to have in certain development areas. So I think that's important to keep in mind as we look at what to do here. And that is to look at what a good mixture of development is. I think about the Village. Everybody wants to go to the Village, right? The Village has multifamily housing right next door. It's right there. It is a live, work, play environment where you can go out to eat, and it's all there. We have that opportunity to redevelop this area that is sitting with the concrete cracking and it going downhill. So I'll be quiet at that.
Mayor? can I
Yes.
I just want to make one more comment since I kind of created a lot of this mess. So I want to vote yes. I just want those businesses taken care of. So that's what I do. So I want to vote yes on this. If they're taken care of, that's what I want. And I like the reply that you gave me. Please take care of those businesses that have invested in it. And Darrell, you still have the strong opinion on the?
No, yeah, I'm not gonna, House of Design, boy, praise. But I would want a rezoning on the housing. And it sounds like they're willing to do that. I realize it's whole nother process, but,
I think I'm going to say, in the future, we have got to let people know before we get here sitting at this bench, if there's a desire, somehow we got to figure out how to communicate. They did come early on, and it's so hard when you go through a process and you're doing what the city asks, and then we tell them, no, that's
until
not.
Councilman Haverfield asked the question, I didn't know I just, townhomes, I think of ownership. So that was my
Yeah.
perception.
Right.
So from what I read in the packet.
You're thinking home
I
ownership.
was not asking, I was not asking for that.
You're still, you got the semantics wrong. Townhome is rental.
But we'll get that right next year, so.
Townhouse.
Townhouse.
Mayor Kling.
Yes.
I'll just make the statement from the standpoint of an architect that's worked on other planned unit developments. when you take a step back and you look at the overall concept, the compatibility, the ability for it to provide work opportunities and live opportunities, that's something that we should be striving for. And the successful plan unit developments that I've been involved with that incorporated commercial and residential they're still today, and they're doing quite well. So when I saw this project come through, modified the sensitivity to allow a local business to grow and thrive in that location, the housing that could be available for their workers, and again, workers that potentially might be living, one lady that spoke that lives across the street that has places that she has to go elsewhere to go to work. Maybe opportunities are giving them as well, so they're not having to go as far. So I like the opportunity to have a live, work, play, worship opportunity that's been something that has been our mantra as a council. So I like that. The idea of ownership has been something that we've seen kind of a transition as a council in the last few years as what we're aspiring to, and less of a rental opportunity. But that's not what the market is bearing these days. People can't afford to buy these upper-end homes, or even a standard home is now in the $300,000 to $500,000 range. So young people today don't have that kind of income potential. So rental housing is an important entity that we need to try to strive for, and that's why I asked about the vacancy rates. And 1.2% vacancy rate, if that's true, that's pretty minimal. And we're not providing, and we hear, if we listen, we hear our community asking for housing, providing housing and a mix of housing. And so that's, I think, what we need to strive for and be cognizant of. And so I believe that this project has great promise and potential. I think leaving it as it is for years, a few more years, is just, we're going to be seeing a blighted area that we're not going to want to see in Nampa. So I'm prepared to move forward with a motion if the council is through talking. But
Mayor, allow me to make one comment. I agree. Supply and demand is everything, and 1.2%. But I'd be interested in our staff. How many multifamily housing projects are in the works now that are not completed? Because that's going to also move the vacancy rate. Do we have any idea, approximate?
That would go back to the presentation that Rodney made last time.
Right.
When he gave those maps out.
I mean, when I drive around Napa, I see nothing but apartments going, and they're not renting yet.
No, not yet.
Mayor and council, I for some reason, I grabbed this as I walked out the door, so. So let me look back on the numbers.
Actually, I think you were going to come back with a report on multifamily because we didn't have the full
That's
numbers.
correct. So
Yeah.
subdivisions, we've got it for subdivisions, but we don't have the ones that are
what I was
just
thinking we
approved
didn't
with,
have.
just a single property, yeah.
So,
Could I-
go ahead, sorry.
Mr. Wardell made a comment that I thought we needed to hear, whether it applies to tonight or not, but he was absolutely right. When we have been debating about multifamily, and we're putting multifamily on the outskirts,
That's a good point.
it's where we should not be putting multifamily with single-family homes. And we do need single-family and multifamily. There's a place for multifamily. And I understand our residents here are saying you're putting multifamily next to single-family. What's difficult is that development's already there. It's unfortunate a shopping center's right in your backyard. The key is that, and we look at so many of these different projects where we have it, if it's a nice development where you've got green space and you have setbacks and you don't have people looking in your backyard, I know that isn't what you want to hear, but it could be a whole lot worse. They could come in with commercial buildings, and they're allowed to do so today, that could be multi-story without the height restrictions and all of those windows, I believe. Is that correct? Where's Christy? I just want to make sure. I'm sorry. I'm like, where did you go? I'm just curious, is that correct? That based on the current agreement, they could come in with commercial on those locations? Is that correct?
Yes.
It is correct. I think it's important that we understand what they're allowed to do versus what they're wanting to do. Because it takes they don't have to come in for anything, right? If they come in and they put commercial in there?
Correct.
Okay, and it can be multi-story,
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah, there's no height restrictions. The uses are based on our BC zoning uses. There are some uses on that table that would be conditionally permitted, but not very many. You know, yeah, there's quite a bit that they could do in the commercial zone today.
Today, without coming in for any approvals.
Yes.
I think sometimes that's what's important to understand, and I know people get angry with us, but you have to understand that we're not talking, I mean, they could come in and do, and develop it, and rightfully so, without any approvals from us. So anyway, I'll be quiet at that.
Mayor,
Yes?
I just want to say thank you for coming here and developing something in Nampa. You know, Meridian has the village and Caldwell has Indian Creek, but there's really nothing in Nampa that makes us unique, and I feel like this is a really good thing for us, for people to come here. And it's an attractive thing. I think you guys did a really great job. I really like the green space that you guys have put there. I think that's going to be used really well. I have no problems with approving the Zone 1 for house design. I think that's a great use of that space, and I think that's very fitting. I'm still struggling a little bit with the Zone 5. I would like to see it if we can do a rezone for the RP zone, just so that we can have some ownership there, if we can kind of figure that out. Question for legal. Because we can't see their current contracts, as Councilman Bauer had mentioned, we can't see that, but is there a way that if they're not protected under certain, whatever it is now, is there a way that we can kind of put something legally in place to where they will be protected? Because as Councilman Bauer suggested, that, you know, these are small business owners, they do build the back of our community, and we need to protect them as well.
Madam Mayor, not really, because the rights of the private tenant are set forth in the contract that they signed. They're subject to its terms. So they may or may not have redress against the landlord. So if, in general, a landlord were to try and change terms through a land use application that impacted and prevented them from utilizing their lease in the way that the contract allows them to, the tenant has an action against the landlord. And they already do. So there's nothing additional for the city to do. It was a good expression of concern and response by the applicant in this case to describe, you know, that communication is open. But there's not a specific condition you can place. They have that contractual right they have to abide by no matter what.
I think we can trust the word.
Yeah. And also just, is the movie theater, is that planning on being taken away? We never really kind of addressed it. So is that something?
Well, we can't, no,
Oh,
we're not,
shoot.
because we're
Okay.
outside of public hearing. So we cannot.
Okay, so I'm good with that. I think that that's a concern, and I think that that's something we should keep in the community. I think it's used. Also, the traffic, I'm struggling with the traffic as well. So I know that they've invested money already into that, and I appreciate that. But it is a concern considering how many developments are going in right there, and that is going to be a significant issue here within the next couple of years. So I don't know if there's a way that we can expedite anything there for that.
I don't. Danielle, are you just getting up, or you're coming up? You're just getting up?
Okay.
I don't, at this
He's like,
time,
I'm
I
running,
think.
I'm getting out
yeah.
of here.
I think we have some good plans in place that we're just getting ready to implement, so I think
Mayor,
we're
I'm
there.
going to make the motion, and then someone can go ahead and correct me or whatever it is, that we accept the development agreement with the understanding that we cannot accept the development agreement. I just got the shake. I get that from my wife all the time, too. What's that about?
Councilman Brunner. So that's what the attorney and I were talking about.
Oh, okay, thank you.
If you were to put a condition in for a rezone, then you'd be forcing a future council's hand, basically, and not allowing them to make a decision on that rezone. So the proper course.
So in other words, I cannot approve anything at this point in time with what I've been saying?
No, well, so here would be what I would recommend, that you approve the development agreement with these conditions that I've put up here. I've actually changed it so that all you
I
do
thought
is just read through.
that's just what I said.
Right, and then we deny the conditional use permit for the multifamily, if
Right,
that's what you're
right.
saying. And then they will have to come back through the process, but don't make it a condition in the development agreement that they do that.
Correct. And then
Okay.
as far as the House of Design, then
You-
I can make the motion that we're
yeah.
totally approving that.
Yes,
Okay.
Mayor Kling.
Yes.
if I'm hearing you
Does anyone
correctly.
else understand what we just did?
Yes,
Okay.
Councilman Haverfield.
All right.
We're still talking about the conditional use permit, or the first conditional use permit, which didn't include the housing. That still needs to go through, though.
Correct. There's 3 different motions.
He
Yep.
wasn't considering that. So that's why I want to make sure that the development agreement is one motion. The first conditional use permit
And
is
I
a
have them,
second.
I have them all
Second
separated
motion.
out
And
for
so I
you.
just went ahead and made the motion on development agreement
So you're,
to approve the development agreement modification of ordinance 3499
as stated up here.
as stated up there. That's
Okay.
the best way, then that's usually how I shorten my verbiage, yeah.
Okay.
So, okay, that's the
There's a
development agreement
motion on the
modification.
table.
So I'll second the motion and then ask the question about the language that was changed by the Planning and Zoning Commission. The last item, as far as speaking to storage complex or storage units,
It's just storage for a business behind
storage for
their
a business, so it's
building.
not storage units themselves.
Correct. It's just outside storage behind a building that will then be required to be screened with fencing, appropriate fencing that will meet design review requirements.
Because again, all of this has to, any new buildings have to go before the Design Review Commission.
Correct, yes.
I'm good.
So we call for a vote?
Okay, I just want to make sure we've had a motion, we've had a second, we've had discussion. Is there any further discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Chingula?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer?
Want those small businesses taken care of? Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
And Brunner?
Yes.
Okay, second
Next.
motion? Is this our
And
second
I will
one?
make that motion also. I move to approve, as stated, the conditional use permit for the manufacturing, compounding, processing, assembly, packaging. House of Design, yay, okay.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the conditional use permit as stated. And are there any conditions of approval with that? No? Okay. It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Roll call.
Chingula?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
And the last one.
That one?
You're on a roll.
Randy, do you want to?
The third one? And again, when we're talking about that development, that came before us several years ago. I'm not sure who all was on the council at that point. But part of what we talked about was reorienting those units, so we had the ends of the buildings facing towards the hillside, which staff has since given that kind of lead to the architect. So I'm fine with the development in that regard. I'm okay with a mixed-use development incorporating housing, so I would not have a problem with moving forward in that direction. The ability to have a townhouse style versus a townhouse, though, is still troubling to me. If we're going to have a townhouse style, we could easily then say, why aren't they set up so that they could be sold individually, even though they would still look the same, one way or the other. It'd just be a 2-hour fire separation wall between units versus a 1-hour wall. So,
Is it possible, though, as they said, that they could actually then later move to that? If they build them that way with the 2-hour separation, then couldn't they be done,
the
sold later?
planning process would need to be concurrent with the approval process. So that's where I think staff would need to give us direction on that requirement. If it's an RP zone and they want to go ahead and have the ability to plat separately, they can do that with the RP. They can't with the BC zone. So if we're approving a conditional use for the BC or housing in the BC, then that takes away that ability. They would have to rezone later on then.
To subdivide. And the problem that this causes, without getting too technical about it, If they were to come in to, and follow the future zoning requirements as far as a base lot size, as far as open space for subdivisions, those kinds of things that we have set forth in those chapters, they would have to run main lines into each unit, which in a multifamily structure, they don't have to do. They would have to do the 2-hour firewall, which in a multifamily structure, they don't have to do. So if they were to design it correctly so that they could come back and subdivide it by code, we would have to know very far in advance that that was their intention and what zone they would be shooting for, so that we knew how to review that project. That again, could basically say that we're guaranteeing them that zone, which I don't know if you can do that today.
Okay.
So.
Anyway, I'm gonna have them come back. I'm gonna just go ahead. So I'm denying the move to the conditional use permit to allow the multiple family residential apartments in townhouse style in a BC community business, with the understanding that I'm hoping that they'll come back with a combination RP zone for ownership and rental with townhouse.
I'm not going to help you anymore.
So I would like to defer real quickly to staff and legal on the motion, because one of the things that we have failed to do is state our findings for a reasonable reason for denial. And I think you have. Is that sufficient?
Madam Mayor, I didn't catch if there was a motion that was made.
There is a
I
motion
made
to,
a motion, and my reasoning is I want at least a portion of ownership.
yes.
So the legal principles up on the screen are a pretty good guide that can describe whether or not you find certain conditions exist for this specific application, based on what you heard from the applicant in public testimony today. If you believe that the characteristics, can't do that for all of them. Right? The proposed project will or will not be compatible with, will or will not adversely affect livability and appropriate development of abutting properties, et cetera. Those are the legal principles, A, B, and C, that for this application you should head your comments to, for or against.
Is there a
Do
second?
we have an understanding why I'm denying this?
No, it's important that you do when you make the motion. And
Right.
it's something a little bit new for us, but we're finding because of,
Because the project fails to comply with what I feel like is investment in the community by ownership.
Second.
Mayor Kling.
thank you.
My position on this is, we're talking about the same number of units. We're talking about the ability to be a rental or an ownership is the difference between the approval to allow this to go forward as requested versus saying we're not going to approve it because we're saying we just want to have home ownership being the reason for our denial. And I guess my question to council is that a legal defendable position to take as a council to deny something when we're talking about the same number of units?
Madam Mayor, I think it's best practice to be a little broader in your reasoning, either for or against. And, we go back to these conclusions of law principles that can support an approval or denial. So I think you just need to flesh out, and the reason that we belabor this sometimes is to make sure that for a project that's approved or denied, that the public or the applicant really have the context. They don't need to request a reconsideration. They understand, even if they disagree, the reasoning behind the decision. It makes the decision lawful even if somebody doesn't like it. So utilizing what's on the screen to help describe and put some meat on why you think this application should be approved or denied. Hopefully that helps. I really can't guide the substance of any reasoning, but
I think I just stated my reason. If we need further clarification, I guess I'm not understanding. We do have a second on the table.
Right, and I don't see your reason up there in items A through C, so that's where my concern lies.
Call for the vote.
I can't
Well,
deny,
well, we need to
no.
have, we need clarification, so that-
Yeah.
I'm reading through these now.
I mean, that's, Madam Mayor, that's just it. You don't want to get a request for reconsideration from either an applicant or a member of the public who says, I don't know why it was denied, beyond just that. So if there's any other reasoning or analysis that any member of the council wants to put on the record, that's helpful for all. And that's why the conclusions and findings requirement forces you to state on the record with as much detail as you can the reasoning behind your decision.
And I guess as C, and even though I don't care for it, I guess it would be just that the proposed multifamily apartments within the proposed project will not enhance the successful operation of the surrounding area and the basic community functions or provide an essential service to the community or region due to lack of investment by the consumer as owner in Nampa, Idaho.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
No.
Bauer? No. Singula?
Yes.
And Brunner?
Yes.
That's 4-2?
4-2.
Yes. Okay. This has been a long and somewhat painful process
Painful.
for everyone here. And we've got 4 more public hearings this I know we've got people waiting. We need to take we're going to take a 5 And we will be, just so everyone knows, we're going to be going back to public hearing 6-1. I heard. Okay, so we're missing one. There we go. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and just read the action item as we get ready to start. And this is item 6-1 in our public hearings. This is a variance of Nampa City Code 10-11-4G to allow less density than is required by code in a limited multifamily residential zoning district in order to construct a duplex rather than a triplex at 609 Elder Street for Josh Morrison. Josh, are you here this evening? Or applicant? Okay, so you're the applicant representing? Thank you. Go ahead and come forward and state your name and address and tell us about your project.
Okay, my name is Gracie Morrison, and my address is 829 17th Avenue South. And I'm proposing today for a variance due to the lot size and shape. Placing a duplex on this lot will allow for a more quality build, as if we put a triplex on here, we would not be able to have covered parking such as a garage, whereas if we have a duplex on this lot, we are able to have that covered parking and then also more spacious rooms. There are easements on both sides of the lots, which kind of creates that little weird shape. And so we are here today just to propose to you that we would be able to create a more quality build if we were able to do a duplex rather than a triplex.
Gracie, thank you.
Thank you.
Council, do you have any questions for Gracie?
Just an observation. Normally, we get the opposite request. So this is kind of nice. Thank you.
Of course.
And Gracie, this is a public hearing. After we do a staff report, we'll have you, and the public testimony, if there is any, we'll have you come back for closing comments.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Parker.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. I know what you're thinking, this is strange, not something that we get all the time. And I think it's one thing that we try to point out in our code is that our high-density zones need to be high-dense so that we don't get these developments out in our single-family areas that are high density. So that's why we have a minimum density requirement in these zones so that we can have as many units as we should in these areas. The site characteristics, it's RML multifamily, it's next to NNU. It's surrounded by a couple duplexes on the north side, 3 fourplexes to the west. And then single-family homes adjacent. I won't go into the applicable regulations as much as I've just covered that. The minimum net density here is 12.45, and they are under that, which comes to the reason why we would require that they do a triplex and not a duplex. For a variance, they need to show undue hardship. The purpose of the variance is to provide fair treatment and see that individuals are not penalized because of the site characteristics. I won't go into those. Try and go through this as quick as we can. We have a building permit in review right now, waiting for the approval of this variance. So engineering has already put in conditions of approval for that, so pending the approval of this variance. Here's a 3D view of that building and the site plan on the bottom. Floor plan if you want to go back to that. The hardship in this case, as the applicant stated, could be that should you view it that way, that if we apply the code, that there would be insufficient building space due to the lot size and shape, the setbacks, easement, parking, height restriction for a triplex. The see, I'm just trying to see how much of this I can skip through here. There's a seepage bed along Elder Street that would prohibit some opportunities for access. Really, there's nothing condition-wise that we would really add other than they need to get the building permit. And then any other conditions that you would wish to add. There's a potential motion for you. I'll stand for any questions.
Mayor Kling. Parker, it looks like there's already 2 addresses associated to the parcel. So for it to be a triplex, there'd have to be a 3rd provided, correct?
So Mayor and Councilman, when they apply for a building permit, they go through the addressing. So the addresses for this, the building permit for this were added to that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
So that's why there's 2.
correct.
All right, thanks.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for Parker? Parker, thank you. So this is a public hearing, and we have one person in addition to the applicant signed up to testify, and that person is? Judy Hanson.
Does not wish to speak and is in favor of it.
Okay, so Judy Hanson supports this request and does not wish to speak this evening. Those are the only 2 people that we have signed up to testify on this issue. Is there anyone else here that had intended to testify on this particular project? Seeing no one. Gracie, would you like to come up, and I don't know if you have any closing comments, or staff, excuse me, council, do you have any questions for Gracie before we close our public hearing? We don't. Gracie, any comments?
Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Gracie, good job. Really good job tonight. I know it's a whole new thing, but great job. Okay, I would stand for a motion to close public hearing if there are no other questions.
So moved.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
What is the will of the council?
I'll make the motion to grant the variance request as presented to us this evening.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Brunner,
Yes.
Jingula,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Bauer, and Haverfield.
Yes.
Gracie, you're done. Congratulations. There you go. Well, you're not done yet. The work begins and you get to work with building, but this part's done. So,
What a difference in timing, huh?
yes. Thank you. And you're free to step out or whatever. Okay, we're going to move to action item 6.3. This is a zoning map amendment from suburban residential to single family, from that to single family, and a potential development agreement and subdivision plat for Sharon subdivision. So thank you for being ready to go. Feel free to share your name and address. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. Dan Lardy, Levitt Associates, 1324 First Street South. This evening is standing before you, trying to get rezoned for Sharon subdivision along with a short plat this evening. Let's see if I can get this to move. It works. So currently it's RA. It's surrounded by RS6. It's going to be 4 lots on approximately 0.83 acres. It is all medium density. There's a closer up. So during our neighborhood meeting, we had some concerns from the neighbors. I provided this map to show that we're rooftop per rooftop, just so there was no concern, or to minimize the concern about the amount of rooftops. There was some concern. They seemed to think that we were too dense, but we're rooftop for our neighbors. Here's the current site. We're taking access off of Sharon. Let's see, off of Sunny Lane through a private access. The access road will be extended through. Services exist in Sunny Lane. Pressure irrigation, water, and sewer, they'll all be extended internally. And we've covered that slide. There's kind of a picture rendering. We're bordered by the Phyllis Canal on the south. There was also some concern about the roadway along the canal. There seems to be a misconception that the roadway is used for pedestrian access, and it's not. It belongs to the irrigation district, and they prefer not to have anyone on it. So we are proposing a fence along that access, or at least along that southern, or the southern portion of our new shared driveway. And these are some of the conceptual elevations that the builder is thinking about. And with that, I'll stand with any questions. Stand for any questions.
Council, do you have any questions for our applicant at this time? You know the ropes,
I know,
so.
I'll come back.
Thank you. Okay, staff. Parker, is this one you? Yep.
Thank you, Mayor, again. The action requested is a zoning map amendment from RA to RS6, and then the subdivision, a short plat for Sharon subdivision. The surrounding area is single-family homes. The proposed development would match that. Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval with all conditions in January. All utilities are available. I won't cover the regulations, those are in the staff report. Obviously, a single-family home is a permitted use in that zone. We received typical building department comments, fire department, and forestry and engineering comments. As I stated, the development would match what is already out there. The home on the west portion will remain and is not a part of this request. The RS6 zoning district meets the comp plan designation there. The residents would, safe routes to school would attend Nampa High School, and then West Middle School and Centennial Elementary School, none of which are within walking distance. Regarding the plat, it is 0.83 acres, 4 lots, gross density of 4.82. And as you probably see, the building portion of those lots is a little small, but the density, the gross density is within the appropriate range. Regarding the lot sizes, they're deemed compliant. The lot widths are all compliant as well. Right of way has all been dedicated. They will need to have the shared access agreement for each residence there. There's no open space proposed with this development. The conditions of approval are in the staff report, as well as any that you would like to add. There's a potential motion for you. Broken them down if you wish to break those down into 2 motions. And I'll stand for any questions.
Mayor Kling.
Yes.
Parker, Lot 4 has the stormwater retention swale on it, it appears. Is that correct? So the buildable area would not include, it's not a separate lot for the stormwater retention swale, correct?
Correct. It's it would just be taken out of the buildable area. It's an easement.
Okay. And then the property line to the south, I would assume to the bottom, which goes to the center line of the irrigation, is that correct?
Correct.
So you're counting area that's within the, underwater basically, and the ditch riders access. So the lots are still okay as far as with buildable area, with all that area taken out.
Right. So when we look at the lots, we look at it not just as the buildable area, but the entire lot. If they can fit the building in there within the setbacks and easements, then that's really up to them.
Lot 4 will be a tough one, but
It'll be an interesting building, I'll give you that much.
thank you.
Are there any questions? Other questions for Parker? Thank you, Parker. Okay, so this is a public hearing, and we do not have anyone signed up
Correct.
to testify. Okay, is there anyone here that had intended to testify in support of or in opposition to this particular land use hearing tonight? Seeing none, it is an opportunity for applicant to come back and be available for questions or make a closing comment.
Madam Mayor, council members, again, I want to thank you all for your time. You guys have been here long hours. Sometimes the public doesn't understand the dedication that you put into it. I also want to thank staff for being helpful. As far as that building on Lot 4, you're right, it will be an interesting building, and the builders here, if you had more questions on that particular situation, otherwise, I can stand for any questions, but I appreciate you and look forward to your approval.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for the applicant before we close public hearing? Thank you so much, Dan. Okay, I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
All in favor?
Aye.
What is the will of the council?
Mayor, I'm fine with the application as it's been submitted, and I'll make the motion to approve it as presented to us with conditions of approval attached.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Chingula?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer? Yes. And Haverfield.
Yes.
There you go. Okay, so we will move to item 6.4 on the agenda, and it looks like there are quite a few people here for this. How many are here for this item? Yeah, a lot of us. There we go. Okay, this is an action item, and this is annexation and zoning of 126.27 acres south of Amity Road and west of Happy Valley to single-family residential, residential multiple family, MBC, community business, and light industrial, and a potential development agreement for Chisholm Estates subdivision, and a planned unit development for the proposed RS6 zoned properties, and a subdivision preliminary plat for Chisholm Estates subdivision for the referenced location for Triple Crown Investments, Lance Thusen representing Thornton Gallup. I'm not going to finish reading it all. I think it's all on our agenda. So is our applicant here this evening. Good evening, and thank you for your patience this evening.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. My name is Blaine Womer with Womer Engineering. We're at 4355 West Emerald Street in Boise. I will do my best to be thorough as well as brief tonight in the introduction of the Chisholm Estates project. As you said, Madam Mayor, the Chisholm Estates project comprises of 126.27 acres located on the south side of Amity Avenue between Railroad Street and Happy Valley Road. We are requesting annexation of the property in conjunction with zoning designations of RS6, single-family residential 6,000 square foot lots, RMH, residential multifamily, BC, community business, and IL, light industrial. In addition to the zoning requests, we have submitted a preliminary plat and a planned unit development application. Within the RS6 zone, we are proposing 191 lots on 64.33 acres. Within the MH zone, we are proposing one 15.86 acre lot. In the BC zone, we are proposing 2 lots totaling 5.24 acres and 11 lots of light industrial totaling 40.84 acres. The development includes 30.83 acres of common open space. That's 29.9% of the total acreage. The open space includes lots dispersed throughout the development and the enhancement of Indian Creek, well, the Indian Creek corridor. This enhancement is the continuation of the work associated with the Indian Creek Estates subdivision approved by the city council last year. Jim Myhan with South Beck and Baird Landscape Architects is going to come up after my presentation here and describe a little bit more what we're proposing to do in Indian Creek. As confirmed in the staff report, the proposed uses in the Chisholm Estates are consistent with the city's future land use map designation of community mixed use. We've reviewed the staff report and the conditions of approval and agreed to them as written. I do believe that the planning department has received 3 written comments from the public. All 3 happen to pertain to the common theme tonight of traffic. And these public comments were emails from Mr. Brian Warwick, Ms. Jessica Curtis, and Ms. Lyon Brown. The emails related to the traffic generated by the project, specifically along Amity Avenue. During the presentation of this project, or the preparation of this project with the city, a traffic impact study was prepared to address to address the impact of the proposed project on the area traffic circulation. The findings in the city-approved TIS were the basis for the conditions of approval issued by the city engineer's office. These conditions include pavement widening, curb and gutter, sidewalk, and landscaping within the dedicated 50-foot right-of-way half section in Happy Valley Road, Amity Avenue, and Railroad Street. These improvements are in addition to the full improvements, of course, of all the interior streets within the development. The conditions of approval specifically address two of the concerns mentioned in Mr. Warwick's email. The project is conditioned to improve Amity Avenue to one lane in each direction with a continuous center turn lane between Myhan Lane and the Columbia High School south entrance. Additionally, the project is conditioned to improve the frontage of the not apart piece that you see on the preliminary plat on the south side of Amity Avenue. This will provide a consistency of improvements along the property frontage, which I do believe is needed in that area. So that is the extent of my presentation. I'll have Jim come up unless the council has any questions for me.
Yes, Councilman Haverfield.
Turn my microphone on. If you go back to the colored one that was just on the screen. So we're looking at RMH, RS6, BC, and IL. Is that the 4 different colors that we see up there?
Well, the reddish or burnt orange, whatever you want to call it, I think that's the BC.
On the corner?
And down below, yes. And the blue is the RMH, and the yellow is RS6. The IL is to the left. It's really not shaded. It's more of, it's what's left, if you will, between Amity and Railroad.
That's fine. It was mainly the distinction between the RS6 and the RMH that I was looking for, if that was up there. So you've answered that question.
Good.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Okay.
Okay,
So-
I'd like to have Jim come up and talk a
Thank
little
you.
bit about Indian Creek enhancement.
Thank you. Jim, go ahead and give us your full name and address. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, Jim Mayan, 2002 South Vista Avenue, Boise, Idaho, 83703. I think from previous meetings, we are the Mayans of Mayan Lane. I was born on Grays Lane in 1970, and I graduated high school in 1989 on Amity Avenue. So it's a fun full circle project for me. My dad was a truck driver for Armors for 22 years, and we ran the 80 acres north of here for probably about 20 years. So I think this is a great opportunity in talking about previous projects that were heard tonight. This is a classic blight industrial project. It has served the valley since the 1950s. It was the King Road because it was King's Meatpacking. And this is a great opportunity to revitalize this area in a similar way that Caldwell did with their downtown, with the reopening of Indian Creek, which I was a part of, and really create an amenity and a central feature and common open space, almost 30% for this development, which will be really the cornerstone for kind of the eastern development of Nampa. And I don't think there's really a better way we could do this, because just it's such a great amenity. And we have the opportunity to work with 2 developers at one time and get on both sides of this this project that normally would never be done. You know, you just wouldn't touch it because each guy would own half and neither one would come in at the same time. So we're really excited to be a part of this project, both projects, Indian Creek Estates as well as Chisholm Estates, and develop these public amenities, almost a mile of green belt just along Indian Creek, half a mile of stream development, 2 pedestrian bridges, so, and then all of our amenities that we have with the Indian Creek Estates. I think this will be just a cornerstone project for the city of Nampa, and I can stand for questions.
Are there any questions from council?
Mayor Kling?
Yes.
Quick question. Jim, thank you for your presentation. I think I asked the first time this came through about the groundwater conditions down in the IL portion, and it was being pumped back up into settling ponds. What happens to that water now with this development?
That I don't know. We can, our developer is here, but the industrial portion of it, we haven't worked on the details of and where they're gonna go with remediation of the industrial and kind of the armor site and the lagoons and how that all gets transformed is in details we haven't been involved in yet. So we're really focused on kind of the common areas, the streets, streetscapes, and Indian Creek itself. So I can definitely ask if Lance wants to come up and address that. He can do that. So
Okay.
he's nodding.
Yeah, so you're gonna open up Indian Creek and make it an amenity, but you're not gonna put that water back into Indian Creek, I would assume, if it's contaminated?
No.
Okay, that would not.
There's some standing agreements there that don't allow that, so. Yeah, we lived by there when they had their little issues back in the 80s. So yeah, but I can have, if you have any other questions for me, that'd be great. I can have our developer come and stand to that question if you wish.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you.
Lance, thank you. Later? Okay, so is there someone else from your group as the applicant wanting to speak at this time? No. Okay, so you would rather come answer? Okay. Good evening.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. My name is Kevin Amar. My address is 1580 West Cayuse Creek Drive in Meridian. I'm with Biltmore Company, and we will be the builder in the project. We look for these types of projects. I've known Lance for a long time. He develops really high-quality projects, and this one's an exciting one because it's an area that it seems like for a long time, as I drove by it, everybody just drove by it. It was surrounded and has been surrounded by development on pretty much all sides, but it takes a significant amount of effort to develop this site. And between Lance and Indian Creek Estates, it will really transform this area. A lot of the services are already there, schools and the like. And as a builder, that's the type of project we look for. We're gonna do a pretty high-end amenity package. So in the single-family residential, there'll be a large community pool, and there'll be a clubhouse, not just a changing room, but an actual clubhouse. We'll have a pickleball court, we'll have playgrounds, and then we've worked with Lance on designing the subdivision and the layout. So there's multiple pathways and access, not only throughout the subdivision, but also down to Indian Creek, which will be a large community pathway. And then also in the multifamily section, there will be an additional pool and clubhouse in the multifamily that will serve that development as well. This project, and one of the reasons we liked it for both the single family and the multifamily, is it also has a large component of employment base. There's 40 acres of commercial, there's business community, there's office space. All of that will provide an area, or the people that we're selling houses to, they can go and work in that same area or potentially work in that same area. So this is a unique situation for Biltmore, and we're excited to be a part of it. We appreciate your time this evening, and I'd stand for any questions.
Mayor Kling?
Yes.
So I'll ask you the same question. Do you know what's gonna happen to the dewatering, down below? It was put into settling ponds. Where does that water go now?
I'm going to defer to Lance.
He's gonna put it in the pool.
I don't think that'll work.
Are there any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is that water not generated by the plant to where it's no longer being generated?
I don't know what's going on with it. I just know.
I was
that
going to
there
say
settling
that should be no more water coming into those settling ponds. It would be done. Would that?
Correct.
So are you
correct?
doing a lot of groundwork down below to, are you gonna raise that up? What are you gonna do?
So, yeah, thank you, Lance Thusen. We are working with Kevin Amar in the development of this project. But to answer Commissioner or Councilmember Haverfield's question, the old kill floor that is now gone was in a basement. It was below groundwater, and that required pumps running 24/7. And they took it to a building that's now been taken down, but then pumped up the hill to the ponds where the single-family residential homes will be. So about, a little less than a year ago, somewhere in about May, we finally got the old basement out, shut the pumps off, and there is no more water. In fact, we've already reclaimed a couple of those ponds, filled them back in, compacted them. So there isn't any water now that would, there are some artesian wells on site, and we've built already one pond.
Where does Indian Creek go through the lower section?
Where does it go through? I don't have a pointer, but if Christie can.
Does it drop down there and go through that section?
It does. It runs right through, you know, kind of the old meat plant, stockyard where they had the cattle, and it just, in fact, it's interesting. Back in about, 2007, 8 maybe, when the city did the bond for the overpasses, they bought some additional ground for taking part of the parking, and they put a new parking on the north side of the overpass. Well, they put in a big culvert, tunnel underneath that overpass for the employees to walk through. We're now taking that tunnel, and that's what'll carry the green path underneath the ramp for the overpass, and then carry it on down the creek and all the way to Happy Valley. So we'll utilize that same culvert that was used for employees to walk through as the future pathway with the bridges and stuff that Jim showed there.
Thank
Does that answer
you.
your question?
Are there any other questions? Thank you so much. Okay, thank you for that report, and Christie?
All right, thank you, Mayor and Council. The request before you tonight is an annexation and zoning request to 4 zones with a preliminary plat and a PUD for that preliminary plat. In January, Planning and Zoning recommended approval of this project, and the minutes are in your staff report from that meeting. The property is in the impact area and does comply with the comprehensive plan, and that is in a mixed use or a community mixed use zone. So all of these zones that are being requested fall into that category. Utilities are available to the property and will be required to be developed to and through the project. These are the conclusions of law for annexation when you are considering your decision. And these are the applicable regulations for zoning as you consider your decision. These are the codes that were used to determine the appropriateness of the uses within the zones and the layouts. And this is the Chapter 26 Planned Unit Development Design Criteria. He went through the different zones, so I'll just click past those. Traffic is a big subject on this one, and I'm probably not going to go into too much detail. It's all listed out in the engineering memo. But I do want to draw your attention to the fact that it is split into different sections. So there is traffic mitigation that is to be addressed by the developer, and there's a long list of items that they need to address. There's also traffic items listed that are not to be addressed by the developer. The TIS identified areas that did have a certain level of impact but would not be addressed by this developer. And then there's also a list of projects that will be addressed with the capital improvements plan by the city. So there's 3 different categories of traffic in this particular project. And then, of course, they have their regular conditions with the various right-of-way dedications and improvements that they'll need to make, which he discussed already. There was some public input, which he also discussed. There was standard comments from the building department, parks, forester, engineering, GIS, fire, and police. They indicated that this would increase the population by 585 new residents, which would cause a need for 0.88 additional police officers, 0.29 additional support staff, and 0.576 additional fire personnel. This area is surrounded by single-family subdivisions, commercially zoned property to the north, a convenience store, a church, a daycare, Columbia High School, and other Canyon County residential and agricultural properties. It has been indicated that in the single-family zone, the properties may have a market value of $400,000 to $500,000, which would show a positive benefit to the city. Multifamily is based on a price per square footage. That has been assumed that if the units are 1,000 square feet at a cost per $165 per square foot, then it would yield a positive benefit to the city. But they have not proposed those buildings yet, so I don't know the exact numbers on that. Industrial and commercial impacts cannot be evaluated until we know what buildings they're going to be building and what uses are going to be in those buildings. He went over the various different aspects of the plat. A portion of this plat will be developed with the RS6 zone with a PUD entitlement, which means that it would allow for smaller lot sizes and for attached units. Even with these proposed smaller lots, this development is well within the allotted density for Chapter 26, which is the PUD chapter, and the RS6 zone. A portion of this property will also be developed in the RMH zone, which is one lot now, and is currently proposed on 9.9 acres with 186 dwelling units in 7 buildings with parking and amenities. There are no large platted lots that are adjacent to this development, so there are no compatibility issues that have been identified. The landscape plan was submitted with the application and is in review with the forester. I believe he does have some corrections on that, but I think it's just a tree species comment. In the RS6 zone, the open space that was provided was 19.7% for just that portion. 15% is required by code, so they do exceed that. And then, of course, the pathways that were discussed along Happy Valley and along Indian Creek. The conditions of approval are listed in your staff report. And this is your potential motion. I will stand for any questions.
Mayor, go ahead, President.
Just a question. Back to the preliminary plat, if you can go back there. Where is Indian Creek opened up in that plat? Is it through the park area? Or is it on the perimeter below the housing?
So the entire Indian Creek area is in that striped zone.
Okay.
Which would be where the floodway would be. And that pretty much encompasses the whole of Indian Creek.
Okay, so you've taken into consideration FEMA maps as far as for flood?
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilman
Hey,
Renner?
Mayor, yeah, Napa School District has concerns about increased enrollment and also traffic. Do you know how those are gonna be addressed? I mean, I'm reading here. It is open enrollment, so students can go elsewhere, unlike the Valley View School District to a certain extent. So, but also they were, as far as Grays Lane and East Amity Avenue, as far as letting students off and so on, they were concerned. And wanted the developer to expand Amity Avenue from the overpass to the roundabout to address these concerns. So regarding that, as far as what the expectation of the developer, is this something that's going to be happening? Is this something that Daniel's going to speak to, or?
I think Daniel could probably speak to it better than I can, but he did comment on the mitigation measures that
Right.
are required on Amity, so hopefully
Right.
that would take care of some of that. Might be also something to talk to the bus company about,
I just
maybe
wasn't
move their
sure how
locations.
extended the length on Amity that the expansion would be happening.
Oh, yeah, Meehan to the roundabout.
It would be
Mayan.
from the roundabout?
Oh, yeah.
So I do have a question, and it may be for Jeff, and it has to do with currently who, are these city roads, Happy Valley and Amity during that, or are those Highway District 1 roads? Yes, for Jeff. Or Daniel, I don't.
Mayor, I'm pulling the map up right now. There are portions that are in the county, in the highway district, and portions that are in the city limits. Let me get to the city limits here. So Amity is currently all within the city limits. Happy Valley within that area is north of the roundabout is within the city limits, and south of the roundabout is in the highway district currently.
Okay. So then what will, when we annex that in, what happens then to that road? Does that get annexed in at a later time, or do we wait until the other side is actually developed? The east side?
Mayor, the agreement that we have with the Nampa Highway District is that once 55% of the adjacent property is annexed into the city, we will annex the roadway. Looking at this annexation application, we would be at 50%. We would have the entire west side of Happy Valley. Everything on the east side would be the county still.
So it wouldn't trigger an annexation?
It would
yet?
not trigger an annexation there, though we're right at the 50% mark. If we were to want to, if the council were to want us to annex that to ease the ability to put the sidewalk along Happy Valley with the Nampa Highway District, that could certainly be included on this portion within this annexation application.
Okay. And I'm not necessarily suggesting it. We do need the sidewalks done. Council, it's a question I'm going to be asking more and more, because one of the things that I realize when we're annexing property in, we talk about schools, we talk about police, we talk about fire, but one of the things we haven't been talking about are the number of lane miles that we're annexing in every year, that long-term we have to maintain. And so we had a discussion with Tom and Jeff about this, and it is something we need to take into consideration. So it sounds like Amity is already a city road within what we're maintaining. This will not necessarily trigger us needing to pull Happy Valley in. But I think, so I mentioned it sounds like it's okay. Not something of concern right now, but it is a question that I think we need to be asking and having planning and zoning actually speaking to as we move to the future looking at annexations, because that's a long-term cost to the city. So, thank you.
Daniel, before you step back. Mayor, quick question, Daniel. As far as the road widening of Amity, what will that right away, will it be 100 feet?
The Mayor,
50
Councilman
feet off center
Haverfield,
line?
the dedication that they will be doing along their portions of Amity is a 50-foot right-of-way dedication for an arterial roadway.
And then they will be improving the frontage on Amity with curb gutter and sidewalk along with the asphalt?
Not per current code. The current code requires them to put in the sidewalk. Based on the traffic impact study, they will be adding a center turn lane to that section of, from the overpass, Meehan Lane, basically out to approximately the roundabout that they will be adding. But the current city code does not require them to do full ultimate build out with curb gutter sidewalk.
The
Or
impact
curb
fees,
gutter.
impact fees are paid, those improvements can be made elsewhere in the city.
The impact fees are paid to do the projects on the capital improvement plan with the expectation in the future that that widening would happen at a future date. There is discussion of changing the city code back to the old way with full build-out required. However, that's not been completed at this time, and so any approvals on this would be under the current city code.
Mayor, is that something we're going to be talking about at a workshop some point?
We need to. I don't know when it's going to come forward, but it's, do you have a date? Well, the impact fees will be talked about April 4th, but as far as the change in how we're managing.
The change to the code, we're proposing at the same time.
At the same time?
Yeah.
Okay. It is something we need to talk about because, as you know, the impact fees, it's not covering the full cost of development, and so then we're years out, and it is definitely a problem.
Yeah.
So,
Mayor, my last question for Daniel then is the crossed alignment with the access, is that aligning with something going to Columbia High School?
Their proposed accesses do not line up with the Columbia High School access. It is farther to the west from that, but they are doing the center turn lane all the way through that.
So that's not a problem?
No, we've reviewed the spacing and it all complies with policy.
So the access from Columbia south onto Amity, is that a right-in, right-out, or eventually long-term, or if it's a center turn lane, it wouldn't be?
There is no current plans to change that to right in, right out. That could be something that is needed in the future, but not anything identified with this project.
Thank you.
Can I ask another question? Could you point out where Meehan Lane is?
Meehan Lane is approximately, where they have their road coming up. Yeah, she's highlighting it there.
And where's Grays Lane?
Grays Lane is right there.
Okay, so the improvements are going to go past Grays Lane almost all the way to the overpass, is that correct?
Correct. So from generally speaking, the bottom of the overpass to almost to the roundabout, yes.
So
For the
that will
center turn
help
lane.
offset some of the challenges that we have there on Amity.
Correct.
Okay. And then can you remind me how long before we have a traffic light at Grays Lane?
That would be dependent on when it is warranted. It's not currently warranted, and is not within our, it's not currently contemplated in our capital improvement plan.
And the traffic impact from this is not triggering anything at Gray. I know that, yeah, okay.
Correct.
Thank you. Okay. I've got to think about, so we're part of staff report, but if you have a clarifying.
It's just clarifying. It's Councilman Bruner's question, again, Blaine Womer with Womer Engineering. I read the staff report and I had the same question you did about the school district. I got on the phone with Peter Jers and asked him about his, and the reason that brought the question to me was because when we did Indian Creek, there were no capacity issues, and the letter specifically said there were no capacity issues for the Park Ridge Elementary School, East Valley Middle School, and Columbia High School. And so that this kind of came as a surprise. And what he told me, and I kid you not, that the comment was related to the number of kids coming to the schools, moving the program up from a 4A to 5A.
So athletics was the.
Athletics was it. And if you don't believe me, I encourage you to give him a call, but that's what he explained to me, that is exactly the reason that he wrote that letter. Now, with a more serious side of things, I did explain to him the improvements we were doing to Amity because traffic was a concern for the south entrance there to the Columbia High School. He was very satisfied with what we were proposing.
Yeah,
So
we're getting tired of getting killed in these Nampa schools.
Thank you for mentioning that. And just a comment to staff, this is really insightful information. I think that we should clarify when we're getting a letter from the school district because we're making decisions and have, based on an annexation on a letter, and if it's tied to athletics.
And it did state, Mayor, I will clarify, it did state that sports and activities classification, so that was in the letter.
It was in that. I just don't know what was, yeah, but thank you.
but it was, to me, it was ambiguous enough that I needed the clarification as well. So
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, if there are no other questions for staff at this time, this is a public hearing and we're ready for public testimony. And the first person that we have signed up is?
Ray Booth?
Good evening, Ray. You've had to wait a long time for the real reason that you came.
Yes, and I
Thank you.
will say, it's worth the wait, watching the way you folks do what you do. It's impressive to see you go after details, and I hope this is a project that does not get approved. When I just picked this up tonight at 4:30, and I came down here unprepared as far as writing anything down. If I had known it was going to be this long, I could have probably written a book. But I'm looking at light industrial, almost 41 acres, almost 16 acres in apartment complexes, and another 5 acres in business. So roughly half of this whole project is stuff that it doesn't look like it belongs to me. It's inappropriate for that area. It's, you might call 6,000 square feet medium density. To me, that's roof to roof. It's high density. It's nothing that we have around that area that I'm aware of. I live on Secretariat, which is just on the other side of the tracks, and it's a older 20-year-old development roughly half acre on up, nice properties. And one of the things that really bothers me about developments, and when we see big pieces of land like this, and then they condense people into really tight areas, give everyone some space, rather than having 200 homes almost in 6,000 square foot lots. Give them 10, 12,000 square feet. Make houses, maybe half of them. If you do 100 houses in that, and you make half of them maybe 1,200 square foot homes, 2-bedroom, 2-bath, then young families can afford that kind of stuff easier. As their family grows, they have room to add on another room. The green spaces are very good, but I think every home should have its own little piece of green space for their kids and their dogs to run around in. And this kind of development, to me, is just absolutely wrong for the area. I guess that's about it. Oh, and as far as traffic too, I think it almost looks like there's going to be a portion coming out onto Happy Valley, just south of the roundabout. Is that what I'm seeing here? Okay.
Christie, is
Traffic
that
on Happy
correct?
Valley can really back up quite a bit, particularly when there's a train. I've seen it back up halfway to this thing. And if we have that much more traffic coming in and out of that spot, I can just see, and then with the roundabout there, that just looks like a huge problem. So anyway, I guess that's about it for me.
Thank you so much for taking
Booth?
time to be here tonight.
Mr.
Thank
Booth?
you. Yes.
Mr. Booth,
Question for you.
question for you. Yeah, sorry. Did you say you live in Triple Crown Estates?
Yes.
Is,
2017 South Secretariat.
and they're larger lots. Are you in the city, is Triple Crown in the city limits?
From my understanding, it is. It's right on the very southeast border of the city of Nampa, according to a map I got when I moved here. It looks like that's where it is. And to me, that's from there to the south and to the east is almost all farmland from there. It's like basically the bottom corner of the city, that is all city limits. We do get bills from the city of Nampa, so if that means anything, I guess we are.
Well, that
And,
means something. Sometimes
but
the
it's
larger.
just, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Sometimes the larger lots kind of equate to being county properties that don't
see.
have utilities
Yeah.
from the city, so that's why I was
Luckily, when
asking.
this development was, I understand in 2000, when it was made, people looked at land and allowed everyone to have a piece of it rather than jammed in together.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next person is?
Annette Rogers.
Good evening, Annette, and thank you for waiting.
You have to forgive me, I've never been here before.
You'll be fine.
My name is Annette Rogers, I live at 3836 Whistling Heights Way in Nampa. I'm not in favor of this particular building, I'm not opposed to building. But if you would look at Grays Lane, at the new subdivision called Pheasant Meadows, it's a sardine community. There are no backyards. I'm assuming the builder at the time looked at this for retirees. They're not going to want a huge backyard. I get that. But over 2,300 square foot home for 2 retirees doesn't make sense with no backyard. I digress. I'd like to know how they're going to do sound barriers on this proposed subdivision industrial complex. I don't think they realize at 1 o'clock in the morning or 3 o'clock in the morning when the trains go through Greenhurst, blaring their horns, that's going to really adversely affect the people that are living there. Yes, I was concerned about the testing on the water, groundwater especially, because they're proposing wells. Soil analysis as well, because they're going to be building on it. Are they just going to bury it, or are they going to, like I said, you guys sort of kind of addressed that in the beginning, which I appreciate, but it's still a concern. My main concern is Grays Lane. With the recent subdivisions off of Grays Lane, not just Park Ridge, but the newest one, Pheasant Meadows, the increased traffic is horrendous. There are not enough police officers, God bless you all. There are not enough police officers to patrol this area because they're doing other things, and I understand that. We need more police presence. When we do call for police, A lot of times, they're just overwhelmed, they can't be there. Write a report, send it in, we'll get to it eventually. Not a criticism of you guys on this. But it's just, that's where we're at because we have so many people coming in. More people, unfortunately, there is more crime. Now, on these multiplexes that they're planning on building, facing the railroad tracks, is that a good view for these apartments to be looking over a rail yard? Or again, and then having to deal with the sound. Now, the other plex is closer to the roundabout from what I could see on the land there. But again, how tall? Are you gonna be blocking the view from other people? Rats. There are a lot of questions I have. The greenbelt going through there, nobody's gonna wanna walk near the train tracks at night, for sure. I don't know if the greenbelt's gonna go through there or not. You know, you can find the occasional, well, trash, you find occasional drugs and occasional dead bodies. So, I mean, it's not really a safe area for people to be traveling along the railroad areas. Got a lot of concerns. I'm not liking this. I just wish it would spread out a little bit more, spread out a little. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next person?
Randy Coburn?
Good evening, and thank you for being here tonight, and thank you for your patience.
My pleasure. Thank you for your diligence, the whole city council. My name is Randy Coburn. I live at 609 South Graves Lane, kitty corner to the project across Amity. Amity is a main arterial highway or roadway, and it's built to handle traffic. So it's doing its job, and the improvement is going to improve that job. Graves Lane is a collector. It's not a neighborhood street. It's a collector street, and it is doing its job to connect traffic to the main arterial roads. So that project, as far as traffic is concerned, the roads are doing the job. They do get a little busy in the morning and at night, but everybody who lives in that neighborhood is not going to take all their cars onto the road all at once. They're staggering work shift. They go to the stores not every 10 minutes. They just go to the store maybe once a day at different times. So traffic is not going to be overwhelmed. So, you know, the main concern is traffic, and the traffic problem is not there. That's all I have to address.
So do you support the project?
Pardon me?
Do you support the
I am a
project?
proponent of the project, yes. I support it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Vicky Coburn?
Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. I am Vicki McMinn Coburn, and I live at 609 South Graves Lane, Nampa, Idaho, 83687. I am for Chisholm Estate Development. It will be a stone in southeast Nampa's crown. Traffic is always a concern. That yipping at you people does not do any good. I believe if we really want to see something done with our traffic issues, we need to go to the legislature, we need to go to the governor, and we need to go to ITD and tell them what we want, because they control the purse strings. How do we petition them for widening Amity and Happy Valley Road? We also need Amity and Happy Valley Road roundabout widened to 2 lanes. It backs up to Grays Lane in AM and PM traffic. And Chisholm is adding a lane on South Amity. So that's going to be choking traffic down trying to get through the roundabout on one lane going through. And so I think that's something that needs to be addressed. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All Sellers?
I'm tired.
bet you are. Thank you for staying so late.
You bet. So Paul Sellers, live at 96 South Grace Lane. My end of the street butts up to this project. I'm in opposition to it. My wife and I and our 6 children moved here from Boise to get away from the development. We wanted a place where we could have a garden, an orchard, animals, and we do that, and it's amazing. But every development that goes in makes us want to move out even more. And both of us are nurses, and you need us in your community. But this, and I completely understand the desire to have affordable housing, but just adding more lots does not do that. There's so many other factors that come into it, their wages, what the Federal Reserve does, interest rates, inflation, all that has to do with it. Considering Boise, you can't honestly tell me that them adding every single house in there has made affordable housing in Boise. All they've done is destroyed the entire city. They expand the interstate. It doesn't help to keep expanding the roads because you get to the point that you have to put a big wall in the back of someone's yard. So then what do you do after that? There's nowhere to go. And then there's no open space left. And that's why the people moved here in the first place. We also have a well. The more developments that go in, the less water that goes back on the ground for irrigation, the more chance that I have in my well fails. That's been a huge problem in Ada County and Canyon County. So why can't we be one community to say we're going to buck the trends and not do this anymore? You destroy the quality of life of the people who are already here to try to make affordable housing that is not going to have a long-term effect. Any land that you open up, the price is going to be up $20,000 1 month from now. It will have no impact whatsoever, and then it's destroyed. And then people like us are going to leave. And then where are we going to go? Because everyone else is doing the exact same thing. It makes no sense. It just doesn't. If you've been to places like Switzerland or whatever, they don't do this. They have wide open spaces everywhere. They limit the number of developments that they have, and they've done fine. So don't do this. I'm not completely opposed to building some houses. I was lucky to get in when I did. Our house is built in 1936 and still has a little bit of land with it. But if you are going to allow houses to go in, make sure they have some land so it preserves the quality of life. That's why people are coming here, why they live here. But that's why I left Boise, is to get away from it, and now it's coming back here. And everyone that moves from Washington or Utah or California says, you're destroying this place. You're doing exactly what they did back where we came from, where we're trying to leave. Do you have any questions for me?
No, but we appreciate you coming. Thank you so much. Thank you.
The traffic also, the traffic is bad. And the cars zoom down Grace Lane, screeching, hauling. Please do not come to do anything about it. It's just going to get worse. Our kids are out there. It's a main thoroughfare for people to walk. It's dangerous already right now. Add more traffic to it, it'll be worse.
Thank you. Okay, so it looks like we've gone through the list that we have. Is there anyone else here this evening that had intended to testify on this matter? Yes. Go ahead and come forward, and thank you for sharing your name and address.
Yeah, my name is Raleigh Palmer, and address is 2027 Secretariat, Nampa. And I'd just like to add that I think I would be against this project in its present state because of the additional congestion I think it would cause. I think I would be open to, a scaled-back project of some magnitude. I have seen since I've been here, 4+ years as a resident of Nampa. And I've observed in that short amount of time, the traffic getting worse, not better, even though the road construction's ongoing and lights are being added, roundabouts and whatnot. I'm sure it helps. It would probably be even worse if not for the improvements. And also I can foresee in the, I don't know about immediate future, need for an overpass there on Happy Valley and Greenhurst. Because as Ray pointed out, you get a long line of cars, especially rush hour during that time, or even in the morning when you're trying to get to work. A train goes through and then you're stuck, And along with, that would mitigate all the, a lot of the horn blaring too, which we get a lot of living where I live in the Triple Crown Estates. Those are my thoughts. Just wanted you to know.
Thank you. Council, do you have any questions? Thank you for taking time to listen and to be here.
Thank you for helping us out.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here that had intended to testify? Okay, seeing no one, this is an opportunity for our applicant to come back and, as you've listened to concerns, and to provide any closing comments.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, Blaine Woolmer, Woolmer Engineering again. Yes, I did listen to Mr. Booth, Ms. Rogers, Mr. Sellers, and Mr. Palmer's comments, and there was a common theme through them. There was density and traffic. And I would like to point out that the project does have a future land use designation of community mixed use. And that's what we tried to do with this project, because we have some interesting constraints with this project. We do have the railroad, we have Indian Creek, and we have a school to the north. We have vacant land to the east, and residential southwest of the railroad. And the community mixed use allows the uses that we've proposed. In fact, as I think Christie pointed out quite aptly, that the densities that we're proposing are well within range and not anywhere near the maximum densities that would be allowed under the specific zones. So we tried to be cognizant of that. We tried to fit into the neighborhood, and we tried to create a development that I think the city of Nampa will be proud of. With regard to train noise, that's why the industrial is where the industrial is proposed. Industrial doesn't complain about train noise. The residential portion of the project is on the other side of Indian Creek with a substantial distance barrier there. I know train horns are loud, but it will certainly be mitigated being that far away. So the traffic concerns are, as we've talked about pretty much all night, this project is conditioned quite substantially for improvements that are germane to and have a nexus to this development. And those improvements will significantly increase the circulation through there. And anybody that's impacted by it, like I said earlier, Mr. Jers from the school district seems very satisfied of what we were proposing and was looking forward to those improvements. So that's how I would address those concerns, and I'd be happy to answer any further council questions.
I actually have a question, and I've just been thinking about it, so I've got to ask the question. This council's heard it so many times, me talking about Tuscany as a master planned community. Is there a reason why you've gone with the high density with the multifamily rather than going more of a master plan community that goes from a lower density, but not necessarily multifamily, up to a larger footprint? Because there are some subdivisions that have done it beautifully. The project that you're doing on covering Indian Creek is beautiful. I think doing the industrial along the railroad and what you're doing is so I think you've done a good job. It is a little concerning because you put a lot of homes in there. And one of the things that's so nice in a community is where you have housing that goes from a higher density to a lower density, all in the same subdivision. You've got some large lots and you've got small lots. And you've got homes that are really close to one another for those that don't want any yard. So there's a variety, and it almost looks as though it's pretty consistent houses, just it's a kind of a cookie cutter, versus more of a master plan community that has a variety of housing options within it, and maybe not going so much high density. So help me understand why you've chosen to go the direction you've gone.
Well,
Is it because of our zoning? Because hopefully not.
Well, the RS6, again, with the PUD allows us to do some of what you're talking about there, which we did. We have some smaller lots, and then we have lots that range from 3,900 square feet up to over 6,000 square feet, and obviously knuckle lots and
So you
corner
do, I'm
lots.
just not seeing it.
Oh,
I mean,
yes,
I-
there's quite a variety of lot sizes that are summarized on our lot summary table. And then, the higher density, which would be the apartments, is in that transition. It goes from the larger lots in the subdivision you see there to where the cursor is for the.
Versus individually owned townhomes, right? You've gone with multifamily apartment.
Correct. So we're
versus
trying to
townhomes.
offer a variety of different residential units. There's some rental units there, obviously, but going back to what Mr. Bruner was saying earlier, there's substantially more homeowner opportunity. And that's in all the different size lots we've proposed there, again, ranging from like 3,900 to 6 and plus square feet.
Thank you for answering my question.
Mayor?
Yes.
Can you tell me about the industrial and the commercial lots a little bit more? What the, I don't know if you. how
I
much you can
believe
tell me.
Lance could probably talk a little bit more about what he's thinking with the industrial. I think probably the commercial right now is the farthest out there as far as what we know, what would be the best
Commercial?
use there. That usually answers.
11 commercial lots,
No, the 11 are the industrial lots.
industrial,
Yes,
light industrial,
light industrial,
and then 2 commercial lots.
correct.
Okay.
And can you point to exactly, I mean, I think I know, but where are those at, right in the corner? There?
Councilman
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Haverfield?
Self-auditing. So the PUD, is that for the RMH and the RS6 portions?
That's just the RS6.
RS6?
Yes.
Okay, so the RMH, you're not, okay. Well, that makes sense. I just wanted to make sure what your intent was.
Sure.
Are there any other questions? Okay,
Mayor,
no other questions?
Mayor, I was out, so you probably already addressed it. But I do have a concern with the high density as far as the 6,000. So do we decide, was there any chance of having a variety, or was that discussed? And I apologize if it was already discussed.
Well, we did discuss it. The RS6 with the PUD allows us to have the variety in lot sizes that we have there. The smallest lot being
I realize that's the average. So, I mean, what, are we gonna be some that are 8,000 and some that are 5,000, or what are we looking at?
For the most of them are in the 6,000 square foot range. They do drop down to where there's a townhome opportunity with some of the smaller lots. And then there are also some bigger lots in there in the areas butting up to, say, Indian Creek. Oh, excuse me.
Good evening, Kevin Amar. I just wanted to address one of the reasons we like this project for building homes, because it does give us a variety of lot sizes. We aren't a builder that wants to build just a single type of lot. And I think what I keep hearing is we're focused on the RS6. That's simply a zoning designation. It's not the size of lots. These lots go from 3,900 square feet to over 12,000 square feet. And depending on the type of lot and where it is, we've situated the smaller lots near the common area in the center of the project. And then there's some transition smaller lots next to what will future be the multifamily. There's also some smaller lots what will be future next to the business commercial. But then in the balance of the project, they go from 3,900 square feet up to over 12,000 square feet along Indian Creek. So it does provide an opportunity for a variety of housing types and styles. It won't look at like that cookie cutter style. We have the alley loaded lots that really, we're able to provide an interesting design on the frontage that face the park. We have some even opportunities to do daylight basements down along Indian Creek. So this project provides, of the subdivisions we're building in currently, and we build all over the Treasure Valley, this probably has the largest variety of lot size that we're currently able to build.
Mayor, if I may follow up, so how many home designs? I mean, if I want to come in, if I'm moving from Boise, I'm looking for a place, when I come in and talk to you about building my home, are there like 5 different designs that I look at?
Yeah.
I see some in Napa that troubles me, I will admit. know, here's one house, 3 houses down, it's exactly the same. 3 houses down, exactly the same.
Understood. Madam Mayor,
So what are we
Councilmember
looking at in this?
Brunner, I don't have the exact count, but there's 20 or 30 designs by the time we're done with this.
Okay.
And each of the designs will have multiple color options. We take care in making sure that it doesn't look cookie cutter.
So we have some 2-story, some
There'll be
ranch
some
style.
single story, there'll be ranch style, there'll be 2-story.
And square footage, just variance is approximate.
And square footage is gonna be 1,500, 1,800 square feet to over 3,000 square feet.
Mayor?
Thank you for the
Thanks.
clarity in the lot sizes. I needed
appreciate
that,
that.
thank you.
You're welcome.
So Kevin, a question. In looking at the proposed RS6 count of 191 units, some of them are indicated as being townhouse. And looking at the plat, on either side of the park, are those rear-loaded townhouses is what is proposed in those 2 sections?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Haverfield, I'm nervous even using the proper vernacular with you.
You should
But
be.
the townhomes that we have are up against the RMH. Those will be attached townhome units. The units-
Townhouse or townhome?
But they'll be individually owned.
Okay, so that's a townhouse.
Okay,
So
townhouse.
in looking at what you've proposed here in your layout, it appears that there's maybe an alley that runs in between lots in those 2 blocks.
On either
There
side
you
of the
go,
park.
yeah. Is that a rear-loaded townhouse development there?
It is a rear-loaded, single-family development. Those will be detached.
Okay. So
So
where are
all
the
of those
townhouses?
units along that alley, those are not townhouses, as I understand them, because they're not attached units. They will all be detached product.
Separated from the property line by 5 feet. So where are the townhouses at?
The townhouses are in that section that she's indicating now, up adjacent to the multifamily to provide some transition from the single-family portion to the multifamily.
Those are 0 lot line homes.
Yes.
How many will they be combined?
There'll be 2 attached.
2 attached, separation, okay. So it's- okay. I was just wondering where the townhomes were gonna be in. I was figuring you were rear loading them in those 2 center sections, but, okay. Thank you.
We are building a project with some townhomes currently, back to Mr. Bruner's question, in Meridian, and in those same number of alley-loaded lots, we have 10 different house plans that are provided just in the alley-loaded lots. That doesn't count the other lots that will have a variety of house plans.
There's
as well.
still street frontage then on the east and west sides of that section there.
Correct.
Thank you. Are there any other questions?
I just have one. Are there garages on these townhomes, or what's the parking situation look like?
All of the homes, including the townhomes and the alley-loaded lots, will have a minimum of a 2-car garage. When we can, we'll have a 3-car garage, simply because that's what our clientele prefer. These homes are gonna be, $500,000 and up, depending on whatever the current market is at that time. And so we're trying to provide the amenities in a subdivision for that type of home as well.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Bauer, did you have any questions?
Nope.
Nope, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any closing comments? Are we good? Mr. Thusen.
I appreciate the concern, but I want the council, or the council to know that this is going to be a very nice subdivision. I've done several before. Name a few. 2 of the neighbors, sounds like, live in one of them. Secretariat was in Triple Crown subdivision that I developed back in 1999, 2000. We did Bridgewater. We did, anyway, several of them. The big difference between offering a large lot is the amount of money that you pay per acre. And when I bought that, it was $8,500 an acre in 2000, and now we're paying over $125,000 an acre. So when you do the math, you have to do, you have to get a lot count. But with that being said, these are really nice homes, like Kevin spoke. Kevin will be the sole builder, and they will be $500,000 homes. And the multifamily home and I thought we had some townhouses up along the commercial, did we not? I think we did. I just wanted to, right where Christie's pointing, there might be some townhomes right in there, and then back against the high density. But I just wanted to speak to the effect that this will be a nice project.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, if there are no further questions for the applicant, I would stand for a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
Second?
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
What is the will of the council?
Mayor?
Yes.
I wanted to say something to council real quick. Because in the packet, there was that discussion with like 4A and 5A with sports. And I coach a lot of the Columbia kids that are younger. And the truth is, I mean, Columbia wouldn't even compete in 2A this year in football. They're really like a dumpster fire with sports. That's just the truth. Anyone involved in athletics knows that. And I think one of the reasons is because they don't have developments like this in their area. So you look at Nampa High School now. Nampa used to be a little dumpster fire. They're doing really good now in athletics because there's development being built. Skyview has the same. And so I kind of disagree with that comment. And someone with the sports background, this development will help Columbia athletics. It'll be huge for them because you'll get kids moving in there, moving in from California, whatever, like Skyview and the Nampa kids have. A lot of times they get a few move-ins can change a program like that. So I'm in favor of this development. It's exactly what we ask for as a city. It gives us commercial, gives us industrial, gives us parks, pools. We heard earlier about the graffiti at the park around the corner from this earlier, about the gentleman. So you put in developments like this, it just really brings the quality of an area up, in my opinion. And in my opinion, this is kind of a struggling area. That's why Columbia struggles. It's just kind of been just a non-developed area that's just kind of been on the, kind of on the worst side of town when it comes to schools and sports and things like that. And so, anyway, there's always pros and cons. I love the commercial, the industrial, the quality of the homes, and I think this is what our town needs, so I'll be voting yes for this development.
Any other-
Motion?
Yep. Was that a motion?
Yep.
Second.
As, with all the conditions listed in the staff report.
Second motion?
So we have a motion to approve the annexation and zoning as stated with all conditions of approval and a second. Is there any discussion? Seeing.
We need to
excuse me?
include the PUD and the preliminary plat in that as well.
Yes, right, it's as stated up there, so I'll read
Okay.
it.
Thank you.
The motion is to approve annexation and zoning of 126.27 acres south of Amity Road, west of Happy Valley to RS6, RMH, BC, and IL zoning districts, the planned unit development and preliminary plat for Chisholm Estates subdivision. And then I won't keep reading it, but it's as clearly stated on the screen. And that was seconded
With staff's conditions of approval.
with conditions of approval. Okay, is that good? Okay, good. And I'm not seeing any discussion?
Well, Mayor, I'll just say, and then growth, I know is such a concern, but it's true. And it's so happening, so unless you do a moratorium totally on growth, I mean, to me, this project is just a really fine, quality project. And if you want to be out in the country, which I totally understand, yeah, I'm afraid Nampa, like all Boise and Treasure Valley, is just not there anymore. And, so, anyway,
No one said the moratorium, not one single person said that tonight, so where did you get that from?
I'm just saying, if you're going to stop growth, that's what would need to happen. I didn't,
So,
I'm sorry.
yeah, we can't have a discussion, I'm sorry. So we are in discussion for council, but we can't go back and forth.
Mayor Kling.
Okay, so roll call.
Mayor Kling.
Oh, excuse me, yes.
I have several issues with this proposal. And I do believe that new growth out there is warranted. That is a good thing for us. But then again, I'm going to say, over and over and over, our city has had to deal with massive subdivisions with apartments in between. this one is a good proposal, but then again, I'm gonna say that the apartment complexes is a real struggle for me because it involves different aspects of growth, traffic, density, and what it does to the local environment in that neighborhood. So I do like that they're gonna be owned, but I don't know where and why we're having to deal with all these issues all the time. That who came up with this idea? Because everybody seems to be doing it now, is residential, light industrial, and apartment complexes. I have a real issue with that because with 5 years down the road, what are they gonna look like? We need to make good decisions on these, and I think Mr. Thusen has a good idea on this one. But, oh boy, I'm not in favor of this one. I would like it, except for the apartment complexes in between. So I'm not gonna support this proposal.
Call for the vote.
I think Council.
I kind of side with Councilman Rodriguez a little bit. I struggle with the apartments in here. I agree. I don't know long-term kind of what that's gonna look like. And I think it's a great project and I like it, but the apartment building really adds another impact to the roads and to the traffic. And I'm struggling with that too, so.
Mayor, excuse me, Mayor.
Councilwoman Levi, yes.
Thank you. I appreciate the discussion and I appreciate the presentation, but I want to state for the record, just with the size of this project in itself, I think of the amount of new residents it is going to add. And I'm just asking my same question is, where are the police officers going to come from? If we look back on our public hearings tonight that have been approved, are we providing new additional police officers? Because that is our responsibility as a municipality, is to be providing public safety. And it gets me very concerned each time these developments come forward, no matter how good they are. But again, public safety is a concern. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comment? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
No.
Werner?
Yes.
Angula?
No.
Levi?
No.
Haverfield?
Yes.
And Bauer?
You did. It's a tie. I've been wondering, what am I going to do if this is a tie? And I can't ask you questions. So, you know what? I'm struggling. I like what you're doing. I think the quality of building is excellent. The design is excellent, and we need to develop. I wish there were not the multifamily apartments in there. Everything else is good, but I wish you would consider taking those out. Because it adds a different element to it that we don't necessarily need. That said, that would have to be a decision, because you guys, I think, are being approved for that. Maybe limiting the number that you have of apartments that you have in there. I do think it is an improvement to this area. And I do agree, we're growing, but so I'm gonna take a second to explain what I'm thinking here. Growth is challenging, and there are areas that we're gonna grow and areas that we need to not be growing. This is a corridor for the city. I do see this as an area of growth. And it's a given that this is gonna grow along this major corridor that we're in. I think that as we move further out, we need to pause, and we need to pause the growth. But right here on Happy Valley, at this intersection and with what this is, the development that you're doing is good. And I understand all the concerns. I'm gonna say yes. As I say yes, though, I'd like to say, would you guys consider dropping the multifamily? Because we don't need considerably more multifamily. And I think that really adds to, I so appreciate the fact that you have the varying lot sizes, and having the duplexes or townhomes that are owned, there's a place for that. But when you get into the high density of apartment complexes, I don't know that we really need apartments there. I think closer to downtown, that's probably where, but I would like to just ask if you guys would consider that. So my vote is yes. It's too late to have you change something because the hearing is done, but I actually personally would like to say, would you consider leaving out the apartment complexes? So, and you don't have to answer tonight, but that's something that I don't think we need the apartments there. I think we need to go with the home ownership, and that's something we've talked a lot about is individual home ownership. And some of those are gonna be rentals, but go with your duplexes, your attached, your graduated housing. So, only because of this particular location, the development, it's gonna grow. I think it's a good development. You guys have you've done a good job designing something with the blend, and so I am gonna vote yes and ask you to consider the other. So
And I'll
that
just say I back the mayor on that also, even though I voted yes. As you could tell from the previous hearing, I'm not real high on multi-housing.
So with that, that is the conclusion of our no, it is not. We have one more public hearing, and we have some people that have been sitting here a long time waiting for our last public hearing.
Mayor, just a question or observation. And maybe it's a workshop topic, but where in the city would this council consider apartments being acceptable?
Well,
I think they're acceptable I'll just speak to that, Mayor, if I may. I think they're acceptable in that gateway. I just don't want all apartments.
that's where you need apartments.
Yes.
Absolutely, in
It's the
Gateway
outskirts of town like this is to a certain extent.
and downtown, moving in. I think that you need to, and as you go out, you diminish it. In this area, I think we could go out.
Across from the library, we know we're gonna get apartments.
I mean, that's a no-brainer there, but I was just wondering what other areas of town?
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Reminder, that's why we have good legal, thank you. Future agenda topic, we can't get into that
That's why I
tonight.
asked the
Thank
question,
you.
maybe it's a future workshop.
It is, and yeah, we can't get into it. Darren, thank you for standing there saying, let's move on to item 6.5. This is an action item.
Ready when you guys are, yeah.
Okay, so this is approval of one of 3 different golf fee options that are proposed by staff and authorize a policy that limits the number of season passes sold each year. And how many people are here for this item?
Yeah, so we got staff, I know it, and a couple of representatives from our staff. I think John Lewis is online. Todd Durbin is from our golf commission, representing our golf commission. And so.
And Randy
And
Aldrich,
Randy
representing the
is
seniors.
A public. Yeah,
Yes.
yep, here for the public.
He's the
Yeah.
public.
Yep, he is the public. So
Is John in bed or is he,
I think he's up, but
way
no
past
promises. Yeah.
I am up.
Okay, there he is, yeah. So, yeah, we're here tonight. If you remember that not too long ago, I think it was January 18th, we brought fees in front of City Council. And with that, we were directed to go back and take another look at golf fees. I appreciated that opportunity because as we look at it, we have a lot of needs. And what I've tried to do tonight, and I'll go quickly, is really highlight just some of the needs and the reasons why I think that it makes sense to try to push the fees up just a little bit more. We come up with some statistical information that I think is really important just to understand who uses the golf courses, what the busy days are, who our users are, and it really helps us kind of just figure out how to kind of place our fees and direct our fees that will support the golf courses. So here I just want to explain a little bit. Centennial is a little unique in that it has grandfathered passes. And so when you see the grandfather passes, it's just history. About 18 years ago or so, it was before I was in this particular position, there was a decision made to not sell weekend passes and have them restricted. And so the rule is if you keep your pass, as long as you keep your pass, you're able to keep renewing it. And but someday that'll be zero. That top grandfathered part will be zero. And then, of course, we sell the bottom part is the passes that we sell now. Again, this is Ridgecrest. These are the passes that are currently sold. I think it's interesting. We sell 3 different passes, or a variety of passes in 3 different categories. You can buy a pass to only Centennial. You can buy a pass only for Ridgecrest, or you can buy what we call our City Pass. That gives you the opportunity to either golf at Centennial or at Ridgecrest. It's a higher fee to have that option. You can see here, this is the makeup of pass holders. It's not the makeup of all golfers. We don't collect information on if you come and pay a day fee. We don't collect data on where they came from. But maybe it would be reasonable to think that it would be pretty close to where the pass holders come. So at Centennial, we have just about 49% of those that come from Nampa, and then the rest come from, many come from the Boise Meridian area. Looks very similar to Ridgecrest. 52% are actually from Nampa, which I think surprises some people, but anyway, this is where they come from. And then the pass that is for both locations, you can see 31% come from Nampa, and then a pretty good showing from the Meridian and Boise area. And I think I would like to point out is that we really need that Boise Meridian market to make this work. So it's a good thing. And as we've positioned ourselves with the state to buy that property, we've also said that, hey, this just isn't a Nampa resource. It's a treasure, it's a valley-wide resource. And I think that this information shows that it's true. Just shows that we have a lot of golf play. Ridgecrest had 47,000 rounds last year. Just a breakup of information of when our weekday play is versus our weekend play is. Helps us kind of understand how to price and where our busy spots are. I think this is an interesting slide here. As you can see, this is a National Golf Foundation slide, and it shows the growth or the number of rounds played per golf course on an 18 equivalent hole course. So in the late 80s, 90s, the golf courses overbuilt and they got oversupplied because the reason was there were so many people playing golf they couldn't get on. And so after the 90s, due to the increase of both golf courses, there were so many of them, and then due to maybe a lack of interest in golf, it declined for some time. And then COVID came, and you can kind of see, like in 2019, things just really took off and soared. That is similar to what we've experienced too. So there's a really high demand right now for golf. Just want to cover the reasons why we're asking for an increase in golf fees. As everybody knows, the golf courses, they're enterprise funds, and so they need to pay for themselves. We're getting ready to purchase the state property. That will be, I don't want to really talk too much because it's still in negotiation. The fees that we're going to pay for the golf course. But it's millions of dollars that we'll have to come up with to buy the golf courses. And then we have quite a few capital improvement items that need to take place over the next 10 years. And of course, like everything with inflation right now, we're seeing just a really high increase in the operation costs, whether it's staffing or the supplies that we need to purchase. And then the second is, or lastly, is we heard from City Council that you don't like debt, don't want to stretch the debt out any longer than we have to. And so we took that into consideration as we put together this fee proposal. Just a slide here. This is our progress that we're working with the state. They've accepted the appraisal that the city has done, so that's checked off. Even though that we had that appraisal, way more than a year ago, they just accepted that appraisal in November. Now we're doing some due diligence and surveying and then working on the contract agreement. So we'll try to finish that up and expect to have it done, most stuff done by May, and then wait for the closing by the end of June. Just kind of want to move forward and highlight some of those slides just a little bit later. This is the pricing strategy that we came up with, and the material that backs up, and it kind of shows a plan of how we plan to move forward. There's a lot of needs of the golf course, but so I don't want it to sound like we're in a bad position, because we're not. We're actually in a really good position. We have a plan to pay for all of the capital in 10 years that we need. We have a plan to pay off debt in less than 10 years with these fees. And so things are, it seems overwhelming, but I'm excited because golf is really booming right now. I won't go over the whole capital improvement plan. The purpose of just sharing this tonight is there is a capital improvement plan. It's been well thought out over 10 years. And so we plan on putting $3 million towards the payment of the golf courses, and then carrying another $3 million in debt. So you'll see out of this almost $13 million, $3 million of that will go towards the purchase of the golf courses. As far as a 10-year plan, I've taken the capital improvement plan, I've implemented it into this 10-year financial plan, including the debt payments that are there. So you'll see that the debt payments are $352,000 a year. And then on the capital, I've built the nearly $13 million into the capital. The most important line on this financial plan is to look at the balance carried forward. I don't like it to get much less than $1 million, but there's some big capital projects coming in. And so you look at that bottom line. In 2025, we get about $500,000 in our fund balance, then it grows back up, and then we do another big capital improvement project, and then it goes down a little bit, and then it starts growing up. So with this plan, if we can stay to it, there is a possibility that we might be able to pay debt off even after maybe 8 years, if we can, like I said, if we can stick to this plan, and I think we can. We've done really well over the last many years. We've been able to build a fund balance of $5 million and still pay for a lot of the needs. Now, I would say if we wouldn't have $5 million in there if we would have owned the golf courses right now, because we would have already done some of those capital improvements. We just couldn't move forward with it without, without the ownership of the property. The other strategy that we did is we've compared, as you guys know, we've compared other golf courses. Centennial, we compared a little differently with other golf courses compared to Ridgecrest. They both have a different feel to it. Sometimes it's just kind of like you can work out all the numbers, but then you have a feeling of kind of what you can get for your particular golf course. And so that's considered too, and I think that's where the Golf Commission really helps us stay focused and has a good understanding of what our market will bear.
Mayor? Dennis, can I just cut to the chase?
Oh, yeah.
What it appears is that the Golf Commission is recommending an additional $116,000 be added to what was already approved in the fiscal year 21 revenue of $253,000. So if I just got to the chase, do you feel that that's sustainable to the golf community, that they would be willing to pay these additional rates? Or are we risking potentially losing golfers to other golf courses because we're higher? It's on slide 620.
So, so this talks about option 2. This is
Which is the recommended
the
option.
recommendation from staff and the Golf Commission. It brings in comparison, what was already improved, it brings in another $116,000. And I think that is what, I think that is what.
And that gives us a path of paying off the golf courses in 10 years.
Yes.
Which is an admirable goal. And if things do drop off as far as usership, we can always just extend that out to whatever time frame it needs to be.
Or postpone a capital improvement or something like that, so.
It's close, it is 11 o'clock,
Yeah.
so it's tough to make a decision after that. So I'm just
I
trying to
understand.
cut to the chase. I
Yeah.
think I understand what you're proposing.
Yep, understand.
Excuse me, are there any questions? I know, Darren, you may have more you want to cover.
No,
But you don't-
I think we're pretty close. This was a proposed motion.
Yeah.
I did have one clarification.
Yeah. I'm ready.
So on the line, on the Centennial Senior Day fee on the Wednesdays, on the senior 55 and older, we had an oversight. We should have had that same line for the women's senior leagues on Thursday. So we would like to add, it would just duplicate that same price for Thursday.
Does it impact a motion if we do a motion based on the slide that we were looking at? Does it change?
It's like how much fees will be collected. It's so, there's three people that it would affect every Wednesday. So it's super minor. It's,
Mayor
Clay.
it's just dollar, yeah.
That's
it's just-
on Thursday.
That's
Yeah,
on
so
Thursday.
The ones on Wednesday would only be about maybe 5,000 a year by keeping it what it is today. Yeah, and then I also wanted to include the females as well on Thursday.
Okay, so if it stayed, is Councilman Rodriguez, are you saying that you want to keep that line at 27 and not improve it for the men's?
That's correct. That's what we initially
Yeah,
thought.
that would be, about 8,000.
Yeah.
Wouldn't change our, there's enough room in the plan, for 6,000 or 8,000, but that's what it would be. That's what
Just so
it would
that
be.
if a motion comes after the public hearing, that we make the motion correct to achieve whatever we're talking about.
That's an
So-
option.
Okay. Are there any questions for Darren before we move to public hearing? Okay, so Darren, I think we'll move into public hearing and then we'll come
Okay.
back for clarity before we make a final motion. So this is a public hearing and we have one person that signed up to testify. Randy Aldridge, thank you so much for being here. Come on down. I am so glad. I told him that, you know, it starts at 6:30, don't come before 7:30, and then it's like, no, it's going to be way after that, but boy, did not guess.
I was here at 8.
You were
Gave you
here,
30 minutes.
you were here a little
leeway.
after 7.
Well, I'm
so
just
sorry.
here for the seniors, talk about the seniors about this, and you kind of covered a little bit on that. We've talked about it over the years, and before I got here, I texted about 30 of my members and tell them what I'm doing tonight, and they wanted to come down because they feel really strongly about what we've talked about from the past and from the future. They want the golf course to make money, all the seniors. And I want you guys to know, and a lot of you do know already, Centennial Man Association is the largest in the state of Idaho. We got pretty close, right, John Lewis? After we get done with the snow people come back, we got pretty close to 200 members. Are you
believe
still,
so, Rent. I believe we do.
are you awake?
I am.
We got 200 members. And only thing they're asking, when Darren came to the meeting Wednesday on the 2nd of last week, there was a couple of questions was asked to him. The question was, are you going to change the price of what it is now for the seniors? Only the ones who's joined the seniors program. That's only on Wednesday. And he agreed to that. He will not touch the seniors. Well, I seen the 20, it went from 27 to 29, and then you're touching it. And that's what the 30 members was complaining about, is if we're going to keep it at 27, because, right, John, we got people from Payette, Caldwell, Emmett, we only got one person from Mountain Home, a lot from Boise. They come to our association to play golf on Wednesday. And I think already this year, we're going to, what I'm looking at, we're going to have more than we've ever had before. And on Wednesdays, on the senior days, all the golf carts are gone. I mean, it's a full house for seniors. I don't think you can ask for a better situation than that. All we're asking is leave the seniors alone. We help on the golf course. We do whatever we're asked to do, we do it. We volunteer to do it, all the seniors. If we can just keep the price where the seniors can play golf. That's really all I can say, because I got some members, when they heard you might raise the price after they said they'll leave the seniors alone, they were upset. That's why I'm here helping them. Any questions?
No, but I still have a hat with your son's name on it.
Well, they're in bed now. I'm telling them.
Randy.
When are you going to join?
I'm not old enough yet.
Oh,
Oh, I'm sorry.
Maybe.
Yes. Yes.
well, thank you, Mayor.
Randy.
Now, just a second.
Randy, one thing you didn't mention, because you're very, very humble, is that the senior men's and senior women's give money back to our community.
Yes, they do.
That's what I want you to say.
Yeah, we give money, our time.
Coats, turkeys.
Yes, we do. The Man Association has a great tournament in late, almost wintertime. And they get the fire department to come down, and the seniors help, the women help, and they collect jackets and turkeys. And we donate them. We go out and buy them, and we donate the turkeys, and we get all the jackets we get, and we bring it, and the fire department gets it all. And they give it to kids and things. Is that what you're asking?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, all right.
That's what I wanted to know.
Thank you, Randy.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So is there anyone else that had signed up, had intended to testify this evening that has not had an opportunity to? Okay, seeing no one. Darren, I have a quick question for you.
Yeah.
Is it, so I just want to clarify, is Plan 2 recommending an increase to the seniors?
It is recommending, yes, for the seniors. I can go back to that.
Is this
So-
for the seniors Wednesday day?
It's
or
on the
is it-
Wednesday, it's on the Wednesday day. And so, yes, I went and talked and spoke with the Senior Association, and they are a great association, and they're very passionate about golf and the community and the golf courses. So just a great group. If I misspoke, there's a lot of questions there. I didn't have, our whole list. There's a lot of fees here. If I misspoke, I apologize at that meeting. But we originally had 27 that was approved on the 18th, and
What was
like some of the other fees, we moved to a couple dollars up, just like all the other fees, to 29.
So what was the fee before we raised the fee in January?
Was it 26, John? Before January?
So we
It
did
was
not do an increase
On,
on the seniors in January. Is that correct?
yeah,
Yes, you did. It was 25 last year, but
He said it was 25,
It's 26 now.
20.
John, correct me if I'm wrong, but Mayor and council people, I'm Jennifer Ayala, and I just want to clarify that prior to January 18th, we did not have a senior rate. The seniors paid the regular rate that everyone paid on any other day. Correct, John?
And
that
how-
is correct.
how
That's
much-
correct.
how
And I
much was
believe that
that?
rate was $27. I don't have the rates in front of me. But I thought we left them the same.
That's
so.
yep, that is what it is. You're exactly right. Mhm. It was 27. We didn't go to the 29. You're right.
Correct. That was my understanding, was we left the seniors at 27, and we did not, we created a new rate for them in January, so that we now have that senior rate on Wednesdays only for the Men's Association, and now we're adding in the Thursday Women's Association as well, because we feel like that
Well,
was an
most of them
oversight.
are married.
What's that?
Most of them are married.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So now, when we're coming back to you, our option 2, that was approved by the Golf Commission, does propose an increase for regular day rate as well as the senior rate. So they both went up by $2 in option 2.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification. I think it is a little challenging when they understood that there was not going to be an increase to seniors. Otherwise, they would have been here probably, as Randy's sharing. So what is the revenue generated from the seniors with that $2 increase?
well, they're, assuming that, it's extra $2 around per person, so if they have 100, for example, 100 playing that day, $200
Times.
a time, yeah, like 800 a month times, 7-8 months, so, probably.
How many weeks do they normally play, Darren?
They play every week,
do they
and
play in
start
wintertime?
March through what, John?
October.
October.
Yeah, usually the end of October.
So we're
So-
talking about maybe 40 weeks times.
We're just talking
800.
Centennial.
Just that's it, just that
No,
Centennial.
no, if his example, 100, it would just be 200 per week. So it'd be 40 times 200 per.
Oh, 40
Yeah.
times 200.
And I don't know if they all come, I don't know if they all come every week. So John could probably tell us about what the average is.
That's
So-
$8,000, probably
It-
anywhere
it-
from 8 to.
It's different. It's different every week. That you'll have sometimes 50 of them, sometimes different people play in different formats. So that's where that's at.
Yeah. So leaving that the same would not necessarily, it's not going to really impact our plan for this year, so.
Sorry, I didn't catch
Okay.
what that thought was.
So, so if you left the senior, I guess one recommendation would be to support option 2, with the exception of leaving the Wednesday and Thursday senior rate at $27. So it would approve every other line in that column except those 2 lines for the seniors.
You gonna be making a motion, Victor?
Yes, sir.
We haven't closed the public hearing, really.
Let's-
We
let's
have
close
not closed public hearing yet, so it's just an opportunity to, yeah. Okay,
I'm ready.
no motion. Okay.
Let's close it.
It was the closing opportunity to talk to staff. We're trying to close, okay.
Sit down.
Okay.
Yeah,
We got it.
one other thing, yeah, and the limited golf pass policy, that's probably one thing I skipped over. Years ago, there was a limit on how many passes that were sold. And the reason for that is, so we know that pass holders, for example, play on an average of 64 times a year, which equals about $18 a round. So if you get too many passes, because you only have one spot, as soon as a tee time goes away, you can't fill that again. But we have pressure at all times of people that want to pay $31, and then you have somebody paying the $18. Not that the passes are bad, they're a good thing. We just got to limit how many of those passes are available. So we have that policy in place too, and it's part of the packet.
Okay. Are there any other questions for Darren? I would stand for motion to close public hearing.
I'll move.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Mayor Kling, I'm
Yes.
going to make a motion to approve the option number 2, with the exceptions of not increasing the men's senior and the women's senior rates, and leave them as is. Period.
And,
Is there anything on the passes?
and the passes,
Well, the passes are in the packet.
So that's all a part of
That's-
it.
that's all
it's all
part of
part of the
option
option,
2?
right.
Okay. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any further?
Who seconded?
I did.
Oh.
No, or he did. Somebody did.
You both probably did. Okay. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Turner,
Yes.
Angula,
Yep.
Levi,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Bauer,
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Delayed response.
Randy, this is a testament that hanging around and testifying makes a difference.
Save yourself $2.
Good for you.
Sure, go ahead.
Yes, you may as you go. Yep.
This is for the city council and to you, Ms. Mayor. I've been on the board with you and Victor. I want to tell all of you, and with the new members, I don't know you, but I tell you something, thank you for helping us buy these golf courses. If it wasn't for you guys, we wouldn't have them. And there's a lot of people would like to shake your hands, I tell you. Thank you.
Welcome.
I just take money.
Thank you. Okay,
Good night.
so we are going to go back to new business items, but I do want to quickly say, if we were going on down through the agenda, item 7 is unfinished business, and we have nothing in unfinished. We have no executive session. So the only thing we have left to finish are a few new business action items. And we are on new business 5.9. This is an action item to authorize the Mayor and Public Works Director to sign a task order with JUB Engineers for the engineering policies and street standards update in the amount of $149,332. Time and materials not to exceed, and it was approved in the FY22 budget.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? Roll call.
Bruner,
Yes.
Chingula,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Bauer. Rodriguez.
Yes.
And Haverfield.
Yes.
5.10 is an action item. This is authorizing engineering staff to proceed with negotiations for right-of-way acquisition required to construct, this is the Franklin Road widening project, up to the estimated amount of $830,000. And this is Franklin from Robinson to McDermott, is that correct? In that area, right? As is in the packet. And it is approved in the FY22 budget.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there discussion,
Ju-
questions?
Just quick question, and I'm sorry to all of you. So how many properties are we approximately purchasing? Daniel has all these answers. My gracious.
10.
There are 10 properties that we're, have
And,
acquisitions.
and you know, what the range of, the amounts range from what to what on these 10 properties approximately?
Are you talking the
I'm talking
dollar
about dollar
value?
amount, dollar amount.
I would rather not say that in a public setting.
Right,
That's fair.
thank you. Yeah, good point. Okay, any other discussion? Roll call?
Bruner,
Yes.
Chingula,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Bauer. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
5.11 is an action item. This is also a right-of-way negotiation acquisition, and this is to authorize the engineering staff to proceed with those required to construct the Middleton Road rebuild. This is Flamingo Avenue to Karcher Road. The project up to the estimated amount of $160,000, and this also was approved in the FY22 budget.
So moved.
Mayor Klein,
Yes.
correction. As part of the project, the city will acquire necessary right-of-way to widen Franklin Road. That's a typo. Right, Dan? Yeah, it should read,
In the packet?
yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Mayor, council, in one of the bullet points within the write-up, it was a copy-paste error, and Franklin is, in the request and the action items, it is referenced correctly.
Okay. Thank you, but thank you, Councilman Rodriguez, for calling our attention to that.
Well, I do read it.
It's good for you. Thank you. Okay, so remind me, was there a motion?
Yes.
Okay. And roll call.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Bruner,
Yes.
Chingula,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Bauer. Yes. And Haverfield.
Yes.
Item 5.12 is an action item. This is to authorize the mayor and the public works director to sign a contract with Iron Horse LLC to construct Zone A sewer rehab FY22 project in the amount of $1,234,896.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Discussion is, this is a good price, and it's a new contractor that we've not worked with, but Tom Points and the team has full confidence that they'll do a good job. So thank you. Good job. Roll call.
Chingula,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Bauer. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Bruner.
Yes.
And our last new business item is item 5.13. This is an action item to authorize the mayor to sign the Federal Aviation Administration grant application for Airport Improvement Program, AIP-37, for crack filling and sealing of runway 11-29. This is approved in the FY22 budget and has been approved by legal.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez. Yes. Bruner,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Bauer. Chingula,
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
That concludes our meeting, and I would stand for a motion to adjourn.